different directions and different speeds.
See, that's the weird thing. I don't see them moving at all, going in all different directions, and then you say that they are doing that. So I guess what I see is different than what you see.
Oh yeah, I don't see them moving. You have to take photographs and look at the parallax and that type of stuff. So most of them move so imperceptibly that you won't see it. But you can look up the proper motion of many close stars, including Polaris. It moves.
So after so many thousands of years, we saw the same shapes of constellations as we always have. So
no, the constellations shift and change slightly.
proof of this?
Proper motion of the stars?
No. Do you have a comparison of them being a different shape than they are now?
We can measure the movement of each individual star for the stars that are closer, and we can sort of like
How
walk
do you
it
know
back.
that you're not just looking up and seeing that flickering refraction from the heat that's coming from 50 yards in front of you up from the ground? And then that day you took the reading, it was over here. And the next day you took a reading, it was over there. Are you going to say the star moved or was the air moving around?
No, it's consistent night to night, and
Thank you. Now we can get rid of Jesse, path of nonsense.
yeah, typically they do it by measuring the position of the star relative to background stars and figuring out how much it moves that way.
Yeah, but so if I can't see 100 miles, and that's not proper because I'm not going to be able to get an angle because of refraction and depending on what time of day and all that kind of crap, are you going to tell me that you can see differences in stars that they're staying the same? No, they're moving. Yes, they're staying the same. Yes, they're moving. No, they're not. How do you know?
Yeah, again, it's not angles. It's like looking at photographic plates of pictures taken of the sky and seeing tiny changes where stars are moving relative to the other stars. I posted in the
Right. So when I post that refraction image that I'm about to post, Skunk Bay, I think it's called. So all that refraction that's happening happens all the time. So what time can you take pictures of stars and not have that happening?
Probably never, but on average, you would expect to get good pictures, especially if you're looking straight up instead of straight across. So again, it's photographic plates taken over many observations from different continents and different days. So it averages out, and that's how we eliminate the refraction effects.
Interesting. So now they have to take an average. Got it. So we can safely say that you can't take a theodolite with crosshairs, aim it 100 miles away at a mountain, and get an accurate reading, can we?
It's going to change, but throughout the day, probably.
It's safe to say that if you get more than 180 degrees, you got something else wrong.
I have never used a theodolite, so I don't know. I was talking about the proper motion of Polaris.
That's fine. I won't put you on the stove top right now. Not your claim anyway. I don't think I've heard you. I think you'd stay quiet when that one comes up, mostly.
Right. So what do you say about Polaris? Do you say it's in the same spot it was in 1850, or that it has moved a tiny bit?
Has anybody measured any difference in the position of the stars over the last 10 years?
Yeah.
Nope.
So I was showing the charts from 1850 versus the year 2000, and it's called the proper motion. You can look it up for Polaris on Wikipedia.
Wait, you're comparing what year to what year?
The position of Polaris in 1850 to the position of Polaris in the year 2000.
And you think that makes sense?
I mean, the numbers are right there. I posted the numbers at 4
1
pascal.
360 millionths of a degree. Or wait, what is that number? Three. I can't read it because I can't own my glasses on. So that's how far it moved. That tiny bit.
Let's see. It's 8830 versus 8915 in the declination. In the right ascension, so 1.5 to 2.30.
Where were these taken from?
Just any star chart. The star chart from 1850.
Somebody had to stand in a location to do this. I was just wondering where.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where, because when you're measuring the locations of stars, it's on polar coordinates on the celestial sphere, so it doesn't matter where you take these pictures from.
I see. So, getting back to Skunk Bay, then you're telling me that people's readings aren't going to be off when you try to look 100 miles through a piece of glass with heat coming up from the ground and going through the air and creating all kinds of weird heat waves that you can see.
Yeah, probably that. Yeah, it would probably be off. I mean, turbulence of the atmosphere makes those difficult measurements. I think you're right.
Okay, that's all. I just don't want people, globers, thinking you can take theodolites, measure 2 points on 2 different mountains, and get more than 180 degrees if you do them from all 3 mountains that you're on, and then call that Earth is a ball. I call that you didn't do your shit right.
Of you panel. Simp Slayer Leo chime in anytime.
He
He
was
said he's
saying in
listening
the
on a smart TV,
yeah
so he can talk to us, but it must not be smart because I can talk to my smart TVs.
yeah he says he's on us. Yeah, just like Radwin said.
Yeah, I was going to tell him just speak out into the room and the FBI will relay it to us, you know.
Ah, yes, the NSA. That was another government agency that would have been done away with if Ron Paul became president in 2012 or 2013.
Can we get rid of the TSA too, please? It's a lot easier if I just park my car, run in the airport, and get on a plane.
Ah, the days.
I'm sorry, they can't do that without feeling you up. It's not allowed.
Haram!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Chris M in the chat.
I remember when the Patriot Act and all that crap first came out. I was thinking, man, if I could just buy some stock in whoever's freaking gonna sell all the airports the scanning machines, or like I remember thinking that, but I don't think you. I remember that when the Axis body cam. I remember when that stock, the ones that made the police like cameras. I remember when that stock went through the roof. But I remember, thinking each time they did something scammy, how am I going to be able to profit off at stocks? Because I used to watch stocks a lot. But yeah, I obviously wasn't very good at it back when I did it.
favorite thing about the TSA is that rule like 2 ounces, it's not 20 ounces, 4 ounces. Like, you're allowed a certain number of ounces of liquid in a bottle. I think it's some ridiculously small amount, 4 ounces or something.
You're roboting real bad, Ryan. Was he roboting, or was that me?
Yeah, he's roboting for me too.
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. I think Orion was just roboting there, so try back in when you're ready.
I was just gonna tell you guys about one of these silly rules that the TSA has. I think it's 4 ounces. You're only allowed 4 ounces of liquid in a bottle before going through and getting onto an airplane.
The store's right on the other side of security. You can go right through, put your shoes on, and walk right in the store and buy everything again at 4 times the price if you want it.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the difference is that the TSA is very certain that there's no explosives in those bottles.
Right, and that's silly. I remember leaving one of those credit card knives in my. I had one of those. One time they found that, but then another time I left my K bar. Is it a K bar? Yeah, the little K bar. I got the K bar little. I like the serrated little. Like, and they just cut off. Yeah, my like strapped into my.
This is great.
Like right on my
It's
chair.
classic.
Attack with the robots.
That
Dude, you sound like you're on a Styx album.
So.
And we have a bunch of robots tonight, joined by a lovely panel of folks here. Go ahead, Bear, please your coffee.
Safeway. I guess they're Wi-Fi.
Thank you,
I don't
thank
know.
you, thank you, robot. Thank you, robot coffee man.
WBots in the chat. We're live on YouTube as well, guys. Twice, 2 YouTube channels and Rumble. Links are all in the bot description.
We ruined most of the Globers. They just don't do it anymore. Ruined Jesse on the other server the other day. Completely just, he was done. He was done when I found out the spec it was theodolite that someone gave me his specs. Peter did, and 3 miles is max you're gonna get, and you shouldn't even use that distance really.
I find it funny that they're using tools incorrectly. Like, I don't really see the flat earthers doing that.
Well, he's just obsessed with theodolites because it thinks it adds an air of credibility to anything he presents, you know. Oh, it's a theodolite. Must be some super advanced machine beyond our understanding, you know.
So whenever you see him, you just put the skunk bay close up refraction one on and just say, you're pictures are now null and void and all your numbers. That's all you have to say to him, and he has to shut up. One's a time lapse, one's a still picture. So what was the air doing when he took those pictures? So that's all. He lost after that.
That's a big issue with pretty much anything Globers show is they never repeat it the next day, or they never repeat it multiple times in the same day. It's always just a few still images, and that's where they start and stop.
They do repeat it, and then they go, well, something must have been wrong on this one, so I'm not going to use that. I'll try another one.
Yeah,
They'll
they
say,
cherry pick.
that
Yeah,
doesn't match. That doesn't match. So they just go with whatever. If it equals 180 degrees, then it's not correct. So whatever is wacky time, then those are the correct ones. That's how they work.
It'll line up eventually.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. And Glover accused doing the same things that they do. So this is Pablo's dog. I don't know. He goes to the same parking spot at University of California, Davis. Sets up his camera in the exact same spot in the exact same parking lot, the exact same place, and has video after video after video after video. It's probably like 50 or something, going back like a couple of years now. Horizon's always in a different place. But I actually noticed this past the horizon, there's like mountains, and they even look different every single time. So, yeah, at least we go to the effort to actually repeat observations, opposed to just like cherry picking.
You're still live. Take a look at the chat here. Pablo's dog. Invest in Chewy, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a really big thing that a lot of new people coming to this topic don't understand. Is like really driving down on the motives of the advocates of the globe. Any of the guys going out and doing any kind of observation, is that they have no intention of falsifying their globe. You know, that's not an outcome for them. So anything they ever bring back to present is all they'll always find some way to have skewed it into being some demonstration of a globe.
That's why, in some level, when you detect that they're doing that, right, you have to be like, just ask them, is there any observation that could be made that would falsify the globe? And just get them to admit that there's nothing that they could be presented with that they would say it's not a globe. Literally nothing. They're locked in, man.
Yeah, yeah. You know, we show them the black swan, the laser test. We show them Kanagu. You know, hundreds of miles observations, right? And then they just move the goalposts. It's like, no, I want to see an observation at 1,000 miles. And we fucking show them Jay Tolan. No, I want to see, 2,000 miles. Just on and on.
Yeah, whatever it is. I've heard people say, "Well, I want 100 miles." Okay, here you go. Oh no, that's so far enough. I need 300. Okay, here you go. Oh, I need 800. Here you go. Right? It's like I need 10,000. Okay, here you go. Right? And still.
I need to see my ass. You need to go right round the fucking earth. Show me my ass. That's what we'll do.
Hey, how do you know looking out into space and seeing a black hole isn't seeing your own ass?
See,
sure it is
solve the
somehow.
riddle, man. Well, according to that astrophysicist guy, the famous one, the center of the galaxy black hole is a Fata Morgana.
Guys, that checks out. But I'd like to thank NASA for inventing the impact wrench. Without them, I couldn't change my tire while it's suspended. So, I mean, they're good for something.
Is that really true?
Yeah, man, you don't know the story, bro? So, if you take a drill, like a torque-powered drill, and you spin a fastener with it, and the fastener catches before you release the drill, and it doesn't have any type of advanced clutch, it's going to put torque into your wrist. And if you were quote unquote in space, you would zip around and then just fling off like someone threw a sling. Follow me?
Okay.
Because you're just
They
floating in
put that.
space. You turn on the drill and then you just spin 360 degrees around. It goes zinging out into the void.
Yeah.
So they had to
What you just
invent a tool.
described.
Go ahead.
It's part of one of the Wallace and Gromit movies, the original ones. Gromit
Yep.
does exactly what you described with that drill.
Yep. So they had to invent a way to spin one end without actually applying a torsion to the handle, right? And so they created essentially it's a hammer on a spring, and it slaps like a wedge, and that causes it to advance one turn. So it's never actually applying torsion back to the handle. So you could be in space, allegedly, and just keep spinning the front end while the back end doesn't spin. Now, that's not to be diminished by Velcro or Tang, because Velcro and Tang are also awesome.
What about that pen that supposedly works in space?
Oh, hell yeah, I had one of those when I was a kid. I had two of them. They were awesome.
There's a great story my dad told me about that. They spent, I'm not sure if it was thousands or millions of dollars, but I think it was millions of dollars to develop that pen. And then he said to me, "You want to know what the Russians use? A pencil."
Or like underwater. Underwater guys use a pencil as well. It's like a wax-based pencil.
Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that. Shout out the
Yeah, so
pencils.
the only thing cool about the space pen is like supposedly it has like a micro textured ball rather than a smooth ball, so it can grip better. And then it has a gas cartridge in the ink. So like it pushes the ink out by force rather than letting it drip out. That's really all the magic.
Oh, nice. Like, gravity defying. Very nice. Cool.
But technically, when you think about it, if the if the ink itself it just has regular standard pressure and you depress the ball, then the vacuum of space should just suck the ink right out anyway. Right? Why do you need a secondary gas cartridge?
I think they were talking about using them in the capsule.
Gas pressurized ink pen, therefore Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I hear you on the capsule, but you see, I was thinking big because what you just said sounds boring as crap, and so I was messed up because I'm thinking NASA, big, bad, exploring everywhere.
Something else weird my
Yeah,
dad told me, like along those lines, was that before they went into space, that they weren't sure if people would be able to swallow in space or not. Someone food and water while hanging upside down, and then when they were able to demonstrate that you can eat food and drink water while hanging upside down, they thought it's safe to eat food and drink water in zero gravity. What a funny story that is.
I feel like they continually come up with stories. It's like any scientist can just come up with some idea like that. Well, we need to check and see if if it's possible to swallow, like, and write some paper on that or whatever. That's what's there's the lore is so open ended. I mean, a good example of this was that lady that came out. Well, I guess it was a gentleman who came out and said, "Well, technically, the oceans are not flat; they're curved, even inwards and stuff like that." Right? I'll see if I can grab that clip. But that's just another guy adding lore onto the video game for anyone to download. So it's an open end world, I
It's
guess.
funny to point out. It's funny
It's
to
an
point out though that
add-on.
they claimed
It's an
that they
add-on
tested
to the
it. They
game.
tested that thing, but they didn't. They didn't test the spacesuits. Like they didn't test the spacesuits in a vacuum though. Like test all this other stuff, but not the spacesuits in a vacuum.
Yeah. Speaking of spacesuits, there was something actually I saw somewhere in some news feed about SpaceX and their spacesuits, and it said, "Yeah, we had to test them for zero gravity." And then you look at their spacesuits; they're all soft spacesuits, just like the other ones.
How are they going to move
Even
around?
softer.
Especially if you're going to be in a studio hanging by wires. You gotta be able to move around, or you're going to really look like a puppet.
I mean, wouldn't they need to be like reinforced so they like wouldn't like blow up or something? So like, there's no reinforcement; they're just soft cloth suits. Like
You
what?
said there's two zippers, so that should be enough to keep out into the negative
Zippers.
17 tour.
Yeah, last time. When was the last time you saw air-proof or pressure-proof zippers? Right?
They should put zippers on basketballs and footballs.
Yeah, but didn't somebody do a test of a glove in a vacuum chamber? And what essentially happened is his pressurized glove expanded, causing the glove to be tense and no longer have any ability to move. I remember that.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's what would happen in a vacuum chamber. Joints that are sealed by like O-rings and such will swell up and you won't be able to move them. If you do, you're going to break something.
Yeah. So let's see them actually test these suits in a a vacuum system. Let's see that. That's what I want to see.
I want to see him swing a golf club in a vacuum chamber with the suit on.
All right.
I think it's worth pointing out. I think someone did, but it wasn't an ordinary NASA spacesuit. It was like the CEO of Google at the time or something, and he was doing this like high altitude, kind of like a Felix Baumgartner like thing, where he was just taking a balloon really high up. But he made this like custom made homemade spacesuit like thing, to keep the pressure in. But the thing is, they tested this with him inside of it in a vacuum chamber, and it didn't work, and he got sick. Oh, you see, that's the difference between him and NASA. See, he was planning to actually do what he was talking about. He was actually planning to go where he was talking about going.
He believed in space up until that point too.
That's hilarious about there being a little dip in the bottom of the ocean. So there's going to be a dip in the top of the water, or or like a mountain underneath on this ocean floor, and there's going to be ever so slightly rise. What a bunch of horse shit! That's hilarious. When did they measure that? Ask them that part.
Hey, Mark Sargent got a standing offer to be the guinea pig to go in with a official NASA spacesuit into a vacuum chamber and see what happens.
I understand. Why would he volunteer for that? Wouldn't it make more sense to get a Glober to volunteer for that?
Oh well, because he's willing to put his money where his mouth is, you know.
I don't know. It just seems like an unnecessary risk.
Wait.
Hey, but I don't care. Like, I mean, take whatever risk you want.
I think for a Glober, it's a necessary risk, and they ought to be taking it.
Well, let me tell you, if he does that, won't he be the most famous flat earther of all time?
So there is a doco, or it's I don't know if it's YouTube or if it was published on TV, but there's this guy. He approached the U.S. Air Force to like put him through the basic pre-training, and one of the things was he had to be stuck in one of their suits that that experience low pressure environments. And they put him in there and they started sucking the air out of the room. They had him in the suit and everything. They had to monitor him, like monitor his vitals constantly, and in case something went wrong. And he said he was experiencing like things. So you get the pressure changes and that. So like even in a low pressure environment, as at the altitudes that Air Force pilots go, there's effects on the human body in their suits. So like it's a fair challenge. It's a fair challenge that Mark Sargent puts up.
What's his challenge? I didn't even hear about it.
Wants to be stuck inside one of their spacesuits that they use on their spacewalks and put into a vacuum chamber.
Oh yeah,
and have the air sucked out.
They're not going to allow that. That equipment's too old. We don't have the technology to make that shit anymore. Couldn't remake it if you tried. That's the excuse.
Yeah, heart rate changes, blood flow, like it's a pretty it's dangerous.
Well, NASA does some amazing things. So that's all you have to know. They must have been doing all that monitoring on the spacesuits then when they were walking around on the moon. Must have been monitoring it on Earth, right? Got radio repeaters up there. They got all kinds of shit going on that moon.
A little bit of a dig for that video I was talking about. I'll see if I can find it. And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. Creed K has joined us. Ethergris is here. High up level, no rolls. High up level, welcome to the panel. Thanks for joining.
You got more rolls in a bakery shop.
High up level, we hear you breathing, so go ahead and chime in.
Nothing, just how did you hear me? I'll put you on mute.
So welcome. How did you find yourself here?
I've been here for a while. Just checking in. Nah, been a pretty. Been doing this for a while.
W. For a while, couple years, couple months.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
So your
break.
Breaks are good. W breaks. Are you so safe to assume you're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, why don't you just hit us with maybe hit us with a couple proofs?
Well, you guys will have to wait because so I'm gonna go mute real quick.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What do you say, guys? He's gonna give us some proofs. I'm ready, bro. Just hit us when you're ready. I'm also gonna upgrade his roles to VC. Oh, he is VC verified. Perfect. Cool. Also, we have Grisp. I just recently learned about that name. That's cool. And yeah, guys, look around. This is the panel.
If you watch that video, that guy was boiled alive in that spacesuit.
Sounds like a fun time.
You only do that once.
Still roboting, or am I out of the freaking robot zone?
10-4.
Right.
You're down back to
We're
your
onto
normal
something.
robot self.
We're onto something, friends.
Um,
So can we boil lobster that method?
That's a negative.
Why not?
Not how heat
Can't
works.
cook a lobster.
PETA, I've got PETA on the
Have you
line. Yes, PETA, I've
slowly?
got some lobster murderers here in the chat.
Have you?
But you
If you
probably
slowly,
dehydrate
if you
it.
slowly raised, if you slowly raise the vacuum pressure with an extra container inside the vacuum container, you might be able to, as it evaporates, you might be able to cook it a little bit. I don't know though. Probably not.
Is that
Though.
what
Probably
freeze drying
end
is?
up being terrible.
Uh,
Freeze dried lobster. Dude,
so
is
what?
that like astronaut ice cream that I got at the science center when I was in like 3rd grade? That would have been like 1975.
That's the closest thing. Hey, I gotta go on. That's the closest thing that NASA has ever come to a vacuum is their ice cream. It's the closest thing they've ever
Yeah,
had that's been to a
yeah,
vacuum.
ice cream. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, dude, and everybody was drinking Tang. Yeah, have got my space ice cream. The only thing that was cool for the science center was that you could buy one of those gyroscope. I don't know what they were called. I think they called them gyroscopes. The thing you would wind up a string and then you'd spin it and then you could like hold the string out and like it would ride along or you could hang it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they're
call those
giving
things
you all the
gyroscopes.
clues. They're giving you all the clues that you don't live on a ball.
Right,
Right there
right.
in the gift shop, you can buy all the flat Earth devices.
Oh.
I live by NASA, so and the science center of the city, but NASA has a gift shop. You can go in there and buy all the flat Earth proof you want.
I wonder if the Baltimore Science Center is even still there. I'm driving, so I can't Google it. It used to be right in the harbor, like right by the harbor, near Harbor Place. The one building you could go up to the top and observe. It had an observatory. It was like the International World Trade Building or some crap. Right over top of the freaking Constellation that was supposed to be a Revolutionary War boat, but looked completely sus. You know, it was all like, oh, it's all just they fixed it up. They made it like new. But dude, you could tell it was just a recreation because it just looked too good. There's no way that shit was in the Revolutionary War.
27 people. Let's fucking get it, man.
Yeah, they're probably working on that chip all the time. No doubt.
So it's like, why is all 27 people quiet?
Can't hear anyone
Everybody
talking.
talk at the same time. He wants to hear us all talk at the same time. Can everybody unmute, please? Let's just start the yapping.
Yeah, dude, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, what you expect to just walk like a noisy room and everyone have their
Well,
mic on
we're
voice
messing with
activated?
you.
No, there's 27 people in here. Where the fuck is the debates?
Look at
Debates.
it's a
There's no
speculation Sunday.
debate, man. It's just a discussion on
How about I pose as
how
a global?
hilarious gravity is,
How about I pose as
and
a?
that
How can somebody
oh
be
gosh.
Uber?
Hey,
I can-
homie, give us a speculation. It's speculation Sunday. You want to hear some talking? Pose a
Wait a
speculation.
minute. Are you gonna be a real glober or like a funny one,
Listen, man,
like a sarcastic glober?
I'm a glober, right? And my thing with you flat earthers is y'all can see significant evidence, right? I can literally show a picture of curve right now from an airplane, and you guys will still say
That's not true. That's not true at all. You don't even know how planes are built.
Where do you get that rubbish about seeing curvature from an airplane? Where'd you get that from?
because I
YouTube.
I flew when I
YouTube.
was little.
No.
Yeah, solid. I saw
Somebody
it.
told me, look out the window, you can see the curve. And you went, yeah, you're right. And that was it.
You see what I mean? No,
Yeah.
no.
Let me ask you a question about this. Let's say you and I both go up in an airplane, the airplane you're talking about. We both look out the same window, and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. And then I say, I see a flat Earth. How are we going to know which one of us is telling the truth?
Take a picture.
Yeah, but we could take a picture, and then I could say, I see a picture of flat Earth, and you say, "I see a picture of a curved Earth." What next?
Well, then you ask, well, was the horizon straight, or are you thinking that what the straight line is actually the edge, and you're calling that the curve? That's what you have to get into.
Curvature. Celestial navigation debunks flat Earth.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Flat
Yeah.
Earth measurement.
Rayleigh
Debunk flat Earth.
Criterion. We'll get to him in a second. I saw a video where they spun a wheel and it floated in the air. Is this possible? Did I see a video like that?
Yeah, that science lady. The science lady.
Not her.
This
It
is
stayed in the air without
gravity.
anybody holding it. Not her. That
Ah,
goofy,
damn
crazy
it.
lady.
I love her. Her Russian accent makes me believe it. I was almost like believing gravity that day.
I know you.
Right in
If you
front of
see
you.
Flat Earth comments, that's probably my account. So when you see those shorts come up, that's me commenting. She says dumb shit. And I say, yeah, well, gravity didn't hold water down or anything like that. I'll just start saying dumb shit in there.
At least you know it's dumb. Flat Earth don't have no real arguments, bro.
Oh, bruh. Is water held down by gravity?
Oh crap.
It is, bro.
It's in
Wow.
clouds, so how is that happening?
Dude.
Damn it.
Which water? Just certain water or all water?
Oh, certain dude.
You mean certain
It's
water?
very, very picky water. Picky water.
Is it picky water or
Salt
picky
water.
gravity? Or is it picky gravity? No. Can't be.
Dude. And
So,
the
now,
moon
dude,
picks and chooses
yeah,
which
so I'm
water
gonna
it pulls.
talk to this guy real quick and find out what he's all about.
Gravity isn't picky. You guys just don't know what physics are, man.
Oh. Oh, explain to me how gravity is being held down on the ground in a can, just a can of water, just a little bit of water on the bottom, enough to cover the bottom. And then it lays flat inside that cylinder. How come?
Because
It's awesome.
gravity, man.
Gravity makes things flat.
The one word explanation, gravity, magic words.
Hold on.
You know how you guys say
Does gravity make things flat?
I'm about to answer your question right now. You know how you guys
Well,
say
that's a yes or no. Actually, yeah, it's not a let's give a speech beforehand kind of thing. It's not one of those days.
You don't need a dissertation.
yes, it does.
Gravity makes things flat, but
Yeah.
gravity makes the ball. So you don't even hear it yourself.
Yeah, gravity makes things flat, and we measure it to be flat, so I guess it measures it flat.
Where's the
No,
measurement?
it makes it flat on a micro level, but if it gets really big, it's curved.
See what I mean?
You guys,
claims
you're just not looking at it big enough.
So, where's the measurements of a flat Earth?
Okay, hold on.
So we're gonna finish this water being flat from gravity. Okay. So now I'm gonna put a lid on top of that cylinder that's connected to my vacuum pump, and I'm gonna suck all the air out of that. Now it's a vacuum chamber. How come the water boiled away after I let it run for an hour? My vacuum chamber is completely dry. How come the gravity didn't hold it down anymore? It just seems like air pressure was doing that. When I removed the air pressure, there went the water.
Is that a question or a statement?
It's a statement and a question. You can't explain why gravity failed for that experiment.
That is an oxymoron, bro. Statement and a question, bro. Shut your dumb ass up, boy.
It was two separate sentences.
Listen, man. Gravity answers all questions.
So gravity's your god? What?
So you asked for flat measurements. I posted them in the live stream voice text.
You see this? Because you guys always say, "Oh, Earth's measured flat."
He's his mama
Yeah,
and his
Yeah, it
daddy.
is measured flat.
Without
so
gravity, he wouldn't be born right now, would he? When gravity loves itself and gets together and
Starts at 51 minutes after the hour for you.
Right here, flat Earth core.
The problem is that you don't.
no, it's not. It's not flat Earth core. It's field engineers core.
Field engineer.
No, which
The-
like link am I clicking? The YouTube video or the?
Yeah, FE core. is
They're
field
both.
engineer.
They're both the same thing. It depends on whether you want to read or whether you want to watch a video of the experiment.
I want to read.
Okay, so
yeah,
then
slow mo.
the
The
PDF,
real,
dude.
the real problem is that you don't have any measurement that proves your globe.
We don't
Right.
have a you know,
Yeah,
you don't.
measurements of curb water, funny boy.
Yeah, where's it? Where's it? Curved measurement of curved water? Because
on.
the
He
globe
said-
is the globe. Wait a minute. The globe has the is the default. You have the burden of proof.
He said gravity makes things flat. He said it. Yes, that's what happened. So he's
Yeah,
already done. But
so-
we'll continue with his measurements.
He said
Talk
gravity
about
explains all things. That's what he said. I want to. How does it explain quantum tunneling?
Dog, you're strawmanning my like statement, right? You know I didn't
No,
mean.
you literally said gravity explains all things. That is
Yeah.
an exact freaking quote.
Yeah, you said that. There's 2 bots running with it streaming that can be rewound in a second. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah, he said it explains it's horizontal, but he saw it
Does-
curving. Explains
Does it
everything.
explain why my favorite color is purple?
I was saying everything in terms of like
Gravity is why.
Am I
It
gonna be able
explains everything in terms of what? Say that again.
I was saying it explains everything in terms of like keeping things in the ground, you know, water, et cetera, man. You guys are just
What?
dumbasses.
What? Yeah, that's not an actual argument.
So the gravity proves that water lies flat and level everywhere we look. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Level means curves, idiot. Try again.
Okay,
Show us.
so if we want to, well, okay, hey, so we want to make a flat floor. What tool do we use?
Say that again.
If we want to make something flat, we want to pour concrete and make a big piece of flat concrete. What tool do we use to make that flat?
Tell me you're the king of flatness.
Yeah, so what tool do we use to make that flat?
Remember,
A level, right? Do we use a level?
You must have all.
Are you going to argue that we use a level to make the floor curved? You really going to make that argument?
Seems like
Go for it.
Bro, like look up the definition of level, bro. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, a
Yeah,
device.
It's a device to make things level.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Elevation not
if-
being higher or lower than itself. A
So hold
horizontal
on.
line.
Here's
No
where he gets.
point being higher or lower than itself.
Now
Do you
we-
understand that, slow kid?
Now
So
we
here's where he gets. Here's where he's screwed because he's saying that level means curved. Well, show us all the curved floors then. Where are those?
That won't work in construction, really, because your shit will just fall apart. But on a large scale, everything's curved. On a small scale, everything's flat. On a local scale to Globers, everything is now flat. He said gravity makes water flat. So we got him saying flat. It's just he just needs to be pushed over. Pushed over. Go on, you guys. Get him over the edge.
You guys won't let me talk, man. It's okay, man.
He said gravity makes things
The
flat.
more you talk, the more you contradict yourself.
And
Why
the more
would we
you
stop
talk-
you from talking?
Fucking man. Damn it, man. You guys are fucking idiots, man. You know it.
That's such a great argument. It really supports your position. You're dumb.
Are y'all gonna
That's
let me
why I'm right.
say my argument?
Look, we could be dumb, but that still wouldn't make you right.
Right.
Hey, how about this? I'll give anybody. Listen, so let's get back to celestial navigation, right? I'll give anybody $500 to do a 3-star fix on a flat Earth. Uh-oh, why is everyone quiet?
No,
You mean elevation angles from a horizontal plane? Okay, got it.
define 3-star fix.
I don't
That's
have
it. What do you mean you don't have to? You're just parroting a McTune.
I don't know what celestial navigation is, man.
Yeah, so what's a 3-star fix?
Man, you guys are morons, man. You
No,
know
so
it.
what's a 3-star fix? You should easily be able to tell us what it is. Well,
I don't
how
think
are
it's
you going to judge whether we did it or not if you don't know what it is?
Basically, you don't know what a celestial navigation is,
Yeah,
bro.
I know what celestial navigation is. I want to know what a subset of celestial navigation is. A 3-star fix. What
Yeah,
is that?
that's
Do
your
you
claim. So tell us.
I want $500. What's a 3-star fix? I want to know how can I get the $300? $500
you don't know what a
bucks.
3-star fix is? No wonder
Yeah, I
you.
want you to tell me. I want to know. Like, I don't want you to be able to weasel out of it, right? So I want you to tell me what a 3-star fix is, so that I can perform it
If you
and
know what it,
collect the money.
if you know what it is, I'm not telling you, bro.
You're the
No,
one that
you
You
need
claimed
to
don't
it.
know
know
what
what
it
it
is.
is.
How? But I'm not the one doing the quiz. You morons are.
You're the one that claimed it, moron.
What do you mean
You
you're not doing?
dumbass.
You are doing the quiz. You asked us for something.
No, y'all are doing the quiz.
You're the one that made the
No, you're
claim of
trying
a
to
3-star
gaslight. That ain't
fix.
gonna work, kiddo.
I
Yeah,
literally
this is typical dumb Glober bullshit.
no. I said I would give anyone
What
$500 to
to
do
For
do
a
you to
what?
not know how to trace the curve out,
to
for you
do
to
a
be
To
too
do,
fucking
to do
dumb to make a
something
sidewalk.
to do
What?
something you don't know how to do,
Yeah,
or
to
to
do
do
something he
something
can't
that
even
you can't
describe it.
explain, you
Exactly.
won't pay because you don't understand what you're talking about.
No, he read McCune's website.
He wants a
That's what he
smart
did.
flat earther to
Ain't that
tell him
right,
how the
Mr.
globe
Cosmic? You
curve
read
would look.
McCune's website and looked at his challenge.
No, I
And that's
actually
you're just
Oh,
parroting it.
that's
You don't
right.
even know what the challenge is.
read Prototads.
You
Protat
should
is the
So,
read
so
worst.
water, not curving.
You
yeah,
guys,
so not actual celestial navigation, something on
wait,
CAD.
hey, who just said water doesn't curve? You guys are idiots,
Why,
man.
why do we need a second-rate parrot like you in here, though? Why can't Protothad himself just speak to us?
Yeah, bring that sissy
Because
goofball in
we
here.
got that's really funny. We got lots of audio of Prototat getting his guts ripped out
Let's see.
dozens of times.
That's a claim. Let's see. That's a claim.
Oh shit, bro. That I'll be your Huckleberry.
You can't even justify your own freaking claim, you Glober.
He sees a horizontal curve, guys, because he
Dude,
knows it's a horizontal curve.
said that
Mr. Cosmic, what's a 3-star fix?
you guys are morons, man.
He doesn't even know what
We
his
need you
own
to answer
claim
this
is.
question so we can make sure that we know what the fuck we're doing, right?
Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Thanks for admitting it, moron.
No, you need to specify exactly what you mean so we know we're doing it correctly, you dummy.
If you know what a 3-star fix is, you should be good.
No, you need to know what it is.
Why do I need to know what it is?
Because you're going to be the one that judges whether we get the $500.
Yeah,
So,
and it
in
was
order to meet the criteria, we didn't know what the criteria is.
yeah, and you made the claim.
Y'all don't even have a model. Y'all morons.
You made the
Neither do
claim
you.
of a 3-star fix. You are the one that said 3-star fix. So tell us what it is. You don't even know what it is.
I'm not gonna be able to 3-star fix anyway. Y'all don't have a model.
Yeah, you don't even fucking know what your own claim is. You're just like a typical
Dude,
Glober.
A model of what?
dude,
We need a model
you,
of.
you own a basketball or something of that size, soccer ball?
Yeah, so video of Protag getting cooked.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You
I
can't even
posted it in the
answer
chat. I posted in the chat the video, the audio that was captured in here.
And
Desperate, going for the nuclear option now. Everything else failed, so y'all don't have a model.
Yeah, he went right to the end. Y'all don't have a model.
because I don't, do y'all? No.
A model of what exactly?
That's how the globe has a model.
Let me ask this
It
one.
does.
Let me ask
Can
this
you-
quick
hey,
question
hey,
to him.
no, hold on. He said the globe has a model. Can you post the globe model in the chat?
Yeah,
Okay.
post that right now.
Post the globe model in the chat. Awesome.
You can't define what a 3-star fix is because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a 3-star fix.
What? You're a moron. He's actually a moron.
You're a one-trick
Prove it,
pony.
moron.
That's literally your reputation of
Prove it.
everything. You're dumb.
Yeah, it's getting old. At least call us idiots.
How about this? While I'm posting the globe model, post the flat Earth model.
Yeah, as soon as you post the globe model, I'll post the flat Earth model.
Yeah, why
Because
do
you're
we
not going
need
to
a
post it.
model?
You're not going to post the globe model because there is no globe model.
You're not going to post the model.
Well,
You're not
because
gonna
it's a non sequitur.
How about this? Look right there. That's literally a globe model.
You're claiming that we don't have model. You don't even fucking have one yourself, you bozo.
So how can I use this? So how can I use this to predict sunset times?
Does a model have to do that?
Yeah, that's what a model is.
Show me that definition.
Well, how else? Well, how else were you going to test a model for its accuracy?
Show me
Unless
that.
you can make a prediction
That's a model.
and then test a prediction.
They already tested it. That's why it's a model.
Yeah. So how do I use this model that you just posted? Earth 3D map. That's
Yeah.
not a model.
Yeah, show
I wanna-
us the test of your model that are predictable, where there's predictable outcomes.
I want to know the sunset time in New York on July 15th. How do I use this to get that?
Where's your
So
model?
what is it model exactly? What is this model?
Glober doesn't have a model.
So that's not a model. That's what you guys are telling me.
You don't even know what a model is. You don't even know what this guy doesn't even know what a model is.
Like, you know how you got like He-Man action figures? He-Man action figures are a model of a cartoon character, right? They don't actually exist in the real world, just like this doesn't exist in the real world.
Let's get back to it, right?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
get back to it. The fact that you don't have a model, yeah, let's get back to that.
Yeah, you just want it to be a globe so bad. You're just like cling to anything that pops up on your internet.
You guys said that we never measure curve, correct?
Correct.
Jesse Lee Path of Light did.
Oh, dude, you're
Already
dumber than I
debunked
thought.
An hour ago. Yeah, he was debunked in here already.
Let's just count the ways that this guy is dumb. He claims that
Rewind it to about an hour ago, dude, and you'll hear.
Let's just count the ways this guy's dumb. Just real quick, he claims a three-star fix. He doesn't even know what it is. He claims a model. He supposedly posts a model. He doesn't know what a model is. Shall I go on?
Now we're gonna go with Jesse Path to Light Proof Earth curve. What units?
Yep.
And what device did he measure Earth curve with?
Theodolite.
And what were the units that he used? The units of measure. Feet, inches. What would he use?
I gotta look back inside the drive. What? I'm looking back inside the drive. So
Yeah, fucking Google Earther. We know all about you. We know exactly where you're getting information from.
I'm getting
we
from.
know all about it.
Look,
yeah, you don't know anything yourself other than what you look up some other stupid glober that has no information, just like you. You don't have any information either. You're just making shit up as you go.
The people you're parroting can't prevail. You have zero chance, bro.
You guys said that you debunked Jesse. Let me see.
Hundreds of times. Do you want me to get one right out of the chat that I did?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Because he specifically measured drop, a huge drop.
A drop. Measured in what unit?
Hold on, I'm looking.
So he doesn't know, so he has to go look, but he claims he knows.
No, I said he measured drop. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you claimed that you knew, and now you have to go look it up, proving you didn't know.
No, I'm looking for the unit. I knew the unit, so
yeah, you didn't fucking know, did you?
Mr. Cosmic, while they're getting you that info at 5 minutes after the hour, that's a time lapse of a few hours. What time did he take the picture? What did the air look like when he took the picture? Because he didn't do a time lapse. He's debunked.
What?
Yeah, you don't understand anything now.
Was that really your argument? Like, I thought you were trolling.
No, so here's something that Jesse puts out where he says he measured drop. So this is my reply. This happened way back on 3/11/2023. So if you look at the numbers that he generated,
okay,
right, and then look at what I said. 6 miles, the drop is 24 feet. The max distance is 16.97 miles, and the drop is 192 feet. That means the difference between the closest and farthest height measurement should be 168 feet. According to your data, it's 51 feet. It's 3 orders of magnitude. That's a multiple of 3 difference. The prediction versus the observation. The drop, 37 feet above sea level, eye level, of 58 feet to minus 14 feet above eye level was your data. So tell me, what did Jesse measure?
The
he didn't
drop.
actually measure these drops in feet. He measured angles, right? So he leveled the instrument and then measured an angle.
It's
That's
still
what
a
he did.
it's still a drop, bro. What are you talking about?
No, it's an angle measurement that's different than what he thinks horizontal is, and that's only valid at the point. And he's using. You know why he's getting these results? It's because he's using the instrument, the theodolite, beyond its specification. Right? That means he's using it beyond the technical limit for which it's accurate. According to the manual in the theodolite he's using, it says don't use past this distance.
That's another claim. Show me the manual.
Right? When you got that,
Right.
I looked for it the other day. Let me see if I can find it.
hold on. I mean, you can look at any theodolite manual. Particularly says 1,500 meters.
You guys say a lot of claims and don't back.
Listen, oh, that's funny.
No,
Pop,
the globe.
pop
The
me hell,
globe.
dude.
I look at my clipboard or my
The
screen
globe
capture.
makes all the claims. What the hell?
Why would I have to prove anything? Shouldn't you be the one providing evidence to your claim that he measured drop, that he measured
Yeah.
curve?
Plus, they teach that in all the schools all over the earth. So you have the burden of proof. So show your proof of your claim of globe Earth. You
An
haven't done
optical
so.
drop, and an optical drop is not curve measurements, dude. Measuring the a difference in angle is not necessitate a curve.
Wait, hold on. You idiots do know that he has a video of him doing the entire experiment, right?
Yeah, we're well aware. We know Jesse way better
Experiment.
than you.
Yeah.
You also
The
don't
funny
know what.
thing is that you're duped by his bullshit. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, there's another one to check off the list. He doesn't know what an experiment is, Mr. Cosmic.
So
You
another
tell him
one
what
that Jesse did was he lined up theodolite and then said, "Look, this is even at like 48 inches." But then when you look that the what do you call it? The tape measure isn't centered in the frame, which means if it's not centered, it's not on the optical axis, which is not an actual measurement. It's not level. So he does a lot of shit like this where he just, even though he's doing something and he's saying in the video that it matches what he's doing, if you actually watch the video, the readouts of what it says on like the theodolite doesn't match the words coming out of his face. Another example of that is when he used the what was it? The gyro compass. He's like, "Oh, look, this matches 15 degrees per hour." But then if you actually watch the video and watch what it's doing, it's not matching 15 degrees per hour. He's just saying it in the video. And dupes like you listen to his words and don't actually watch the video. You're a useful idiot.
Yeah, lazy Glober.
So listen, you guys are.
But where's your fucking globe proof, bro? Yeah, like this stupid shit that this person did that you're claiming to be globe proof. They've disallowed like perspective completely, all kinds of other variables. Like you don't know what you're talking about.
Here, look in the chat. That's me wrecking Jesse for like, I don't know, how long is this video? I think it's like 3 hours maybe. 3 hours of him taking fucking L after L after L.
Bro, same thing with your flat Earth measurements, bro. Y'all didn't account for refraction, man. Fuck off.
We did account for refraction.
Yeah, you gave up your freaking your geometric globe Earth horizon by claiming refraction.
It doesn't say it in the document that y'all accounted for refraction.
Yeah, you just gave up your geometric horizon, which you are required to have if it's a globe Earth, and you don't have it. So what is Earth growing and shrinking, breathing in and out?
Irrelevant to what I just said.
Hey, can you answer a question for me though? How do you account for refraction, and what do you need to do? Is there a model of refraction we should actually use to quote unquote account for it, which would mean quantify it?
Man.
Well, if that model doesn't exist, how would we account for it? Will we just make up a number?
Yeah, why don't you help us out by defining what you mean by what is refraction, Mr. Cosmic?
You guys,
what made you think that you could come in here with this bullshit and anything would happen? Like, really?
I mean, You guys are completely denying refraction, which I just
Yeah,
don't
what is
understand.
No,
refraction? Why don't
when
you
did I
tell us?
say I denied refraction? I asked you for something. This is a gimmick you guys use. If I ask for evidence, you guys say I'm denying it. Asking for evidence is not a denial. I'm asking for evidence supporting your claims.
What do you mean? How do we account for refraction?
Yeah,
Then?
how do you account for it? You said you guys didn't account for refraction. Okay, how would we do that? Because the data's still there, right? I can just retroactively do the accounting, right? And see if it matches the globe. I can just do it retroactively. So how do we account for it to make you happy?
Okay, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
We don't know. Nobody knows.
I posted an example for you just now again, and you tell me in that how we can predict things.
What do you mean predict things?
Yeah, how do we account for refraction in this Skunk Bay GIF?
Bro,
Do we use a formula? Do we need like meteorological measurements? Like, what do we need? What do we need to do?
Yeah, we're waiting.
bro, you guys are really asking me how do you account for refraction, though?
You're the one that
Yeah,
made
we
the
really are.
claim. You
We
made the
really
claim,
are.
bro. You made the claim.
You said we
Not
didn't
us.
do it, right? So tell us how to do it, genius.
And then after you tell us how to do it, why don't you actually give us a description or a definition of your refraction? So tell us how to account for it first.
Hey, I have a better idea. Why don't you take that PDF and correct it?
You guys are like so.
Yeah, yeah. Go correct it. Account
hey,
for refraction. Hey, so listen, they use meteorological stations, so you
Wait.
have the weather conditions, so
Wanna-
you should be able to quote unquote account for refraction simply from the PDF. So why don't you correct it?
This is going to kill you right here. Watch this.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Man,
Believe. Wait.
just let me
Exist.
hold on before you go on, brother. I want to give you the answer since I'm your friend. Okay, so the proper way to account for refraction is like this: one refraction. Oh, ha ha ha. Two refraction. Ha ha.
Dude, CB, you're fucking up, man. It's supposed to be a lightning bolt sound, man.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Oh yeah. Wait. So I just want to hear a yes or no. Does refraction exist?
You tell
Yes.
us.
I posted an
Okay.
image for you of atmospheric refraction across Skunk Bay. It's a time lapse over a few hours. I'm not sure how many hours, but you can see it happening right there. Do you think that exists?
And why don't you tell us which type of refraction we're supposed to be accounting for? Can you tell us that?
Yeah, give us a definition of what refraction is.
Wait.
Which
So
one?
He has no clue.
Which one?
Indio just said that refraction exists. He's already debunked.
Which one, Mr. Cosmic?
No,
Which one? Which
refraction.
type?
So there's a general phenomenon of refraction, right? Snell's law. We make eyeglasses, all sorts of lenses. We use this principle called refraction. Refraction is just the speed of light changing when it passes from one medium to another. That's all refraction is. Yes, that exists as a general phenomenon. Whether it exists in this case or in the case of the laser experiment, that is another question, because it is not the general condition of reality.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to tell you, idiots, the videos.
Oh yeah, great argument again. Same old, same old.
With an argument. The video, the high altitude video with the stars. That video that y'all listed in y'all resources, it shows curve in the video, morons.
Which video is that?
The one with the stars where he was like, I seen something interesting that the sun something was doing to the stars. In the video, at specifically 2 hours, 8 seconds and something. I don't know. But it showed curve. You guys
Is
are
it like
something?
Is it a hot air balloon or something?
I think it is.
Yeah, hot air balloons don't go high enough to see Earth curve, dude. Not even in your model.
How did it show curve?
Yeah, because it's the lens, dude.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was guys are boring.
No.
Learn how cameras work.
So yeah, learn how cameras work. So one thing you can do is you can look up something called aerial photogrammetry, right? So it's taking pictures from airplanes. They have designed specialized lenses because the temperature and pressure changes the way the relative refractive index works versus at sea level. And they're just using regular retail cameras, and they're just throwing them on a freaking hot air balloon.
Evidence.
Yeah, you want a citation? Because I got that. It's called Design Steps for High Altitude Aerial Photography. So it's about designing cameras for that purpose, so that they actually preserve geometry.
Bro, where's the evidence? Give me a citation, something.
You're not looking at what I've already
photography.
posted.
You never
Why don't
looked
you
at
go?
the course stuff. You said you were going to read it. There's no way you read 100 pages.
Well, you talking about the flat Earth measurement? Well, he didn't account for refraction, bro. I don't know what you guys are
How do you
talking.
know that? Did you even read it?
What was the temperature that day in that document since you read it?
You guys tell me, y'all king of flat Earths, right?
Oh, see, he
Okay,
doesn't. He
look,
didn't read it. He's not doing shit.
look. I'll account for refraction in it right now. It's 25 miles, 10 feet to 4 feet. If you do the standard refraction calculation, it moves down how the laser would be from 127 meters to 122 meters. Well, you got to wonder why they picked up the laser at 1.5 meters.
Why
So
do we?
even with standard refraction, you still have to make up 118 meters.
Why do we observe 24
Yeah,
hours?
so I just accounted for refraction. Now what?
Yeah, now it's not gonna be flat, fucking moron.
Yeah, well, they still picked up the laser 25 miles away, even though with refraction they shouldn't. See, this is what you don't get. They did an experiment that's 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction. Refraction doesn't fix that because it's so different. You would need
Oh, so they
a.
didn't.
Pardon
You're
me?
oh, it.
Let me guess. I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. Which one?
You just like you're basically admitting that they didn't account for refraction.
No. No. Did you read it?
Yes.
Okay. What was the farthest distance?
I forgot it real quick. Let me look.
Yeah. So, in order for refraction to deflect the laser that much, it would have to be a refraction that's 20 times the normal condition, and not just once. They repeated the test 2 weeks later. So it had to happen twice, and it had to happen in such a way that they didn't pick it up on the 2 meteorological stations that they brought with them to test the weather. Yeah, you got zilch, dude.
Guys are.
Yeah, talk about us then. If that's all
It's
you
all
got.
about the flat earthers, you guys.
Man, listen, this is
See,
all. This is all I'm going.
Mr. Cosmic, this is what you don't understand. See, this laser test, this was the 4th try because every time they did it, the Globers like you would make some complaint. So the next year, they took the complaints and they compensated for them. And then the Globers said, it's still not good enough. So they went the next year and compensated for them.
So this
And
is
then the next year, they kept improving the experiment to address the complaints of Globers. So now they did a distance where they did it in a way that you can't complain. There's no complaints. Refraction doesn't help you because refraction only moves it down 5 meters. And you have to move it down 127 meters.
citation, please,
It's in the PDF.
of the flat Earth experiment.
It's not a flat Earth experiment. Well, I mean, it's a flat Earth result.
Were they flat Earthers?
Who cares? Does that make the laser do
Uh,
something different?
yeah, they could have added like, man, why do we observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Holy shit!
Who is we?
All over the place. He's all over the place.
Who is we, dude?
What do you mean?
Throw
No,
that shit, mate. Throw that
Who
shit at
is
the wall.
we?
stop doing semantics, bro. Answer my question.
No. Why don't you substantiate your question? That's why I said who is we, because I want to know if you're in the we. But since it isn't you, then that means it's somebody else, and I want you to substantiate what they saw.
Human beings.
Which ones?
People in Antarctica, bro.
Yeah, okay. So when I post a video of somebody that was in Antarctica for 18 months and never saw the 24-hour sun, what are you going to say about that?
Show me.
Here we go again. How come I have to substantiate my claims that you don't have to substantiate anything?
What do you mean, bro?
What have you posted? What have you substantiated? What evidence have you fucking shown for anything you've said?
Just don't understand what I'm unable to articulate in here.
Access to image. Can I get access to images? I'm gonna post a data right.
No, yeah, we're not gift scalping, dude.
You just
So-
said evidence. I'm about to show you evidence if I can.
Okay, so yeah, India went ahead and posted for you the 18 months. There you go.
Bro. Nathan O. You guys are fucking morons.
No, Nathan Oakley wasn't there for 18 months. This guy was. He shows pictures. He shows all the shit.
So how do we
all
know?
the,
How do we,
he brings all the deets. He brings the receipts on that proving that he was there. And you can look him up independent of the show, and that proves he was there.
how do we know that, number one, this dude isn't Nathan Oakley's friend? Nathan
Could be. What would that matter? Would that make him lying if he's Nathan Oakley's friend?
Yes, because he could just be lying and say,
Yes,
bro.
he could. But that's why I told you can look up independent of Nathan Oakley's show because he did it with a university. So you can go on the university's website and see that he's there. And there's pictures. So either the university's in on it with Nathan Oakley and this guy, or he was actually there. See the mental contortions you have to do?
First of all, number one, so
Twist yourself into a pretzel, bro.
So you're saying right now, during the final experiment, we're not going to witness a 24-hour sun.
No, you're not.
Right.
Look.
You might.
Right.
Yes or no?
The answer is no, you're not, because the final experiment's never going to happen.
Well, that's not going to happen.
That's correct.
It's never going to happen because it was never intended to happen. It's a big freaking game, and you don't realize it yet.
So if it happens, then what?
It's not going to happen. And they're going to blame it on flat earthers. We know the game. Don't you? Have you even been on the website? Did you know the guy, Mr. Cosmic, that's running that has 3 pending fraud cases? Did you know that?
He's going to take any donation.
You can go on Broker Check. So he was a securities broker. You can go on Broker Check. He has 3 pending fraud cases, and he has 2 other ones which he settled. And now he's a pastor at a church because now he's a good person.
You guys are morons, man.
Yeah, that's an actual argument. This is who you're investing in. This is who you're investing in. A proven liar. So a guy investigating fraud, a proven liar, said he didn't know MC Toon, even though there's pictures of MC Toon at his church, photographs, proving he did know him. He went and he said, did you get an email from someone? Oh, I don't know who that person is who's running the final experiments. I just heard about it. A complete lie, which he confessed he lied, and then lied during the confession of him lying.
What? Man,
yeah, you don't know anything that's going on, do you? You're just a fucking dupe. You're a useful idiot, dude.
How about this? Right?
Yeah, how about what? Pull your head out of your ass. How about that?
He wants to negotiate with you now.
We can't even say, right? We can't even bring up satellite pictures because you guys just go, oh, fake, you fucking morons.
There's no way to test their authenticity.
You got a chain of custody for those photographs?
Literally have a website where you can track the data, where you can see the satellite is going to come near you. You can just take a picture. It's been done multiple times. You guys are just fucking morons, man.
I want to do it tonight.
Do it tonight.
Yeah,
You have
what's a chain of custody?
You have a telescope.
I got a P900.
Why do I need a telescope? It's so easy. We're just morons.
And I got a great tripod where I can pivot in any orientation.
You said it's so easy, man. We could just do it. We just go take a picture tonight with your iPhone.
Wouldn't matter anyway, because you'd have no way to prove it's not a model of just when a light will appear in the sky relative to the rest of the Earth. So what's the point?
You're a moron. You're just denying like basic science, right? Like,
what science? You haven't mentioned any science, dude. You're so far away from science. It ain't funny. Your science is trust me, bro. Fucking an hour of trust me, bro.
Do they have satellite courses in school? Do they teach the globe in school, dude? Is there a university that teaches
Damn
that has
satellite
full
courses. Satellite
classes?
101, dude. Dude, Satellite 101, Radwin. I
No,
took
no,
it.
they do have satellite courses. You could take satellite courses. They're called when you're in a building that's not on the main campus.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And not courses.
Oh, I satellite work then.
Man, hope you see, man. You guys are listen. So this is all I'm gonna say,
You
right?
guys. That's all you got to say is you guys.
Yeah,
Make baseless claim. Claim
keep
gets
strong.
refuted. Talk
Keep
about
strong.
us.
Keep
Rinse and
strong.
repeat.
So listen,
Dude,
this is number one, right? So celestial navigation, right? Let's get back to
that
that.
you don't understand that thing.
You made a bet on that you don't even understand what you were making a bet on.
What's the 3-point fix?
Are you guys gonna let me talk or what? What's going on?
Yeah, no, not really, because you're an NPC, and we must have like left the village and came back to the village, and all the scripts reset. Because right now you just reset to the beginning of your losing argument.
Keep strawmanning, bro.
I'm not. You tried to start with celestial navigation. You got fucking cooked, and now you just went right back there like that never happened.
Hey, Indio, go ahead, Mr. Cosmic. State your argument again.
First of all, number one, I didn't get cooked on celestial navigation. I'm sitting here laughing because
Make your bet again, or shut the fuck up. Make your bet again so we can all hear it.
You little weasel.
I'll bet you 500.
I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
I'm not gonna be able to like say it if you don't let me talk, right? But like I was
$500 that you cannot do blank. Go ahead, fill in the blank.
listen, I'm sitting here laughing because you guys still didn't do the 3-star fix quiz, man. Like I gave y'all.
Yeah, we don't because we need to know what that is.
You don't know what it is, but this is why you're a moron, bro.
No,
No.
we're not morons. You are, because you're making bets when you don't know what it is. See, typically when you have a contest, you have terms and conditions for which people win the contest. So that's what we're trying to figure out. What are the terms and conditions to win the $500? That means you have to clearly define what a 3-star fix is, so that when we meet that definition, we can collect the fucking money. Okay? So you can't fucking weasel out of it and say, you didn't do a 3-star fix. So what's a 3-star fix so we can get paid?
Gotcha, bitch.
You ain't got $500.
I know we ain't. Hey, listen, I'll take $2.50 in food stamps as a negotiation.
Send me a pack of Pokemon cards. I got kids collecting them now.
You're fucking poor.
I love to buy food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar. It's my favorite thing.
So that's it then.
50 cents on a dollar. You're paying way too much, dude.
So number one is celestial navigation. He doesn't know anything about, so he made that clear now. What's number two?
Dude, that
Airplane
newspaper's
height.
funny, dude. I'm stealing that shit, CV.
His number two was from an airplane. You can see the curve.
I just made this. I just cooked it up on Instagram. I hope you enjoy
Dude, that
the
shit.
credit.
Did you put it on Twitter? Because if you didn't, I am right now.
Yeah, do it.
Dude, I'm tagging the final experiment dude too.
That's perfect. Now you guys are gonna make me join that shit.
Do it. 24/7 on X. Let's go.
I already have an account, but I have to make sure. Make sure it's not connected in any way to where I work.
You guys didn't do the 3-star fix yet. Like I just went on mute to
How's
give you guys.
3-star fix my?
I gave you guys time to do it.
You got time to do what is it? You haven't told us what it is.
It's 3-star.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah,
What are
those
the
are a bunch
rules
of
for
words. What
it,
is
dude?
it? What does the output look like? 3-star fix, and then I output what, and then give that to you, and then what?
What will be the end
And I just
result?
like
What will be the
yeah,
end result when this is complete? Okay, answer that.
and I just pound on the keys and make random numbers and characters and say, look, there's a 3-star fix.
If you know what a 3-star fix is, you should be good.
Yes, but we need you to determine what it is. Doesn't matter what I know. It's what you think it is.
Why doesn't it matter what you know?
No, because you're the judge of whether I have met the burden of providing a 3-star fix. So
What it is.
I need to know what you require.
And I know what it is, so I'll tell you if you did it.
Yeah, so I just have to guess
on
what your
here.
definition is in your head.
No, you think
Dude,
I
you have to say
think
it. You just have to say it on here on YouTube, dude, so that you can win the
This
$500
is
from
so fucking
India.
embarrassing
There's
for you,
no
bro.
way. There's no way to backtrack what you meant by 3-star fix unless you say it on here, so Indio can pay you the 500 that he's about to lose.
Indio thinks I'm changing the definition of 3-star. Fuck is this?
No, you haven't given a definition to change. We're still at square one, dude.
Hey, Cosmic, I'm asking for a friend. What's a 3-star fix?
I asked them the same thing. A friend.
Yeah, asking for a friend.
You guys don't even know what fuck GP means either, don't
Yeah,
you?
I'm asking for a friend. What does that mean?
What does celestial navigation mean, bro? Like what?
No, a 3-star fix.
Yeah, bro, that's some celestial navigation. Retard. That's how I know you guys aren't ready for this fucking conversation.
So, what was a 3-star fix? I'm sorry.
A method that involves taking sites of 3 stars to determine a position.
Yeah. What do you mean by position? What output? Like, what is it going to be? Yeah. What is it going to be? Like, what coordinate system?
Yo, this dude's a fucking moron.
No. What? No. I need you to say it. The coordinate system, because that determines the technique.
Bro, ground position.
Because coordinate systems are arbitrary.
GP, bro.
And what coordinate system? How do you know I have the position? What if I use Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates? Or what if I use ECE, or what's the other one? Universal Transverse Mercator coordinates. Is that good enough? Or do you need latitude and longitude? You don't even know the difference between these two. You're not even capable of judging whether you have a fucking position. You're fucking dumb, dude. You're the dumbest fucker in here right now.
You guys
he shouted out GP. Like he doesn't even know what he's talking about yet.
He said what position, bro? Ground position. Fucking morons, bro.
So how do you do this? So how do you do this so we can make sure we get it right?
How do you do it, bro?
I need an angle to 3 stars, right? Gotta Google that.
It was
Not
at
Google,
this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, so you guys do know we can calculate the Earth spinning, right?
Holy crap.
Calculate it?
Right, we can measure. We pick up the Earth spinning, right?
Doing
Like,
what? How do we do that?
Ex Bob Nodell, the dude that proved it himself, boy.
So it took a flat earther to prove the globe?
I mean, he was trying to do the opposite.
So when Einstein says that there's no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth, he's wrong?
I'm glad you brought that up. Did you see the full quote?
Yeah, so what? Even though he thinks the Earth is in motion, but still, the experiment Bob did is an optical experiment. So he proved the Earth is in motion despite Einstein saying you can't use that type of experiment to demonstrate it?
44.
That's fine. And what's that matter?
Bro, and did you see the full quote?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, what did the full quote say, Indio?
Yeah.
Or do you want to
Despite that the Earth orbits the sun. So what? That doesn't cure that Bob did an optical experiment, right? Did Bob do an optical experiment, yes or no?
He picked up the drift of the Earth, bro.
Really? 15 degrees per hour?
Yep.
Which pole?
It doesn't matter.
No, so it only drifts 15 degrees per hour at the pole. So which pole was he at?
It doesn't matter.
Which pole was he at? So
It-
was Bob at Nodell at the North or South Pole? It's
Bro,
15 degrees per hour at the pole because if you're anywhere else, you're tilted relative to the axis of spin, and you won't pick up 15 degrees per hour. So which pole was he at?
citation.
Citation? Really?
Nothing you're saying, like all that axis, bro. That shit doesn't matter, bro.
Dude, this is fucking class. I can't.
He gave up.
There's another. Please tell me there's another bot in here. A YouTube bot. Yes. Awesome.
Yo, you're quitting.
Oh, I'm not quitting. I'm posting my citation.
Citations for what, moron?
Wait, what did you just say? You wanted a citation that is 15 degrees per hour at the poles and nowhere
Hey,
else.
you want a citation, dummy?
Motherfucker told me level doesn't mean curved. You guys
So
are
I'll
more.
give you the formula. It's 15 degrees times the size of latitude. It's times the sine of the latitude.
What
Do you know what a sine function is?
No, give me the citation, bro. Stop with the meta.
What do you mean? There's no. Do you know what that word means?
Yeah.
Holy shit! We're not having a meta conversation. I gave you the mathematical formula for calculating
Oh, that's on.
the drift depending on latitude.
This is why, why do you guys y'all get surprised when people call y'all idiots? Like, look what y'all doing right now, man.
Going you?
Yeah, shut your whole ass up.
And y'all proud. You see, look at the insults, man. This is shit is insane.
The
You
acting is
have
terrible,
no
by the way.
self-awareness.
No self awareness. Indio. I mean, I will cook you in any fucking 1v1 debate you want to have, man.
Your acting
Yeah, you're
is
doing a
trash, bro.
great job right now.
Just from like homie to homie, like at least take some
There's
acting
literally
skills, dog.
nobody else talking, bro. This is a 1v1 debate.
So where's the citation?
Hey, buddy, in a debate, the moderator would hold your feet to the fire to demonstrate what a 3-star fix is, and you'd be stuck on that point, and the debate would be over.
That's correct.
So where is who just
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, man.
So Indio didn't post it. Indio's a goddamn moron.
Yeah, listen. You're too dumb to even know you're getting fucked up.
You didn't post the citation, bro. Like you're a moron.
Yeah, I listen.
Well, what you're looking for?
Listen, bro. If
You're
I
looking
post no more citations, I posted 10 more than you.
UAV entering the AO.
Yeah, that's right, dude. If I post 0 more citations, I posted 10 more than you. Because you posted 0.
You know what? Citations exist. Even fallacies exist that are named after assuming that models mean your position is correct. Did you know that?
another straw man fallacy. Where's the citation?
How's that a straw man fallacy?
You have to find one you'll understand because you're dumb.
India, are you still looking for the citation? Why is it taking so?
No, I have it, but I have to find one that you'll understand because you're fucking dumb. Do you understand?
You don't have the citation, buddy.
I mean, I could just take a screenshot of all the citations that I have, and there's probably like 50 sitting here, but I need one that you understand because that's the goal, is to make you understand. Doesn't matter what I think.
A flat earther just told me I need to understand.
Yeah, that's right.
As if this day can't get any more crazy, man.
How is that crazy? You haven't made one factual fucking claim in 2 hours.
Oh, I'm gonna say last time. So edits, so much measurements. If you just give me image permission,
Yeah. Okay. Measurements how? With what device?
bro, you can clearly
Closest-
see it's. Fuck man, you're a moron.
Clearly
Man.
see
I
what?
can't do.
We can clearly see what?
Bro, you're a moron.
Yeah, we heard you say that already.
Yeah,
You
dog.
have no,
Like
you have no credibility.
let me find this. Like,
Would professional pilots be good enough? Would professional pilots be good enough? Is that a high enough authority?
sure.
There's-
Let's say yeah.
There's one.
So listen, this is like this is a
Uh-huh.
measurement, right? Because and this is a measurement you can clearly see it's a huge drop. Uh, I just can't wait. Like you guys are probably about to say the dumbest rebuttal. Yeah, I might not even give a rebuttal.
Measurement of what? Where'd you post it?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm about to post it right now. But since I don't have image link, I'm gonna have to send it through link.
You don't have VC verified? Yeah,
I
you
do.
do.
I don't have
Post in the
image.
chat,
I don't
man. So what? It
have,
won't embed. Just post it. We don't fucking trust you. You're a liar.
I'm posting it. Hold on. Because morons like you like to deny, so I'm gonna post all the evidence.
Dude.
I haven't posted anything yet.
You
You
guys
haven't
still don't
given
have them.
us anything to deny in the first place. You're just all gums, dude.
You said other people basically came in and said other people. And we those people are done and gone, passed through all the servers, got shot down everywhere. They're done.
Do y'all really like not notice that like the shit y'all say is like retarded?
That's really not an argument, and it's not a refutation of the shit we say. All you're telling us is that you don't understand what we say because you're dumb.
Bro, saying the
So
earth is flat.
instead of acknowledging, I dare you to say it. Say what? Saying the earth is flat is dumb?
No, saying the earth is flat is dumb itself, bro. What are you
Why?
talking
Why
about?
is that? Why would that be dumb?
Well, it's not, bro. I don't know
Why
what
would
to tell
that
you.
be dumb?
Because it's not flat, bro.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that it's not flat?
Bro, satellite pictures, bro, but y'all gonna deny because
Okay,
y'all are morons.
but say you don't own a TV and you're in the Amazon rainforest and you think the Earth is flat. Are they dumb?
What does that have
Say
to do with anything?
you live in Tonga, right? So you're in an island in the Pacific and you look around you, everything looks flat. Are they dumb?
No, I don't know what
Yeah,
relevancy that
your
has.
argument is stupid. Okay, you're stupid. It's like arguing with a child, dude. It's just basic Billy bullshit.
Can I send a link here? Let me see. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So what's this show?
Yeah, it shows a drop, moron.
A drop from what?
Bro, 15-story building, bro. The distance 14.4 miles, bro. Ocean elevation, bro. 11 feet, bro.
Yeah. What should we see on a flat Earth?
Well, first of all, if it's the Earth is flat, bro, like it'll be zero, bro. Like zero height reference, right? Like, we should.
Well, shouldn't it at least be like 11 foot 3 inches? You don't even know, do you? You're fucking so dumb. Holy shit, you're fucking so dude. This is actually painful, man. I'm actually sorry for insulting you because it's pointless to insult you. It's not like you're gonna get smarter from me insulting you. You don't even know you're this dumb.
Okay, so let's see this, right? Because Indio is
So
like,
what? No. So what? What? This crosshair. Where would it intersect on a flat Earth on this building? How high would that be above the bottom of the building? Jesus Christ, dude! You don't like. You
And-
can't just look from your own picture.
And knowing that of that time lapse that I showed you, are those buildings squashed or are they elongated in this picture? Tell me so that we understand where this is really happening.
Bro, it's atmospheric refraction, bro. It's obviously lifting it up, bro. It's like it's being bent right
It's
through the.
obviously lifting it up.
Refraction.
So listen,
What's
India,
the obvious part that's being obviously lifted up? Where do I look? What feature am I looking for that's obviously lifting it up? Where?
India, let's see you deny that.
There's nothing to deny. You haven't presented any evidence for your claim,
It's
dude. You're just saying, look at this. And I'm asking you, what is it telling me? What am I supposed to discern from this shit? Are you saying that you can't get a visual effect like this on a flat Earth? That's why I asked you. Why is this not possible on a flat Earth?
wait, is curve possible on a flat
No,
Earth?
how is this curved, dude?
What do you mean?
You're not,
How's it?
seeing, you're not seeing curve, right? You think the building should be picked up or you should see something else, right? But because you don't see the bottom of the buildings, you think you should see the bottom of the buildings. And you think because on a flat Earth, you believe that if the Earth was flat, you'd see the bottom of the buildings. And if the Earth is curved, you won't see the bottom of the buildings. Well, what if you're wrong that on a flat Earth, you also won't see the bottom of the buildings? See, because that's the problem. Think that pictures like this are impossible on a flat Earth. That's wrong. Incorrect. Provably wrong by demonstration. I don't have to know why. We can replicate this visual effect on a surface that we know is flat.
Okay, look at the second. Look at the second image I sent.
Can't see it curved from an airplane.
Well, what are we?
What
What are we seeing right there, idiot? Shut up. As we can't curve from airplane while looking at fur from an airplane.
An airplane is nowhere high enough to see curve. Dude.
Why do we see then you fucking?
That stuff is not.
I already explained that to you when you said shit about the balloons. Okay. What is the temperature outside of the window? What's the temperature inside the airplane? What causes refraction? Changes in temperature. So if it's negative 40 degrees outside of the fucking airplane, and the airplane window has 3 panes of fucking glass, and it's 70 degrees inside the airplane, you are not going to get a true image of what's outside the airplane. Right? You ever put on a pair of Coke Battle lenses, eyeglasses? You don't need corrective lenses? The world looks all fucked up?
Uh-oh.
So temperature could affect the curvature of the Earth. You guys are more.
No. There is no
Wow.
curvature of the Earth to affect.
Right. See, now you have to prove that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we did with the laser test, bro.
FE core, that's what you get.
bro, that laser test that you showed, bro. We can literally show measurements of curvature, bro.
Where?
Can you trace them out for us on the wall? Or would that be too complicated to make something physical, or is this just imaginary?
No, so far it looks like. It looks like I think a flat Earth should not look, therefore it's not flat.
So is that rainbow
this is
horizontal?
evidence.
The rainbow should be horizontal too, by their calculation, right?
Why? You know what I mean? You guys just throw words that I fucking say.
We're looking for the curve, the Earth curve. Like, how do you, as a human, draw it on the wall so all the kids know what that looks like, and the construction workers and the surveyors and the engineers? They got to know, right? One of you guys got to be able to draw that shit out.
Oh yeah. So everything I said, I posted a citation, and you just been blathering.
Where's the citation?
Dude, which one? Scroll up, brother. So the one we were talking about, because that's the thing we're on, right? The airplane window. So at 8, what is it?
So watch this. I'm going to show you guys this. Watch
Oh
this.
God,
When you-
just get out. There's something else. So at 8:15, 8:18, I posted design steps to temperature and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging, and I took a screenshot, and it tells you the things you have to take into account in order to properly collect images that preserve the geometry of the things you're
Oh,
taking photographs of.
send me the link.
Otherwise, this wouldn't.
Send me the link. How do I know this is like not edited from something else, bro? Send me the link so I can read it myself.
Fuck you, dude.
Oh.
No, I'll give you a link. It's called Google Scholar. Go on Google Scholar. It's scholar.google.com. It has all sorts of peer-reviewed published papers. Type in design steps to temperature and air and pressure insensitive optical systems for digital aerial imaging. Hit enter, and a bunch of them will come up. Copies of the same exact thing.
Look at that right there, buddy.
And then you can come back. If this isn't exactly what I said, you can come back and expose me as a liar. Isn't that tempting?
Look at that right there, bro. What's up with you?
What is that? Who cares?
Flat Earth, you
Oh,
show them flat Earth pictures.
Not a hill
well,
of
that
water.
farther back, bro, it's going more over the curve, bro.
Not a hill of
You don't
water.
even. Did you really? After all the time, you don't even understand the black swan? Really? Holy fucking Jesus Christ Almighty!
Hey pal.
Somebody
this
said
boy
less
from Stupid
refraction. You guys are
Okay,
more.
so let me tell you what the black swan argument is. It's the distance to the horizon. It's not about whether the oil rigs are not in or behind the curve or not, or cut off by the horizon, or too low or too high. So the oil rigs are a known distance from the camera. The horizon is farther than the oil rig's distance that we know, the known distance from the camera. But the horizon's only supposed to be a mile away, according to the globe math. But it's beyond 10 miles. So you have a problem that the horizon is 10 times too far and only fits a globe whose radius is as large as the lunar orbit.
Allegedly.
Alleged lunar orbit. Yes. After all this time, you still don't even understand the fucking argument. Dude, seriously. Whoever's training you, man, you need a new sensei, man. Your globe master sucks.
This is about to be. Oh, this is about to be terrible for you guys. Look at that. Now what?
Not a hill of water.
Really?
So
Now
in
what?
response to that is the actual video that's clipped from. You can see that's actually just a flat, straight horizon out there. You lost again. Let's try something new.
Where's
Boom,
that?
checkmate.
Let's see that. How about that?
Bro, I'm
Come on,
gonna
you got
start
to be
your
able
phone
to
here.
find something.
Why don't you use your brain? If you go to like Pontchartrain and see Earth curve, wouldn't it be a tourist attraction? Wouldn't they just set up like a little shack at the end of the frickin' bridge or these power lines? Like, come to like Pontchartrain, see Earth curve.
Yeah, they'd have a wall up so you couldn't really get a good view unless you went down to the shack and paid them like $20 to stand
That's
on
right,
there.
man.
Here.
You need to fence it off, right? Fence off the side of the lake so no one can get a free view.
So the response to the Earth drop, Earth is a sphere thing.
It's not Earth curve, dude.
That's not even from. This dude is a moron, bro. Starting the video off, bro. Like you can't even see the actual angle that it's at to see the curve, bro. Like you guys are morons.
There's no curve to see.
You clipped yours from that.
No, we didn't, bro. That's like, what are you talking about? You can clearly see it's going over the curve, bro, and the lines go off, bro.
We showed you it's not. Oh, sorry.
How do you show me it's not?
The power lines curve down, but you can still hold on. You can see the power lines, quote unquote, what you think is going over the Earth curve, but you can see the fucking shore on the other beyond them. So how is it going down over a curve before the fucking horizon? How do you go over the curb, which is the horizon, before you reach the horizon?
The photo I sent, you can't see, bro.
I'm
Land
talking
beyond.
about the GIF. The GIF, and your photo comes from that GIF. Not probably specifically from the GIF, but the video from which this GIF was taken. I got the same video. This video is old. This was taken by who took this? What was his name? Anybody remember his name, dude? I can't
He was
remember
in
his
here,
name.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. He's the one that lived out there, and he took that video. Oh, I remember his name.
He always used to ask Rick and Kiwi what is light, right? Is that him?
I'm not
Rakia.
sure. Yeah,
Rakia.
yeah, that's
Real
right.
light.
Wait, is
He
no
took
way
that
like
photo.
like
So look at the end of this GIF, right? Right at the end, when he's zoomed max out, you can see the other shoreline. How is the horizon going around? How's the power lines going over the curb when it hasn't reached the horizon yet, which is the curb, according to you guys?
Yeah, you can clearly see the other side. I'm watching it again.
I'm not denying that, bro. It's just
So it's not curved then.
no, it is curved. It's still curved, bro.
So you're zooming in around the curve then? That's when he had a P900. That's when I got my P900, like about a few
Bro.
months after that. And I didn't do any, I don't have that kind of
Refraction,
traveling
bro.
there. What now? It's refraction bends shit up in the air like that?
Refraction.
I posted a picture. I posted a picture, and I want you to tell me if my table that the stuff is on is a globe or not.
That's not your table, bro. Fuck off. Is this table a sphere? No,
How do you know it's not his table?
Cause I seen the video, bro. This isn't his fucking table.
Stop the cap.
The half of the cars.
I didn't know tables did all that stuff either. I thought they just sat there. But
Okay, so from that table, you can tell it's not mine, but you can't tell me whether it's a sphere or not.
The table, bro. The table is that's a straw man fallacy, bro.
is it
Come
a
on, man. He
sphere
works at
table
a
or?
furniture store. He sold the table to the person that made the video, man. He knows it's not you, AI.
Do you not even know what a straw man fallacy is, dude?
I do, bro.
Yeah, what is it?
I don't have to say. You just did it right in front of everyone in this fucking chat.
I want you to explain it to me because listen. I'm clearly inferior to your intellect, and I need to learn from the master. So, could you please teach me?
But you really don't know what the fuck a straw man fallacy.
Yeah, you truly don't know. Do you need to send him
different
Bitcoin to teach
context.
him?
Can you drink out of one?
You obviously know, bro. It's like, bro, when you misrepresent.
Hey, did you know that humans are actually adept at coming up with the meanings of word if they listen to it in the consistent context repeatedly? But you haven't been able to use it in a consistent context, so I still can't understand it.
No, that GIF with somebody screaming refraction, that's funny as fuck. I'm gonna definitely say that. But other than that, bro, obviously you know what refraction, I mean not refraction, you know what straw man means, right? Like
Okay, let's assume I do. Why don't you tell me how posting an image and asking you if the table's a sphere is a straw man in any way?
bro, it's like when you're misrepresenting my argument, right? Like
I'm asking you a question. I'm not actually attacking your argument whatsoever. So, is the table a sphere or not?
straw man fallacy, bro.
Yeah, brother. We understand, dude, that you're coping, right? We get it. Now, if you wanna succeed here, feel free to submit your IEP, and we'll accommodate your disability. No problem.
Guys are morons. Not like so. I still
again.
Still no model, bro. Come on.
Model of what?
The globe, we know.
No, it's no model flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, but
what's that mean?
You have to measure something to make a model of it, right?
What are you talking about, dude? I
Okay,
just modeled your Pontchartrain observation on a flat table, dude.
So you just proved flat Earth. Good job.
Yes, sir. That looked like a Lake Pontchartrain flat table to me. Horizontal as heck.
So you guys just deny all the evidence I
So
said.
you deny the flat table was curved? Do you
Yeah.
not?
No, we don't
The
deny the
official-
evidence you sent. You sent evidence, but it's not evidence of what you think it is.
Right, it's evidence for flat Earth. You just
Yo, you
didn't know it.
terrestrial refraction model
How
that can be.
dumb are you that all you can send is flat Earth proof, but you think you did what with a globe?
You guys do know. So you guys said we never measured any curvature, correct?
Yeah, you asked us that already. Like, dude, like your script is busted, bro. You literally already asked that. So 2 times now, you said the exact same thing you had previously said.
If 5 and 7
Crazy,
help,
man.
refer back to 3.
You
He
guys,
said,
You working like tech support? Like you gonna tell me to unplug my modem next?
so you guys, so you guys are basically saying y'all debunked. So correct me if I'm wrong. Let's go.
You didn't even
Let's,
understand your own arguments, bro. You didn't
it
understand
debunks
you
itself.
posted the black swan and didn't understand what the black swan even is.
let's do a
The Earth
summary.
debunks your claim, brother.
Let's do a
Nobody
summary.
else has to do that. It does it itself with water.
So let's do a summary of this entire thing, right? So
Yeah, go
number
swim around in the stars. Tell
Yeah,
us all about
let's do a
celestial.
summary of the entire thing. I'll post the link to the YouTube stream so anybody can just watch it. It doesn't have to have you try to spin it.
So number one, you guys debunked Jesse, right?
Yeah, and we posted we posted the audio, the text,
Us
like
did.
the evidence. Yes,
Bunch of
Number
us did, not just one person. A whole bunch of us.
Yeah,
number
the
two,
guy that looks 800 miles away with it, the ad light. Yeah, we
no,
debunked that goofball.
number two, y'all debunked a celestial navigation.
Earth did. Water
Wait,
did, stupid.
hold on, bro.
Water.
So
It's
y'all
water
debunked.
that does it. Water debunks all your dumbass claims that aren't real because it's real and physical. Why is it so hard for you, brother?
Can this dude shut up? Jesus. Number
No,
two,
can you write something down?
so
Water,
y'all,
write that word down.
bro, could somebody please tell this dude shut up? Number two, y'all debunked celestial navigation expert Protothad.
Water did.
What makes you think he's an expert?
Expert.
Hold
And
on.
he
What
has.
makes you hold on? What makes you think he's an expert?
What do you mean an expert, bro? He has a literal. He's a sailor, bro. He has a literal ship.
Wait, what? Listen, that doesn't make him an expert.
He knows, bro.
Debunking cartoons doesn't make anybody an expert. Your guys show cartoons and say they debunked reality with a fucking cartoon. How
Okay,
sad do you got to be? All you need to
okay,
do is get the aquarium with curved water.
Earthers are the
okay.
king
I'm on trial and I want to hire somebody to testify as an expert. Do I call Protothad?
for celestial navigation. Yes,
Yes, there's a. Okay, what was his credentials be?
he's a sailor, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so when I tell the court he's a sailor in the opposition, right, the other party, right,
They,
they're not going to protest
they
that this guy's not an expert.
he
But I'm going to
does.
say, but he's a sailor, and they're going to go, okay, let him testify as an expert because he's a
Besides the
sailor.
sailor.
Does
Because he owns
celestial
a
nav-
boat. Yeah, because he owns a boat.
bro? He does
I want a
celestial nav-
boat.
and he debates celestial navigation, bro.
Yeah, he gets fucking cooked.
It was posted in here already for you.
Dude, why don't you go in the search tab, type in Protothad, and look all the times he's been fucking destroyed in this fucking server, dude. He's been around for years.
He's a
How about
pretty
I get
cool cartoon guy.
He might even have been on the old server.
how about I get Prototat in here right in the fuck now?
Yeah, get
Yeah,
him
go
in
ahead.
here so he can prove flat
Because
Earth
he's
for you.
banned for not answering questions. He won't actually answer questions. You ask him to clarify or specify with anything, he just repeats himself like a broken record, right?
Oh, so he's
So if you
banned.
say he'll make yeah, so like if he'll make a claim and then you go, okay, what's the evidence for that claim? He just repeats the claim as if it's true. Such as I'll give you an example. 60 nautical miles. I actually did this already today with somebody else. The stars drop 60 nautical miles per degree. I said, okay, what's the evidence for that? Everybody knows that. Oh, you don't believe that? No, asking me questions is not evidence, right? The measurements that verified that it's 60 nautical miles per degree.
Belief
You guys
isn't
didn't
either.
ban So y'all banned Jesse and Prototype, the two biggest debunkers of y'all. Fuck off, man.
They are?
Stop the cap.
Really? They are. They're the two biggest debunkers, those two.
Wait, let's go over the Jesse thing again. So you guys say, that Jesse was debunked because he lied about the distance at what he measured, right? Correct?
No.
Jesse gets medicine. He's ADD.
He's using his equipment beyond the specifications of the equipment.
So?
That means they're not accurate.
How?
Yeah, let me ask you this question, friend. Friend, let me ask this question. You understand Call of Duty, right? That's
No, you
fake. In the real army, you don't use a red dot sight to take on a target, 2K away, dude.
Guess
You
what?
use a scope that has proper magnification, right?
Guess what, moron? He wasn't measuring in a video game.
Right, exactly. So in reality, when you're shooting short range,
Ron.
you use one type of scope, and when you're shooting long range, you use an entirely different scope setup, right?
Is that relevant to the conversation, dog?
Yes, it's 100% relevant, okay? It's called target engagement range. You don't use a scope that's used for engaging 150 to 300 meters
That's
to
who,
engage
bro?
somebody 2,000 meters.
That's who.
Holy crap, dude.
Oh, that's your
Dude,
argument.
a question like that doesn't even need an answer, dude. Your
me a
stupidity is unveiled for itself, dude. Anybody with a rational brain understands that a sniper doesn't use, a red dot scope. He uses a long range magnification scope, right?
Yo, AI,
Goodness sake.
imagine him in combat, right? He has to engage a target at freaking 1,000 yards, and he's got the red dot, and they're like, "Man, that loadout ain't gonna work." And he's like, "Says who?"
Yeah, dude, you realize
Whatever's being
You
refracted
realize
should be shot at.
you could submit this to the United States government and save millions of dollars. Just tell the government, hey, all those long range optics you keep buying? Oh, you don't need them. Just buy short range optics. They work at an infinite distance.
That was my joke. That was my joke. I said you take the Planters
Theodolite
Peanut
sniper
guy's
scope.
monocle. No, you
Yep.
take the Planters Peanut guy's monocle, the
Yes.
monocle, and then you replace the A1, the Abrams A1 tank. You replace the sight on the tank with the monocle from the Mr.
Yes.
Peanut guy.
Yeah, they're all
And
the
you
same.
save millions. It's all the same, right?
Bro, what?
You don't even understand, man.
He doesn't even know who Mr. Peanuts is.
Hey pal.
No, I'm
Hey,
gonna tell
He doesn't know what a monocle is.
you
hey, at home, when you go to Home Depot to buy a laser rangefinder, right? There's different ones. Some are cheap and some are expensive. What's different about the ones that cost more money than the ones that are cheap? I wonder.
Is this relevant?
Yeah.
Oh God. Yes, it's relevant.
Okay, so in Home Depot, when you go there and you buy a level, you can look down the aisle. They have levels that are 2 inches long, 6 inches long, 8 inches long, 2 feet long, 3 feet long, 4 feet long, 6 feet long, 78 inches long, 8 feet long, dude. Why do they have different length levels?
What does the fuck this has to do with curvature? But I'm out, man. You guys are morons.
The curve's never different than itself.
Theodolites don't work for an infinite distance. They have a specification based upon the model, and then you can go up to the most expensive long distance model. In fact, the ones that are the most long distance models ones, they don't even make anymore. You can't even buy them. Okay, that would be the T2 Wild theodolite, right?
Well,
Which was made like back in the 1970s.
You didn't measure from an
He
infinite,
puts
bro.
them on his sniper rifle. He's got one on his 9mm. He's got a theodolite hooked up. Jesse told him, he said, put that theodolite. And then,
So you guys hate Jesse
No,
because
I mean he's a weasel, but other than that, he's fine. He's a disingenuous weasel.
How's he
Yeah, he
dissing
does
Jesse?
have a weaselous laugh. When he tells you to use the old
Because
light for your sniper rifle, that's pretty weird, don't you think?
Bro, Indio
because
just
Jesse talks in a soft voice and tries to sound reasonable. That's not really what he thinks. He's a phony.
Indio just told me that Jesse's measurement is falsified because he measured past the distance of the
Where'd he
maximum
measure at? Where'd he put
distance.
the
Okay,
flag at
now
that you
hold
can
on.
go?
You wanted to know what a straw man is? You just did it.
How?
I didn't say
Exactly.
anything you just said. Not a
You're a
fucking word
liar.
of it.
Oh, you're actually a liar. We're gonna be able to rewind this back. You're a liar.
Yeah. So I said Jesse's measurement is falsified because he used the equipment beyond the distance. That's bullshit. I didn't say that.
You're a
Faulty
I
use of
said
the
that. Listen,
equipment.
I said that his instrument, he's using it beyond the specification of the instrument. That means his quote unquote measurement is fucking useless.
Correct.
How?
For the 10th time tonight that we
Because you
told you.
can't draw conclusions when you use something beyond the specification of the instrument, according
did
not to
it.
me, but to the manufacturer of the fucking
He did.
instrument.
What does it have to do with
He said
measuring the
he
drop?
didn't. A dirt. He didn't.
Why is there a distance? Why is there a distance limit? Why did they print that in the spec sheet?
Measure the drop.
Jesse's right, not the guys who made the theodolite.
Because
Let's
there's
just
a
go with
drop.
fucking
So at
Jesse.
1,500 meters, there's a drop that they can't see past at 1,500 meters. That's only
Still
1.5. That's only 1.5 kilometers, dude. There's no drop in 1.5 kilometers.
At all.
What's the drop? Fucking 3 inches?
3 inches of vision.
No. They know that the further you look, the thing that you invoked, refraction, which don't exist in the way you think it exists, they know that that is going to confound the measurements, right? You already
Correct.
have problems with wind, sun, things like that. They take lots of measurements and they use a weighted mean to write down a measurement, right? They take several of them and they try to use short distances because the shorter the distance, the more accurate it is. Not because there's more earth curve, it's because the confounding variable of things like skunk bait that was already posted, those are eliminated.
And looking forward isn't measuring, especially that far away with a theodolite. You're not met. You're just staring at shit.
So who was the moron that said level means curve? I mean, level doesn't mean curved.
It doesn't mean curved.
Get your
If level meant
protractor level
curve,
out and
you would
show it.
listen. If level meant curve, that means if you leveled a floor, it would curve.
Correct. And you'd be able to draw that on the wall, dumbass. It would match the
But
top of the
nobody in
protractor.
the
The
nobody in
top
the
of
history of man used a level to curve a floor.
Talking about
Ever.
water. We're talking about
No.
water.
Yeah, how do you
Water is
think a
horizontal.
level, a physical level works?
We're talking about water, bro. Water
How
in the
does a
ocean.
Yeah,
physical
water's horizontal.
what's inside a physical level?
That's irrelevant to the discussion. So
No,
listen.
there's water inside of it and there's a bubble. And when the water's
Bro,
level, the bubble
water,
goes to the top and it goes between two lines. That's how you know
bro.
the level is level.
When it comes to the
Water.
ocean, level means curved, bro. Every surveyor can tell you that.
No,
Every
it doesn't when
surveyor.
you're slow.
Yeah, give me one surveyor that says the opposite.
Not a hill
India.
of water.
Okay, Crystal
Tell me
Matra.
nobody's leveled the fucking ocean or measured the
Gave you
ocean
one,
like that as
Crystal
a surveyor.
Matra.
That's just a name, bro. Where's the
Every frickin'
He's a
surveyor
flat
that
earther.
works, an
so
actual surveyor.
Mike
Yeah.
Battlemon.
so a flat Earth surveyor?
Oh, so now it's a qualifier. Give me a globe Earth surveyor that says level's not correct. That it
Where's
now?
the
So
evidence?
dishonest.
You just said a name. Where's the evidence?
Okay,
I want to
hold on.
know
I'll post a
survey in the
video with
ocean.
space in it.
The Gilberts. How do they survey curves in the ocean? Don't they need a marking on the wall to match? Don't they curve
No,
better to match a curve of Earth, the imaginary thing that you're supposed to be trying to match up to? Aren't you supposed to have a physical fucking reference which you cannot put on the wall? Go get your fucking globe buddies. Tell them to draw you out the Earth curve on the wall. Start it out from one end to the next. I bet you none of them do it. They're going to look at you like you're fucking dumb. Doesn't exist.
So, unlike you, I posted my evidence again in the chat where you're just gabbing. Dude's been a surveyor for over 30 years now.
All are just morons.
Fucking level this. This is like amateur night at the Apollo, man.
Holy shit, my phone is about.
Yeah, I bet you it is.
Like not connecting to the satellite correctly.
It's
Hey,
gonna die.
Jesse and Peter are on the politics. They're wondering where everyone's at. And I was like, yeah, we're over on the prime server, the main server. And they wanted to partake, but I told them that it's not up to me.
Fuck Jesse.
What about Peter?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know Peter's band, quite honestly.
he's server banned with the server banned role.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me.
Peter's actually developed as an individual over the past months.
I posted both their
I
user
know
IDs. in
AA
locker
does
room.
wonders, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably let them step in for a minute, Indio, so that this clown here can hear what it's like to get the real guy smoked live.
I posted both their IDs in locker room.
Let's just all be clear.
Oh, okay,
Jesse thinks that he used the theodolite to watch a boat go out into the ocean, and it actually rose in altitude and then sank in altitude.
Oh,
Like
so
you
kind of
went
like
over.
time lapse. Kind of like that time
Yeah,
lapse.
exactly. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, things go up and down. That's why I was wondering. In the building one, was the building tall? Was it short at that time? We don't know yet.
That's called bumpy Earth. That's like the ocean has bumps in it, like a dog's chew toy. Tried to help him realize how dumb that was, but he couldn't get it. Okay, so for the slow kids in the back, if you level your device and it's level, and you believe that level constantly changes from your position, that means as the boat goes away from you, it would constantly be reducing in altitude from the level that's created by your device. So for it to raise in altitude would be an anomaly. So his entire methodology is incoherent.
It not only raises, it goes farther out than itself, down below itself, backward, back around and under your feet. That's what your horizontal level is supposed to do on a globe in your imagination. But when you build stuff, that's not what it does. It makes cubes, rectangles. What the fuck? I mean, shit, go get your horizontal rulers and levels and go build us a sphere with them.
Can we just do like an instant arena?
More on
Dude, who named him Peachard, man? That's fucking funny as fuck, bro.
Yo, yeah,
you
I
morons
think
still don't have any
I'm going
yet.
for that nickname, Master King.
Yo, are you ready to actually answer my question, India?
Which one? Why are you gay?
Yeah, so because good Ham. So because he was
That's not an
beyond
question.
because he was beyond the exceeding limit, How does that falsify him measuring drop?
It's not a falsification. It means his data is junk.
How? He's measured the drop,
He's not
retard.
measuring the drop. He's not measuring drop because what he's seeing out there beyond the specification, he doesn't know if it's drop or not. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The sun. You ever hear of the flattening of the sun on the horizon? You ever hear of this?
The flattening
When
of
the
the
sun
sun.
sets, it looks like it gets flat.
Feels like something a flat earther would say.
No, it's mainstream fucking goddamn physics, dude, or astronomy. It's mainstream astronomy. It's not flat Earth stuff. It's called the flattening of the sun. It's well fucking known, dude. I'm sure you've seen it. At least a picture of it. The flattening of the sun. So as the sun approaches the horizon, it gets distorted and crushed, right?
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah.
Okay, why does that happen?
Refraction.
Okay. Now, if you're looking, the further the distance you look, the more this variable, quote unquote, refraction, which really ain't refraction, but let's call it that, just to avoid the argument. It's a refraction. Things get compressed and crushed in the distance. So they say don't use it past this distance because your measurements will not be accurate.
Yeah, but does it say your measurements will come out to curve if you go beyond the succeeding limit?
It's not coming out to curve. They're measuring a displacement of an angle.
Oh, this dude is a fucking idiot, man. Like you can clearly see in the document, it says curve.
What document is that?
Oh fuck, you're blind. So
What
I
document?
knew
What
you wasn't
document?
reading my document.
What document? So how do I get curve from an angle? Theodolites measure angles. They don't measure curve.
Look at you going off the rails again, man.
No. Theodolites, which you said Jesse uses, measures angles, not a curve. So if I set up a theodolite, right, and I level it, this is the first thing you do, you level it. And then you set the theodolite at 0, 0, 0, 0 degrees. Now you have a horizontal line, right? That's the first thing you do. And then you measure, you move it, and put the crosshair on something. Then you look down at the little readout, and it says an angle. That means that the light from that thing is coming in as from some direction. And when you put the crosshair on it, you're aligning the crosshair with the direction it's coming in at. Then it's entering the theodolite. It's not measuring curve, dude.
He measured a drop, moron.
No, he's not measuring a drop.
Here you go,
he's
right
measuring an angle of arrival of a light.
The document is right there, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't care. I don't care what the document says because I know what it does.
And I knew this. I knew.
Okay, so tell me. I set up my theodolite. Something's off in the distance. I measure it has a depression angle of 1/10 of a degree. What's the drop?
Measured a huge drop, bro.
Yeah, what is the drop of 1 degree? How much is that in feet?
Bro, is that like relevant to the
What is the drop of 1 degree in feet?
Is that relevant to the conversation?
Yes, it is. It's exactly relevant.
Bro, because if we're talking drop, then that means you're admitting that he measured
The drop of what? The drop of what?
Bro.
That's what we're talking about. The drop of what? How do you get the drop from an angle? You don't even know what you're talking about. This is so fucking sad, bro.
Did you not watch the video, bro? You're a fucking moron.
Don't need to watch.
You
First of all, I
dumbass.
probably already saw it. If it's Jesse's video, I probably already saw it.
It is Jesse's video.
And I probably already saw it.
And he showed how the fuck he did it, man.
He comes in here every other night, buddy.
How'd he do it? He measured an angle, right?
The missing height, the calculated delta,
The
bro.
missing height. Missing from what? What do you mean missing? What do you mean missing? So why does the sun flatten? You already admitted that the sun flattens. That means that the sun appears lower than it actually is.
You don't have a
Is
model.
that because of Earth curve? So does the sun get flat because of Earth curve?
Nope.
So all this shit that you're talking about, that you're saying this is Earth curve, we have demonstrated this shit on known flat surfaces. All of it.
Yeah, accounting for refraction law, bro.
It doesn't matter what the reason is. We know it's not Earth curve
Why is it not Earth curve, bro?
because it's a known flat surface. So
Earth
you
is a
eliminate that variable. You say, hey, we're going to do this observation. What's the
Earth is,
variable that we want to get rid of? We'll get rid of Earth curve as a variable. So that means that whatever observation we make, we know it can't be Earth curve because when we set up the experiment, we eliminated that variable.
and y'all just
Can we
gonna
get the same visual effect? Yes, we can.
let this dumb motherfucker
Yeah,
say
that's
that
really an argument.
Earth is, what did you say, a planar surface? Yeah, you're a fucking moron, man. Like, what is the point?
That's a great argument. It's an awesome argument. I'm so super convinced, man. You changed my mind.
Prove that Earth's surface is a plane, bro. First, you have to prove.
Did already the laser tests. You want more? I can give you more. Okay, so the Knickerbein radars, 10,000 mile radio transmissions,
Yeah, bro,
300 mile, the 300 mile site observations from sea level in the Southern Ocean. I mean, I
hear
could
the
go on and on. Canagoo,
Did you hear the explanation, bro?
Bolivian salt flats. The explanation for what?
Bro,
For which one?
For the radio.
What's the explanation?
Bro, it bounces off. I forgot specifically what it was, but it bounces off something to
That's
make
an
it.
ex. Yeah,
Wait,
but what's the evidence for that? Who cares what the story is? We want the evidence.
bro.
So a 10,000 mile radio transmission, UK to Australia, ionospheric bounce doesn't work because the number of times it would have to bounce, it would have to be flat. Plus, the ionospheric theory, so the main thing you don't know about is anything about the ionospheric theory, hypothesis, is that it only goes far at night. It doesn't go far during the day. But they did these radio transmissions during the day, not at night. So during the day, they're only supposed to go a few hundred miles, several hundred miles. It's at night they go thousands of miles. But they did these transmissions during the day.
Indio, notice how you're talking all this, and you never did a 1v1 debate against any true Glober, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
sure. There's
we
fucking
got two
hundreds
people.
of hours of me smashing people. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. I don't even know how many hundreds of videos probably.
Wait, did we not just watch that happen live?
Yeah, Peter's here now, but Jesse can't make it because he can't figure out how
Is
to use
Peter?
the vanity invite.
Well, hold on. Is Peter a true Glober? Because I've smashed him a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, Peter.
I'm the truest of all
He loves
Globers.
Jesse. He loves Jesse too.
Yeah, but Peter has also advanced his palate to deconstructing retarded Globers for public consumption, which is rather entertaining.
I mean, you got to get your jolly somewhere.
I mean, you guys cannot have a monopoly on dunking on dumb Globers. I mean, it's fun, right?
I mean, to a degree. Dunking on this guy ain't fun. It's frustrating.
He's dunking on himself.
Yeah, true. I mean,
Hey, I got a challenge for you. I want you to do a 3 fixed position. Yeah, no problem. What is that? Well, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, Peter. How come this guy won't tell us what he means by that?
A 3
I
star.
said asking for a friend, and he still ignored me. Like, harsh, man.
Most Globers don't explain the globe model very well, so statistically, he's probably one of those.
Maybe you can get Peter. Maybe you can get Mr. Cosmic to answer that question.
Well, it's a 3-star
What is the
fix. Well, he said he'd give us $500 if we could do a 3-star fix. So we asked him, "What's a 3-star fix?" And he said, "You don't know what a 3-star fix is."
On
topic. He won't tell us, so we don't know how to win the money.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on celestial navigation, so I wouldn't know either.
Who is an expert in navigation? Prototad, bro.
Yeah, and I asked you what made you say that, and you said he's a sailor. So what? That don't make him an expert on celestial navigation.
Are
Two
you a
people
flat?
on my street have both. Does that mean they're experts on celestial navigation?
Popeye's a fucking sailor. So what? He's an expert on social navigation.
Indio, are you a flat Earth expert?
I don't know what that even means, quite honestly.
You're a moron, bro. That's why you don't know what the fuck it means, man.
Well,
Well,
we're experts at
you're asking
debunking the
me.
globe.
You're asking me if I'm something that I don't know really what it is, and you're saying I'm a moron if I don't know some fucking shit you made up in your head.
That
Yeah,
laser.
okay. I'm sorry, I don't read minds.
He doesn't even know what he's saying, so how are you going to know what he's saying?
That laser measure thing that you just sent, secret Asian man. Number one, that's just refraction, right? Like that has all three of those has been debunked 3 times. So
Which one is refraction? Because there's like 8 in there.
let's try it. All 3.
Which one is refraction of those? Because there's a bunch in there.
All of them, bro.
Are they? They're all refraction. So even the 21-mile one at the Salt Lake, that's also refraction.
That's the biggest refraction.
Oh, so how do you explain the reflection off the water then? Yeah, so there's a reflection on the water of the laser. So how do you see that? So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how is the laser on the other side of the curve and bouncing off the water on your side of the hump and reflecting to your eye? How does that work? Explain it to us. How refraction can do those things. Because you can't, the reflection of the laser has to hit a real surface. It can't hit a refracted surface. It can't hit an imaginary optical illusion surface. It has to hit an actual physical surface to reflect off of it. So maybe you can tell us that one right there. So maybe you can tell us how it's reflecting off the water that's on the other side of the hump. So think about it like this. You have a hill. You have a laser. You're on one side of the hill. Somehow you reflect the laser off the other side of the hill and somebody sees the reflection. Maybe you can explain how that works in physical reality. Not a single fucking Glober has ever even remotely come close to an answer for this. Because there is no
I may
answer.
be
It's
the
not
first one.
possible. Oh yeah, let's hear this one, Peter.
Number 1, right?
I'll take a photo of a page I was reading earlier today from a book that has the answer to the question.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Great. What's the name of the
Indio,
book? How to win friends and influence people?
The name of the book? It's called, here it is, QED, The Strange Theory of Light and Matter.
Oh boy.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have anything to do with what I just said.
It has exactly to do with what you said.
Yeah, sure it does.
Mhm.
We'll see, won't we?
Okay, just give me a second.
You know, Indio's the king of straw men, so just take your time.
You don't even know what that is, as it was already established by AI. You don't know what even a straw man argument is.
I told you what it was. What are you talking about?
What is it? I missed that part. I heard you deflect.
You're misrepresenting my argument, bro.
What was your argument? Your argument was all this shit's caused by refraction. And if that was true, then this reflection would not be possible.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be hitting the water. There's no path.
I don't think I'm allowed to post images in the text chat. That's unfortunate.
Send it as a link. Like just send it as a link and it'll pop up.
I don't have a link. I have a photo that I just took on my phone.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I'm saying copy the link of the photo, like the message link.
He's good now.
Peter, go ahead. You're good.
There you go.
What do you guys say about that, Indio? I dare you.
Nothing is reflecting of any surface in that picture.
I dare
Just
you
a
to quote.
demonstration of the principle of the path of shortest time.
Yeah, that
The
doesn't
path of
address anything.
shortest time is a
Yeah.
rule in optics
So
and in quantum electrodynamics.
okay, so that doesn't address this, dude, because we see the source and a reflection of the source. This just shows the source going from cooler air to warmer air and bending up, right? So that's one light. We need
Yeah,
two
so
lights. We need two lights,
good, good,
bro.
good. So in the diagram that I shared, he's showing how you can see sky, which is the source of the light, both up and below what appears to be reflected of the road, but it's not reflected. So you see two skies. Did you read the text underneath that says you can see two skies, one above you and one below you, and they're the same sky? It's just that the photons are following different paths?
Okay, so that would be an inferior
You're
mirage.
welcome.
Yeah, so that would be an inferior mirage, and that's not what this is, because then the other lights, besides those lights, you would see. And this is a screenshot from the video, and at no point, and you can tell from the video that this is a reflection off of water and not an inferior mirage.
I
So
cannot
good
tell, but
try.
maybe.
Good try. You can tell from the video, which I'll now post, because you can tell from the video it's not an inferior mirage.
Oh, how can you?
Okay.
How can you tell?
Because nothing else is reflecting, Peter. Your fear mirage is not limited to
Well, there
one
isn't much
object.
to look at in the darkness. It's just the source of light. If the sky was the only object during daytime emitting light, maybe we would only see the sky up and sky reflected in quotes of the road.
Okay.
Huh?
They also
So there you
listen,
go.
Peter. Part of the video is during dusk,
Welcome to the globe.
and you can see the lights reflecting off the water. You can clearly see it's water. You can see the edge of the freaking water, ending at Salt Lake. You can see the lights at the Salt Lake reflecting off of clear water. And then when it becomes
Do you
dark,
have any
all the
measurements
lights
there? Do
are
you have
all
that
in the
measurement?
same. I don't care. I'm not care about convincing you. You're a fucking troll. So all the lights are in the same positions. They don't change. So it's dusk, it's daylight. You can see the lights reflecting off the light quantity you can clearly see in daylight. Then it gets dark, and the lights are all in the same positions. They don't change. So that eliminates your thesis.
That's an interesting claim you're making.
Do you want a timestamp?
No,
There, we'll get you one.
but I don't want one.
It's even addressed in the video.
Did you make the video?
No, and I don't need to.
Do you know the person who did?
No, and I don't need to.
Oh, okay. Just some computer generated images.
Possibly. But
I
that
mean,
would
it's
mean the
digital, I guess, right?
listen, even if it's computer generated images, you know what it's not? Refraction.
Yeah, doesn't have to be. Path of least time.
That is refraction, you dumb buck. It's called
One of the
Fermat's
things.
principle. Peter, it's awesome that you're just discovering these things now. Okay, that's awesome. I'm good on you for learning something. But you're not teaching anybody anything. I knew this shit 2 decades ago.
Me too.
Peter, 2 decades ago, you were like 5 fucking years old.
2 decades ago, I was 26.
I doubt it.
I don't.
Did you say you were in your 30s?
Hold on a second. No, hold on a second, Indio. I see the problem. Okay, Indio. He is not a young Indian boy, okay?
Not that I know of, no.
When you first came on the scene, you sounded like an Indian from a call center.
True.
Well,
Facts.
we all learn and grow.
So
India
just
has been doing this flat Earth thing for at least 2 decades. Go figure.
Turns out he's a pole.
no. See that? No. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. So Peter, you just got on band, dude. Give yourself a break and try not to be disingenuous. Okay. Nobody said I've been doing this for 2 decades. The
How long have
concepts
you
that
been a
you're
flat Earth
invoking,
believer, India?
I don't know, December 2017. It's not important.
What
The
happened in
concepts, the physics
2017?
concepts that you're just running into now, I knew about decades ago. Decades.
Okay, good on
Okay?
you.
You're just finding out about it, saying the principle of least time, like you just discovered something. Okay?
I didn't
Yeah.
discover. I had to pass an exam on that in 1999.
So I passed an exam on that in it's probably 92.
Good. I
So
wish I had met you back then. Maybe you would have helped me pass the exam.
I doubt it.
Me too.
I don't do charity. But I'm not gonna say that.
We all
Anyway.
want you to say it.
No, we don't, because then, I've been paid by
Come
people
on,
to.
make it
Oh, I
entertaining.
will say it. So I've been paid by people to take their college courses. Okay.
Did they want their money back?
No, they didn't want
Good.
their money back, Peter. And Peter, that's without seeing their textbook. So that should tell you something. I could actually post fucking emails in the chat of the interaction between me and them. Okay. I did
Why
this
don't you?
over a decade ago. Because
Let us have a look.
yeah, let you have a look. You're a fucking weird dude, man.
Yeah, he's always looking for information, and it's one of his unique features.
Yeah, and he never took the class. He was just trying to get out of me when I took mine. But I didn't give him the correct date, so good try.
You really a liar. And you don't stop lying.
So anyway, your little diagram doesn't apply to this. So I posted an image showing when it was light enough to see the water that the city lights are reflecting off water and that this is not an inferior mirage. So, since that's been disposed of, maybe you can tell me why you can see the reflection of a light that's on the other side of the hump from the laser. You know, this is also in the Black Swan. You have the same problem, right? So the 10-mile one, you can see the reflection of the oil rig lights off the water. But that water is supposed to be on the other side of the curb, so how do you see that reflection? So no one's got an answer to any of this shit. When it comes to reflections, Globers have no answers. Zero.
I do have questions though, Indio. Maybe you can help me. I have some questions about refraction.
Yeah.
So, in the chat, I posted an image of a ship. Do you see it?
Yeah, that's a Fata Morgana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured.
But the names of mirages is purely descriptive. Right?
Okay, but
So,
can I ask my question, or you're going to tell us about the names of
yeah, go
mirages?
ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So in that photo, I see at least 4 instances of the letter M and at least 3 bits of the letter C. Where, in your opinion, as an expert, where's the geometric letter M in that image?
Oh, you can't tell. It's indeterminate.
Oh, I see. Thanks.
I mean, you could take a guess. I would say stretch, double image. Yeah, I mean, you can't really say. You could guess, but most likely it's the low somewhere in the midline of the lower M, because the lower M is stretched, the top one's compressed. The letters are actually closer to the frickin' bottom. So then again,
So which one are you going with?
there's other problems in this image. So if you look at the front of the bow, right, it looks like the thing is floating in the sky because it looks like it's on blue water, quote unquote, over the horizon. But on the backside, you can see on the stern, you can see that the water extends beyond the stern. So I don't know. Either horizon doesn't even actually look even at all.
So which one are
In
you going
fact,
with?
I'm going with indeterminate. That's what I'm going
Okay,
with.
good answer.
Yeah, Peter, in the refraction GIF I show over and over and over and over again, which refraction was used in the image I was using? Which snapshot should I use to replicate that boat?
I don't know.
This time, let's stop that GIF in that spot and see if we can get things to stretch and squash and stuff like that.
No, I was just wondering where the geometric letter M might be hiding.
So you just proved that you can't be taking theodolites and taking long distance photos with them. So thank you.
Yeah.
Certainly, you wouldn't perform measurements through an atmospheric duct like that. Yeah, that'd be kind of silly.
Oh,
I
so
mean,
what time of day was the picture across the lake or the bay or whatever that was taken? And what was the rest of the other pictures looking like?
Oh, I wouldn't know. That's your evidence. I didn't look into it.
No, you posted that picture. That's how you got called out and had to give up the theodolite specs and all that.
The picture of the ship?
No, the other one you tried to present.
Oh, Jesse's measurement of the zenith angle?
Zenith angle? I don't know what that is, but
swear to
took
God,
a picture of a
guys are tossing
building.
each other's salad.
A zenith angle is an angle from the zenith.
Which is never used, okay?
It's always used.
Yeah. Anyway, sure it is, Peter. If you were if this boat had like guns on it and you were like in a naval vessel and you had to shoot it and you had no choice, you're gonna die. And you couldn't be like, well, we're gonna wait for the mirage to go away. You have to shoot it. Where are you gonna aim at, Peter?
I always aim at center of mass.
You fucking missed, dude. Dude, why would you aim at center of mass? You'd aim
Just out of I've been trained to do
red.
so.
You'd aim at the red, right? You'd aim at the red and you try to hit it at the water line to sink the ship. Right? You wouldn't aim at the mirage. Mr. Cosmic, man. He's like your cheerleader. Well, not yours. I don't know why everybody's tossing Jesse salad already. All of a sudden.
It's gay. It's super gay.
Now, Peter, do you think that this is like this is evidence that like shit gets picked up over the curve or something? This mirage shit.
Which one?
The boat you posted.
No, it's just a cool picture.
Oh, good.
Cool because it has these what are clearly geometric shapes. And so one doesn't have to argue about this or that. It's clear, we assume that the ship actually has letters M S and C painted on it, one instance of each. And then it's just kind of cool to think about where the geometric ladder might be as perceived from distance over what's probably an atmospheric duct. Kind of cool to imagine, the relationship between physical geometry of objects and their perception over distance and the paths that photons might be taking through the
And
medium.
the word salad that puts it all together.
Yeah. So as we know, an object emits photons in all directions. So it's not unthinkable that you might receive multiple photons from the same geometric area, but they started on different paths, but then converged because the path of least time for them was such.
I'm glad you brought that up. But hey, I think there's more than 3 letters, dude.
Yeah, I think there are 3.
I think there's 4 M's, 2.5 S's, and like 3
Yeah.
C's.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah, 3 C's, like 3 bottoms of the C. I see 3 times the bottom of the C. M, I think it's at least 4 or 5. They're kind of overlapping too, so that's cool. You can even see how M is more distorted than C, so there must be a difference. Horizontally speaking, like to the left, there's more going on than there is on the right. Kind of cool.
You think you can get an angle to that ship using a theodolite then?
I wouldn't do it from such a low elevation that's subject to distortion because of atmospheric ducting. I would try to have a higher elevation.
Ducting is not a common phenomenon.
It's very common over low elevations over water.
What makes you say that?
Very well understood.
Yeah,
Very
and
well
what makes
studied.
Yeah, cool story. That's just saying it. It doesn't mean anything. Has it ever been quantified?
Oh, I'm sure it has.
So you don't know if it has. You just believe it has, and therefore you believe
I've
that
never
it's
looked
common.
into the quantification of it now, but I read a little bit about the conclusions from such quantification.
You've never looked at the quantification, but you looked at the conclusions for the quantification. So you're
Yeah.
sure the quantifications exist?
Oh, I'm not sure in the sense that you would use the word no.
Well, in the sense I would use the word is you would do a random amount of observations, and then count the number of times you observe ducting. That's how you would quantify it.
Yeah, I haven't done that. No.
Has anybody done that?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and post your.
Oh yeah. Why are you saying oh yeah? Do you have any evidence of this? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the conclusions. I've seen the conclusion.
Conclusion is not the evidence. Like,
oh no, I don't have an evidence
they can
that
write
it
down
actually
that I believe this. They're just like you're just saying that they're saying they believe something, but I want to know what the basis for the belief is, right? The
I don't know.
empirical evidence for the basis of the belief that it's common. Okay.
Oh yeah.
What would you consider
Absolutely.
common? 20%, 30%, 50% of the time, 10%, 1%, 3 times a year.
Like it's not. No. You just need to go somewhere that has certain temperature gradients, and you're good.
You're such a snake, dude. Yeah, but what makes it common?
What makes it common? The fact that it occurs in nature.
Yeah, but you said it's a common observation. So if it's observed once a year, would you consider that common?
If it not really, no.
Stupid. What if it occurred only in the summer but no other season?
On a regular basis, yeah, I would consider that common.
No, I say once a week during the summer, so 12 times in a period of fucking 3 months.
Oh, okay. You know what I consider common? Summer solstice. Common occurrence.
Dude, you're making my fucking brain. Dude, like, bring back the Cosmic Guy. He was like, So, Peter, I know you're hurting my brain because I know you know better.
I know very well. You're right
Yeah,
about that.
I know you know better, and you're fucking playing games because you know what's gonna
No,
happen.
I'm just treating you seriously. That's all I'm
No,
doing.
you're playing games. What's common the summer solstice? What does that even mean?
That it's occurs on a regular basis, like in a clockwork. I can even tell you when it's going to be.
Yeah, but that's not really the
It has
context.
never not happened. It has never not happened.
That's debatable. It's never not. First of all,
You
what is
made
the
me
summer?
choke on my water.
What is the summer solstice?
It's just we observe a day during the year when the day is the longest. After
Okay.
that, it gets shorter.
Yeah. So there's the longest day of the year. Congratulations. What the fucking
Thank you.
flying fuck?
It's a common occurrence.
Yeah, I guess if you're not using the word common, right? But whatever. We don't
India,
we don't use the word common in the concept of regularities. We use the word common in the concept of irregularities. So if we have irregularities, the things that are regular within the irregularities are what we call common. So
Yeah, that one has zero
observation, well, the length
irregularities.
of
Zero.
days aren't very irregular, right? Those
Yeah,
aren't irregular things.
they're extremely irregular. There are never 2 days with exactly the same duration.
Yes, but the duration always goes in the same direction. It's either going up or down. So they're regular in that sense. On a whole, right? So the days
Yeah.
start getting shorter or longer. So they are regular. Okay. They're not identical to the other day. But we don't have, you couldn't say like today's a Fata Morgana, tomorrow's a superior mirage, the next day's an inferior mirage, right? They're not regular like that. So the
Not in
occurrence
that sense. No.
the occurrence of these mirages is random, right? But you said that
It's not
ducting,
random.
which
It
is a
has
type
very
of
no.
mirage,
It's not
is
random.
not random. It is random.
No.
India.
Are they caused by the meteorological conditions?
You know what's random?
Are they caused by the
Nuclear
meteorological conditions?
decay.
Are they caused by the meteorological conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Is the weather random?
Um, depends on the sense of random. In some way, it's not random. It's hard to predict, but it doesn't make that random.
Why can't we predict things?
There are only few things that we cannot predict, and they all exist at the level of
Random?
subatomic particles. Those
No,
are truly random, yes.
we can't predict the weather because the weather's random.
No, it's
Boom,
too
checkmate.
complex. It's too complex. It's not random.
No, it is random because the systems are nonlinear, and because they're nonlinear systems, they're chaotic, which
Yeah,
is
but that's
random.
not random. Okay, no.
It is random.
No, random is radioactive decay is random. It has no cause.
That's not random.
When you look
Okay.
at an individual nuclei of an atom, you cannot predict in any way when it will decay.
India just strawmans.
Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
fantastic.
purely random. You could actually use it for encryption and it is used for encryption because it can generate a random key because it's purely random.
Okay, that's the claim. I don't
When you
know if
have a
that's
Geiger counter, the clicks that you hear are pure random noise from radioactive decay.
yeah, that's the claim. I don't know if there's evidence for that. I don't care.
Hey, we don't have to argue about that. I'm just telling you
Talking
what
about the
random
weather.
means.
Yeah, no. Well, random has a mathematical context, and in the context of nature, in the sciences, in the natural scientists, random means that it's what would you call it? There's no deterministic model which predicts the next event. So, as far as the weather is concerned, there is no deterministic model.
We don't have a model that can predict weather very well. We don't.
Okay, no, it's not there's no deterministic model. Period. And there's no deterministic model for refraction. And I can give you
Oh,
citations.
that's very deterministic.
No, I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. As far as
Yeah, if you
terrestrial,
can measure, all you need to measure is like 4 parameters, and you know what refractive index you're going to get.
no,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
Peter.
But yes.
No, Peter. Where do you get this
Yes.
from?
From logic.
From logic. Well, give me the syllogism.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have a syllogism.
Well, then give him the 4
hear what
parts.
he just said. He got it from logic, but he has no syllogism. Just want you, everybody heard that shit. The stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard.
Yep.
Dumbass.
I'm willing to throw him a bone, though, if he can give us the 4 parts.
Yeah, I gotta run to the store so somebody else take over. This is fucking like painful pulling teeth, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
I'll take the 4 parts, though. Oh, 4 parts, anyone? I'm actually shopping myself, but I'd love to hear about the 4 parts.
What are you buying?
Let's see. Milk, ice cream, ice. Make sense?
It's a lot of dairy.
We do not. I tricked you. Ice is made out of water.
It is.
So what are the 4 parts, man?
Well, I don't know
Actually, you
what
should
you're
wait to
talking
tell
about.
it to you. You said if there's 4 parts to knowing what refraction is present.
I think I said parameters, didn't I?
Maybe. All right. What's the 4 parameters?
Let me see. One of them would be the temperature gradient. Okay, here it is. The distance between the 2 points in a straight line, the pressure, the temperature, and the gradient of temperature. I'm reading from the equation, so I'm kind of interpreting it myself as I'm looking at the equation. Here, I'll put it in the chat so you can have a gander.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Exactly.
So what's the result of this equation look like? A single number?
Under usual, yeah, that's the angle. The omega is the angle.
Angle of what?
By how much the light ray gets refracted.
What?
Yeah.
That's not what it looks like to me.
Well, that's what it is. It literally says in the text that I shared with you, so you don't have to scratch your head. It says And omega is the refraction at the observer measured in arc seconds, which is a unit of angle.
So what does that mean?
It means when you input the parameters into this equation, it's going to predict by how many degrees the light will be refracted between you and the object. In real practical...
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, and it actually even says here there's a rule of thumb you can use.
Are you talking about the angle of arrival?
The angle of refraction from a straight line from the source.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, does that just mean the deflection angle? Like, if you imagine it was a straight line, and then you had a diagonal line, that would be the off angle of the diagonal line?
No, it means that what you're measuring as an angle from you to the target should be lifted by this many degrees. Is lifted, so you should subtract it from it if you are curious about the geometric position.
That's cool. Then it's not. Then that wouldn't be a measurement of refraction. That would be a measurement of displacement of an expectation.
I'm not going to tell you what words to use in the English language, but we would call it refraction measured in arc seconds.
You could call it whatever you want, dude.
That's the effect of refraction on the on your observation.
Nah.
No.
Okay, so between point A and point B, how many transitions did the light pass through?
Oh, infinite per quantum electrodynamics.
Okay, so then the refraction would actually occur at each infinite boundary, right?
If we apply quantum electrodynamics, then yeah, we would have to take all the possibilities into the account. But what we're going to get is a result that converges onto this equation.
So the actual degrees is just a displacement of the thing you're citing. It's not an actual degree measurement of refraction.
I'm not going to nitpick on your use of the word displacement, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're using refraction to begin, and then you're changing the definition of refraction halfway through.
No, certainly I'm not doing that. That'd be silly.
Well, you are doing that, dude.
No, you're just shopping for dairy, and you're listening with one ear and not processing the words that you're hearing.
You said if there's an infinite amount of transitions, then at each transition the light's going to refract, correct?
Yeah, it might.
Okay, so according to refraction, what it is, and the law of refraction, that's going to occur along the path, right?
Yeah.
So the thing at the end that you're saying 3 arc seconds of refraction, that's a misnomer. Because what you told me is it's 3 arc
when
seconds.
Did I say 3 arc seconds? When did I even use the word 3? Are you tripping? Are you tripping, buddy?
Holy crap, dude.
The equation gives you value, and that value...
What's the end value measured in?
In units of angle.
Okay, so let's say arc seconds.
Seconds, yes.
Sure. So the result that you get is the expectation of the displacement of the object in your field of view, right?
No. What you get is by how many degrees the object appears off of its actual geometric location.
Okay, which is a displacement in your field of view, correct?
My understanding of the word displacement is something displaces something. What is displacement? Displacements.
I'm using it in the term of you expect it to be, let's just say, the midline of your vision, but it's actually angularly 3 degrees up from the midline.
Yeah. So that's what it is. Yes.
Yeah.
It's the shift by.
Sure.
So basically,
that would be talking about what you see from your vantage point or the angle of arrival of the light. That wouldn't be a measurement of refraction at all.
That is a measurement of the impact the refraction has on
That's
the
fair.
apparent position of the object.
Okay, let's say
If I,
that's
if
true,
I
but
might,
then you need to get rid of the word refraction at the end, because
if you
otherwise
would
you're
allow
using the
me
same word.
15, if you would allow me 15 seconds, maybe you're checking out or looking at the expiration date on the iStream. If you allow me 15 seconds, I will explain. So if there were no medium between you and the object, the light would follow the path of least time, which would be a geometric straight line, and then the apparent position would be identical to the geometric position. When light travels through a medium, it also follows the path of least time, which means it does not go in a straight geometric line. Under usual atmospheric conditions, that results in a lift of the object by a certain number of degrees. And if you know the exact parameters of the medium between you and the object, you can punch them into this equation, and it will tell you by exactly what number of degrees or arc seconds the object is shifted from its geometric position.
Okay, let's say that's true. Still could call that refraction.
The refraction is the mechanism that is causing for light to travel in that way through a cloud of gas.
Okay, so then you should say something like 3 arc seconds of displacement near field of view caused by refraction. Cumulative effects.
Yes.
Not refraction.
Yes. I guess the people who wrote that text were fast thinkers, and they just, for brevity, worded their sentence that way. But I agree with you. Yes. When I read that text, I didn't struggle with its interpretation, but I immediately adopted the interpretation you and I currently agreed on.
Cool.
It's very cool.
And I was fixing my brakes, and I found out my sway bar link popped. Now I got to do sway bar links in the morning. That's the thing on, like, if you don't know it, it's like the connects the two front wheels together so that they shift like you're turning, your weight shifting. Helps your vehicle not roll. So then if you had an image and you knew where it was supposed to be relative to the observer based on their altitude, then you could reverse engineer the ambient conditions for the day based on a photo?
I guess not necessarily, because as you see, there are multiple values in that equation. So there's probably infinite combination of those values that would result in the same angle.
Okay. Doesn't sound too promising.
Very convincing. When you look at the equation like this, you can imagine different values for L, P, T, and dt over dh that would still, in the end, result in the same value of omega.
Right. So then how would I know what I'm looking at being affected by this or not if I can't double check it after the fact?
Because you would have done multiple measurements over time of L is easy to measure, P and T also, and you would conclude that under certain atmospheric conditions, P and T and dt over dH have predictable values in a given geographic area. Of course, there are days on which they are completely different, or times of the day, but that's very apparent. For example, the photo of the ship that I shared, it's an unusual photo taken from a specific vantage point low to the ground. Most of the time when we look at the same ship as it hauls goods from China to the United States, we see letters M, S, and C without any distortion. So these outliers are very interesting to study, and people can measure the values of those parameters during that time. That'd be kind of cool. But as you can see on that ship, there isn't just one omega. That's why that photo is so cool. You have an omega that's different over the you're receiving the same photon like several times over different paths.
What? You mean photons from emitting from the same area? Take several paths?
A photon emitted from the same geometric area of the letter M, but emitted in slightly different angles to start with. They all converge at the end into your eyeball. That's why you see 5 letters M. Why is that? Because the medium between you and the ship was so messy that there were multiple paths of least time that had the same time of travel for those, let's say, 5 different photons. So they all found the path of least time, whatever value, x, and those 5 paths had the time value of x. That's why they found your eyeball.
How'd they find the least time?
How do they find the least time?
Do they phone
We
ahead
don't
and
know.
ask?
They just do. Well, the question you're asking right now revolutionized physics over 100 years ago, so it's not a silly question. People have been asking it for over 100 years. How do they know? And no one has provided an answer yet.
I know the answer. It's a very
Okay,
simple
go
answer.
ahead.
It's actually elegant. They're from the future. That's how.
That is actually one of the suggested answers, yes. Proposed answers.
Do you remember emission theory or ever studied that?
No.
Okay, so long time ago, there was emission theory, which is essentially that light or the ability to see, not light itself, but the ability to see was
emission
somehow
theory,
emitted,
yes.
emitted from the agent that needed to see. And then it went out into the world and then got some information and brought it back.
Yeah.
But, of course, there's problems with that when it comes to certain types of photography. And obviously, what about nighttime? And what about when you close your eyes and all that stuff?
Yeah, that's actually one of the Greeks. This is one of the ancient Greek theories about the mechanism behind seeing. And it was used by one of the philosophers to propose that light needs to have infinite speed. He was wrong, but he was logically consistent because he said,
No, he's not wrong at all.
If my eyeball emits light to see and I open my eyes and I immediately see stars, that means it took 0 time to travel to the stars and bounce back. Otherwise, stars would be lagging. He didn't know that word, but what he meant to say was otherwise there would be a lag between me opening my eyes and seeing stars. but there isn't any lag, therefore infinite speed. Yeah.
Well, there was another theory back in the day, and I don't know the official name of it, so I'm just, for lack of a better term, I'm just going to call it conduit theory. And it was essentially that the paths of light are set in essentially a near infinite interwoven paths of string or conduits or fiber optics, even, you could imagine, like an invisible spaghetti nonsense pile of fiber optics, right? And so when there is an effect like a heat or whatever, it warps the conduits. And so when they take the path of least time, they're just traveling a conduit that's already been warped. Much akin to the concepts of space-time being warped, and then the matter just travels in the new conduit that's created by the space-time, like a train on the tracks. If the tracks are bent, the train's going to take the bent track.
Yeah, you're mixing quite a lot of things there. You know what is good news to us all? It's that the theory or the area of physics that explains electromagnetism and therefore the behavior of light and optics is the most developed and the most accurate of all theories in physics. So there's very little soul searching that we're doing in that area of human knowledge. So as interesting as your theories from the Yonder sound, there's little need for that kind of speculation, because one thing that we are as certain as we can be about is the behavior of light.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do good girls like bad boys?
So Peter, you know how you see like a bunch of M's and a bunch of S's and a bunch of C's?
Yeah.
How do you know one of those rows is not a reflection? How do you know two of those rows are not a reflection? You're
I
just
don't
looking
know.
down the center. Yeah, you
Could be
can't tell,
actually.
right? Yeah,
Actually,
it could
in
be two.
QED, we would in quantum electrodynamics, a photon can travel in any direction with any speed. So yeah, it could have gone into the water and bounced off 6 times, for what we know.
Oh, say you're looking down a duct like a fiber optic cable, and the camera is in the center duct, right? And you have a layer of cold air, hot air, cold air, right? So when the light's inside that duct, it's going to reflect off the bottom duct and the top duct, and it's going to make two reflections above and below, and it's going to make what appears to be three letters. And so in two of the cases, the principle of least time doesn't even apply, and it wasn't 100 years ago that it was discovered. It was
Oh, it
discovered
does
by
apply.
Fermat, which was quite a long time ago, which is way before Einstein. So
Yeah,
a lot
but
of what you
he
said
didn't get it
just
right. His theory was not complete. His was just an observation.
So
So
Einstein's
nothing.
story's right because he had a different story but it gives the same mathematical result. So we have
No, it wasn't Einstein who explained how light works.
Well, who was? Who was it?
The co-creators of quantum electrodynamics are Feynman and one Japanese guy and
Julian Schwinger.
what's his face?
Julian
Give me
Schwinger,
a
dude.
second. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, but that entire theory hinges on the anomalous magnetic precession of the electron, the G factor. Yes,
No.
it's the foundation for the entire theory.
Mm-mm.
Yes, it is here.
No,
Yes,
it's
it is.
not. No.
Yeah. So tell it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so no is your answer. So when I post
no
a
is
bunch
my
of
answer.
citations, including from Freeman Dyson, that says this G This G factor, if it's wrong, quantum electrodynamics is wrong. When I post that shit, you're gonna say I'm wrong.
No.
Of course you're not.
Only a child would say a theory is wrong. Only a person who does not understand what theory is would say it's wrong.
Okay. The model.
I'm not going to
It's
say
not
that.
even a theory. It's a model. It's not even a theory.
I don't give a shit. Theories or models are not wrong or right.
Yes, because if you have
No.
a model that makes the incorrect predictions, it's wrong.
All of them make incorrect predictions.
So all models are wrong, but some are useful.
All models are wrong. Some are useful, yes. This one is extremely useful because it explains all of the observable behavior of light, all of chemistry. So it's pretty useful.
Models don't explain things for you.
No. They explain why certain things work. They make predictions about certain things.
Dude, you're all over
For example,
the place.
this one explains why chemicals bind in certain ways, something that chemists never explained. They just said, hey, certain things happen. You put two hydrogens together next to an oxygen, they're going to snap together. They didn't know why. Now we know why.
We don't know why.
We don't know the why below that why, but we have a very good why below the original why. There you go.
Where's the why? Where's the why in the mathematics? Can I find the explanation if I look at the model, the mathematical formulas, the variables? If I look at that, is the explanation in there? Is that the explanation?
To a certain degree, yes.
The mathematics, we're going to just go on a loop, right? The models explain or describe.
They describe and predict.
Yes. So the model is the mathematics. So nowhere in the mathematics could the explanation possibly be, because the model can only describe things.
Absolutely.
The explanation is the human bullshit that we tell afterwards.
But not in the sense that you mock it in your strawmans. No, that's not true. Nobody does that.
Yeah, what straw man?
A strawman of what you think a scientific explanation is.
What do I think it is?
You think it makes a claim on some philosophical why. It never does.
Okay, so tell me what a science. That's not what I think, but maybe you can tell me what a scientific explanation is. What it is, so we can know it if we see it.
Okay. Every scientific theory should be understood as follows. The world behaves, or nature behaves, as if the following things were true. And the key words are as if. For example, quantum electrodynamics says the world behaves as if there were tiny particles, some massive, such as electron, some massless, such as photon, and as if they moved around based on their probabilities, the wave of probability that spreads through space. That's it. That's all it says. It doesn't say, the first thing they teach you in college, they say they're not really particles, they don't really spin, they don't really move in the sense of like moving as we think of as humans. We just use those words because we don't have any better words to describe that low level of nature. They say students don't walk around saying photon is a little ball. It's not a ball. But we will treat it as such because nature behaves as if they were tiny balls fluctuating in space. So it's not an explanation of the underlying why or how. It's just a model that you compare against observations, measurements, and experiments, and it works to a ridiculously accurate degree.
Well, that's debatable.
That's the only claim that a real physicist will make, that this model works to this and that level of degree of precision. He will never say this is the final model. He will never say it explains everything. He will never say it won't be replaced by something better. He will say it's the best one that we've had so far, and I can prove it because all the other models make predictions that are the same or worse. And then
Yeah,
there's an
so
aesthetic.
I don't think they would say that.
There is an
They would
aesthetic
say,
judgment call also if there are two models and they're equally precise, but one is simpler, meaning it introduces less complexity, then this one is better because it's simpler, Occam's razor type of thing. Simplest explanation is best. So keep it simple as long as you're getting the same precision. That's all there is, the science.
it's actually the one with the least amount of assumptions is best.
Sure, concepts.
Yeah, so
Assumptions are not the thing. I know you like that word, but I can introduce 4 additional types of spin on a photon, and they wouldn't add to the predictive value of the theory. So people would say, "Why did you introduce them? They do nothing." So your model is worse. It's overly complicated for no gain in precision. Get rid of it.
well, I would say a physicist would say for a particular experiment, our model reproduces or predicts like within the so if we do a measurement and we get some value, the model will make a prediction, and they would say the prediction of this particular experiment, the model is accurate, is to that particular experiment, right? They wouldn't make a blanket statement about the model overall because quantum electrodynamics predicted that the vacuum energy of the universe was 127 orders of magnitude off of what it was actually observed. So it's simultaneously the worst and best model at the same time.
Yeah. It also doesn't explain anything that's going on in the nucleus, right? So there you go. It just doesn't do well in that space. It doesn't explain why protons are formed out of quarks. It does not. So what? We have a different theory for that.
Yeah, a different model.
A different model, yes. Now,
So
the kicker is that as we have accumulated those models, there are beautiful synergies between them. They predict some of the things that are the same related to masses of certain particles and so on. So they're all cousins and brothers and sisters of the same underlying theory. Beautiful thing. Makes me want to weep. When I think about the beautiful things that my fellow brothers and sisters are capable of in their discovery of the laws of nature, I feel one with the rest of humanity.
yeah, that's cool, but everything you just said is not true.
All of it is true.
No, none of it's true. And they say this in
All of it is
mainstream
true.
physics. Dude, they say this in mainstream physics, dude. Peter, you sound like a religious nut to me because you're not actually listening to physicists talk about it themselves. You're like just making shit up in your head about what you think. Okay, I can't get quantum electrodynamics right and get to biology. I can't get in the functioning of a cell. To some degree, I can, but there's a limit. And I also can't use quantum electrodynamics to get the chemical reaction of vinegar and frickin' baking soda. Okay, we can't
Yeah,
bridge
but that's
those
not what
gaps.
we need. That's you just made it up in your head and you think that you're dunking on somebody.
No, I'm saying no. You said there's some synergy there, and I'm saying there isn't. And whatever
I
synergies
said
you
other
see,
theories of quantum
you're
mechanics. You
just.
misunderstood. I meant
Pardon me.
quantum electrodynamics has synergies with quantum chromodynamics.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, let's get this out more real though. The model you posted for refraction, the one you took off of Wikipedia, you realize that that doesn't make any accurate prediction.
It
And
makes
this is
beautiful
admitted in.
predictions.
No, yeah, it makes great predictions that don't match reality. Fantastic.
Of course they do.
Oh yeah, of course they don't. Did you ever read the literature?
Not that much, no.
Yeah, so if you read the literature, it'll say, because they're currently trying to make models still now, because if there was a model that worked, why would they still be trying to develop models?
Because it's hard in practical circumstances to measure those parameters over a long distance.
Okay, but that proves my point. The model isn't
No, it
actually
doesn't.
even useful, and it doesn't make accurate predictions because the variables needed to make those predictions can't be actually quantified in reality. So the model is
Yeah.
functionally useless.
Yeah, practical problems like that exist everywhere.
Fantastic. So the model is useless. There's no way to even test if it's accurate,
It's
right? If we
absolutely
can't,
useful. It's used all the time
by whom? The
by
model that you're
people
supposed to
who
believe,
depend on it,
like who?
like people who measure geometric and spatial relationship between objects on Earth,
Yeah, like who? What
like me,
profession is using that formula?
a professional glober.
Oh, God. You know, you really should go on the Flat Earth Wiki and read the article on terrestrial refraction. I have something like 15 citations, at least 15, that support what I'm saying about there is no deterministic model for refraction, period. That exists. Period.
Have you
Doesn't exist.
published any literature related to that?
I don't have to publish it because it's already published. It's already in the literature. It's only fucktard anti-flat earthers on the internet that say it's not.
Maybe you could add to the body of knowledge in that space and make a stronger case for
The
what
only,
you're trying
the
to
only
push
thing
for.
I don't need to make a case. They've already made the case. You guys don't read the literature. You read ninth grade textbooks.
You're a very you're a procrastinator, aren't you?
What does that mean?
It means that I still have the $100,000 GoFundMe post for you to write the paper on why neutrinos don't exist, and you weren't interested in writing it.
You don't have $100,000 here, and I can't
No, I
remember
don't
what I
have.
told you was the condition.
I don't have it, but I have the GoFundMe that I created for you.
You're broke!
And Peter,
You're
you can't
fucking
prove
poor!
non-existence. That's stupid.
Why would you be saying that?
You can't prove non-existence.
I'm not trying to prove non-existence.
No, you want me to prove non-existence. You can't actually prove that.
What kind of script has just kicked in your head?
Can I prove the non-existence of unicorns, Peter?
I'm not asking you to.
Okay, so can I prove the non-existence of neutrinos, Peter?
No,
Is it possible? Okay,
that's
so
not
why are
what
you
we.
asking me
That's
to do
not what
something
we
that's
were
not
discussing. Because you are going to author a paper that was going to expose the pseudoscientific methods employed
No,
in
I was
convincing
not going
us
to
that
do any such
neutrinos
thing.
exist.
No, that was your fucking LARP, dude. That wasn't my LARP. Don't try to pawn your shit off onto me. And I notice how you changed the subject from your bullshit about refraction, just parroting stupidity, which doesn't even appear in the scientific literature itself. But you guys claim, you try to pretend that somehow science supports what I'm saying. It fucking don't. You're just making shit up. Bamboozling people like Mr. fucking Cosmic in here, who comes in here with a bunch of bullshit because he heard it from you guys. And he goes, oh, these guys believe the globe. I believe the globe, so they must be telling the truth. The flat earthers got to be lying. But they believe you and you're wrong. And it irritates me. Sorry. It irritates the shit out of me.
Let me make sure I understood. It irritates you that we make other people believe that the Earth is a globe?
No, that you trick people into believing your rendition of what so-called science says is the correct rendition, but you have no actual scientific support for that. You don't have any peer-reviewed papers, you don't have any research, you don't have any data, you don't have any fucking experiments, you don't have anything.
I'm going to
If
take
I look in
everything
there
that you're saying right now as a compliment.
Bruh.
that you don't have anything, Jesus Christ. But hey, hold that
Your
thought.
your,
I'm gonna skip
your
over Peter.
entire
I gotta go to the
explanation
store.
for why you're irritated with me and people like me, I will wear that as a badge of honor.
That you trick people. You're gonna wear that as a badge of honor.
The
That you
fact that
drag
you
people down into your ignorance.
that's your interpretation, and
It's
I
not
wear
my
it as a badge of
interpretation.
honor.
Look, Peter. I told you where to go. You could just go on the Flat Earth Wiki. Go to the Terrestrial Refraction section. There's a whole bunch of citations of peer-reviewed papers on
I'm
refraction with
afraid to go
experiments,
there. My
right?
cognitive
And then
dissonance won't let me
when
do it.
you go in those papers, right, they also have references which you can also go look at. That will also say the same thing that they say. Okay, going back 150 years. Nobody's saying the shit anti-flat earthers on the internet says that study this in the scientific field, and the data does not support the shit you're saying. But you guys just keep saying it anyway and trick people into your own ignorance. That's irritating. It's like, I'm dumb. I want people to be dumb with me. Please come with me.
Yep.
Yeah, yup. I'm running to the store real quick. Be right back.
You do that.
Peter, I don't know if you're like having trouble understanding what he just said. That you're tricking people by having this, baseless assertion that the Earth is a globe, and you guys aren't really backing it up. And a majority of what the anti-flat earthers say is not from the record of scientific endeavors. It's from ad hoc explanation to try to explain away the observations that don't fit the model, like dark matter and this whole refraction.
Ah,
Which
I was
refraction
counting
doesn't.
seconds until you were going to say dark matter, Larry.
Well, what did I get? 13.
Yeah, about.
Yeah. So yeah, there's also this whole refraction thing, which actually does happen. Anybody with glasses observes refraction, right? Like
Nice.
18 hours
They
a day.
observe the path of least time.
Right. But does that mean that everything that any flat earther has ever said about refraction is automatically true?
No, almost everything that any flat earther said about anything related to physics is almost everything is not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you believe?
That's actually a
I do
syndrome,
believe
folks.
so, yes.
No, that's
That's one
what
of
he
the
wants other
syndromes.
people to believe. So Hank. That's what he wants other people to believe. That's his shtick. That really,
Hey, I
literally,
said
that's a literal
almost.
shtick. No, that's what you want other people to believe, and that's
You
what's
guys say
irritating.
some
Because you
things
actually,
that are correct.
Yeah, he
You, for
has
example,
everything a flat
say
earther says is wrong syndrome, folks.
things
It's a common
things
occurrence.
fall. Things fall. Yeah, they do fall.
This is the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, folks. Just identify that for you.
so Peter, tell me, is this a correct statement about physics? The causal mechanism for things falling it has not been determined by experiment.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So flat earthers do say correct things.
If that's what you say, if you were to say that, I would agree with you. I always do. But I have bad news for you. That is true for every single theory in physics. That statement.
So when a globe earther says the cause of a falling object is mass attracts mass, and that's why the Earth's a ball, that is in fact an incorrect statement, right?
Yes.
Well,
Now, give me one theory. Okay, Indio, give me one theory in physics that you like, that you think is a good, solid theory. No shenanigans. Give me one. But make it simple, please, so it doesn't take long.
I don't know, man. I like trying to think of the last
second law of
scientific theory I actually
thermodynamics.
heard.
Just give me one.
That's a law. That's not really a theory. An actual scientific theory.
Just one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one that are actual theories.
Yeah.
I have to like think back in time.
Germ theory.
I guess.
Okay, how about I'll make it easy
I
for
mean,
you.
the
Second
Maxwell's
law of
theory of electricity
thermodynamics.
and magnetism, that's pretty close to a pretty good theory.
Okay, can we use the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, it's not going to do with anything.
I want to make a point.
Yeah, that
So
the
give me
second law of
one.
thermodynamics is useful. Yeah, it's useful.
Is it does it explain the causal effect?
I'd say the kinetic theory of gases would explain the causal effect. Yes,
Okay, so give me one that
kind of
we
like a
can work with.
faucet. The
Give me
kinetic
one.
theory of gases.
Okay, but just one law from it. Cite it.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is within it. So there's lots of
Okay.
formulations of the second law of thermodynamics. Piercy
Okay.
Bridgman, who has a Nobel Prize for the second law of
Oh,
thermodynamics,
Jesus. I
said
said keep
that.
it
No,
simple.
listen. Yeah, I am keeping it simple because you're trying. It isn't simple. So the second law of thermodynamics is not just something that's simple because there's lots of iterations of it and they're actually all correct.
Okay, so just give me one that you like.
Kinetic theory of gases.
Jesus Christ. Give me one rule like when something happens, then this happens. Gas goes from high pressure to area of lower pressure, yes?
Yeah,
You
generally,
use
yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Why? Why does it do that?
Because it has a kinetic energy.
Why?
Because energy was imparted in it at some point in time
Okay, what's
to make it
caused it?
move.
What's the causal mechanism behind energy?
I mean, energy itself did. Well, the creation of the
Okay,
universe.
what's the causal
Creation of the universe.
mechanism?
The
Okay, what's
creation
the
of the
causal
universe.
mechanism? What's the causal mechanism behind
God,
that?
dude. The creation of the universe. God.
Okay, that's the same answer for gravity.
God caused gravity.
Yeah, so
God
mass and
caused things to
energy
fall.
deform space-time. Why? God made it so.
But that's not what Goldbergers say. They say that mass attracts
Because they're
mass.
stupid. You're talking to the elite of Globers right now, so enjoy it and use
Well, if
it
I
as
talk,
much as you can. I gave you the true
well,
answer. You're talking to me. You're talking to
how do
me,
you?
the elite of the elite, the cream of the crop of the globe. That's the correct answer. God makes it so that the presence of mass and energy creates a distortion in the otherwise flat space-time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well,
That's another Peter spiral out there, folks.
That's the
Anybody
causal
tuning in,
effect.
that's what it sounds like when he spirals out, folks.
so
That's
what
the causal effect.
experiment did you do? Well, what experiment did you do to determine that?
Placed mass and energy in different points in space-time.
That's not an experiment.
It's a measurement. It's an observation of nature.
Yeah, great. It's not an experiment, and you can't determine the causal mechanism from observation.
Yes, you can.
You can correlate from observation, but you can't get causal.
Yeah. No, you can, but I use the same cause as yours, which is God made it so. So we're good.
Well, you asked me for the cause of existence, dude. This is a different
No, God
thing.
made it so. God made it so when there's more density of matter underneath, then there's a stronger downward acceleration. God just made it so.
No. So you asked the cause for existence, right? Which is not the
No,
same
I
as the
asked you
cause for
why
a
particles
phenomenon.
of gas move in a
You're in
certain
a
way. You
category
said the creation of universe is the cause. That's exactly the same cause as for mind phenomena.
really loud here. I'll talk in a second. Okay, so Peter, you asked me what caused energy to exist, period. That was your question. You're asking me about why something exists versus why why something happens, which is phenomenological. It's totally two different categories.
Okay, let me try differently. Why do gas particles move? Why do they move?
Well, I mean, you want to start from the beginning? Time equals
Yeah.
zero?
Gravity.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah.
Gravity makes them move.
Just start by answering my questions. Why do they move?
Because something caused them to move.
Okay, what is that something?
Well, usually we abstract it as something called a force. But that force could be caused by a number of things, right? It could be
Yeah, what is it?
mechanical. It could be.
Yeah, no, why do they move in
Well,
general? Why do they have a momentum?
you're asking about existence again.
No, I'm asking why do they have a momentum vector?
Momentum don't exist, dude. Momentum's a human concept.
Okay, why do they move from high pressure to low pressure?
Because they have a kinetic energy, which is a concept, a kinetic energy, right? So they move
Okay,
freely. There's nothing to stop them, right?
okay. Do
When
they
they go
preserve
to
their momentum?
from high pressure to low pressure, they have a smaller area in the high pressure to move around in, and you have like a random walk of the molecule that bounces around, and eventually it's going to bounce in a direction where there's less molecules, and that random walk until they hit another object is going to take a longer period of time, right?
You got
So we
it.
measure the
What's the
forces.
causal mechanism? What's the causal mechanism behind the behavior you just described so eloquently?
Whatever force was imparted on them at some point in time.
What was that force? What's the causal mechanism
How
behind
do
that
I know?
force?
Well, we'd have to
Okay,
do
that's
the
the same
experiment to
answer for
figure out what the
gravity.
force.
Okay,
No, we'd
same
have to
answer
do
for
the
gravity.
experiment to figure. No, it's not the same
I
answer.
agree with you. I agree with you. Same answer for
Because,
gravity.
listen, in any particular, no, good try though. That's a good try to make a false equivalence, but it ain't going to work because we would do the experiment, right? And we would have our dependent variables in the experiment. You don't even have an independent variable to do the experiment with.
Of course I do.
See, I can take a flame, right? And I can say, hey,
Why
the
are you
hot
telling me
flame
about planes now? Why are you telling me about planes?
the hot flame caused the high pressure
Why
to low
are you
pressure.
telling me about airplanes now?
Because
What's going on? Are
now
you
we're
okay?
going to abstraction to reality, okay, which you don't
No,
want
I'm
to
just
do.
asking
Believe
for
me,
the causal mechanism for what you described. Don't worry about me.
yeah,
Just worry about yourself.
He said
yeah,
hot
heat,
flame, not
flame,
airplane.
Why are we talking? I
yes,
love airplanes. I'm a plane
He
nerd,
said
but
hot
why are we talking
flame,
about
not
airplanes?
airplanes.
flame, dude,
Headphones?
flame.
Claim. Oh, okay. Claim.
No,
Yeah. What
flame,
claim? Okay.
no
Why are
claim,
we
dude.
talking? No
F
claim. You said
L
Flamer like
A
you, Peter, a
M
flame.
E,
Peter, like you, a flame.
no. You guys
a
are just
flamer.
yelling over one another. You guys are spazzing out on me here.
No, no one's spazzing. You're a flamer. That's what we're talking about. Flamers.
A claimer. But we're
No.
talking about a gas law that you brought up, and I just asked you a single question. What is the causal mechanism behind that behavior? I didn't even disagree with you about the behavior itself.
Told you.
Could you, what is it?
It depends on the experiment, Peter. There can be
No,
different
but just the
causes.
gas law, like the fact that things move from high pressure to lower, the fact that a system will preserve its momentum or energy, like
What don't you
what's the causal
understand?
mechanism?
We would listen. We would do the experiment, right? And that's how we
Yeah.
would figure out the cause.
Okay, what is the cause?
Depends on the experiment.
Okay, for the gas law that you quoted, pick any.
So
Many experiments.
we'll use a laser. Okay,
Okay.
we'll use a laser and heat up a tank of gas with
Okay.
a large cylinder of gas with a small opening, and the gas will go from the high pressure to the low pressure. What
Okay.
caused
Cool.
what caused the gas to move? It got excited because when it absorbed energy in the form of
Uh-huh.
heat, right,
I
which
love it.
caused the gas particles to move around, there was a part of that space where there was
I
less of a
love it.
chance, because this is actually a statistical model. So there was less of a chance for it to impact something, and that was at the opening, right? The open
I
part,
love it.
and the gas flew out of it.
It's a
So,
good one. Can I ask you a question?
yeah, so great. So gravity, I drop something and something falls.
No, no. Before
What
we talk about
causes what?
gravity, can I ask you
No,
a
no,
question?
no, 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 no. Fuck your conflation. Fuck your conflation, dude. It's not going to work, Peter. You should know better than to fuck with me like this.
But
Okay?
I have a
So
question
we're
for
going to
you.
do the same experiment with gravity. What independent variable can we use, like we just did in our laser frickin' cylinder experiment, to figure out the cause of gravity?
I'll tell you in a moment, but I want to use exactly the
Yeah,
same framework so I don't upset you. So, in your
yeah.
example, when you said we point the laser at the tank and it heats up the tank, can you tell me why a laser heats up the tank?
Yeah, I already did. Were you listening?
No, you just said a laser heats up the tank. Why does it do so?
I told you the particles, the molecules, the atoms, they absorb the energy of the laser.
What's the causal mechanism behind that?
Who cares? That's a different
I
question.
know. I mean, it's part of quantum electrodynamics. I would like to
Yeah,
know
cool
why
story.
a
Just
photon
because you learned a
imparts
new
its
word, Peter, no one
energy.
cares.
No. You tell me the causal mechanism behind the following phenomenon.
Who
A
cares? That's a
photon
different That's a
transfers
different
its
phenomenon.
energy to the tank. What's the causal mechanism?
Peter, 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 focus, Peter. Are we talking
I'm
about
laser focused.
the thermal expansion of gases, or how light energy gets transferred onto a molecule and what causes that?
That's what I want to talk about right now.
Okay, but that's a different question, right? That's a
Yes,
different topic.
but it's going to
Okay,
perfectly illustrate the
so
point I want to
yeah,
make.
so we can gish. Yeah, we no. You're just trying to do an infinite regression, right? So you're going to gish
No.
gallop, and I'm going to say, hey, and I'm going to tell you how energy is transferred into an atom, and then we're going to go through that crap, and then you're going to say, how's that
Yeah, that's
happening?
what I want to talk
Right? What's
about.
the cause of that, and what's the cause of that, and what's the cause of that for your infinite regression?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're not doing that.
But that's
Your game
exactly
is
what
so
we need to do.
transparent; it's not even funny.
No, but it's not a game. We need to do exactly this to understand where we disagree. So far, we're in absolute agreement.
No, we can roll it all the way back, right? So we'll roll it all the way back in time and until why does anything exist, matter or energy, right? And so we can just cut to the chase. We can just infinite regress
So
everything.
let me cut to the chase. I would like to get an example from you of one phenomenon for which we have the answer about the ultimate causal mechanism for it. Please provide one example so I can build on it and be a better glober, or maybe even a flat earther one.
Pregnancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, pregnancy. We know the cause.
Yeah. What about it? What is the cause?
Jesus Christ. Dude, I got to teach Peter the birds and the bees. I knew you were an incel.
Tell me the cause.
Beta!
Dude, you fell right into that. You know the cause. Oh, Jesus.
Tell me. No, I actually don't know the cause. Tell me the cause.
The copulation of a man and a woman.
Okay, and that's it? That's the cause?
See, when a man loves a woman very much, what happens is...
But is that it? You don't have an explanation below that?
Yeah, that's I mean, we can go further. Do you want me to
Let's
go
go
into
further.
detail about how the orgasm works in human physiology?
Yes. Yes, skip to the egg and the sperm.
No, dude. Why? Why not just go in infinite
Because
detail?
I'm asking you for the causal mechanism.
Well, why don't we go to the formation of the sperm and how sexual gametes are made inside the testicles? Why don't we go there too?
Yeah.
We can keep playing this game.
Let's go there.
Yeah,
Let's go
where
there.
you
And
ate
then let's go level
that,
below that. Also.
where you ate the food. Yeah, you ate a cow, right? And And the cow eats the
And what's
grass,
the
and the
causal?
grass is
Yes.
the poop of a wolf.
What is the causal mechanism behind those things? It's okay to say we don't know, but just I want you to
No,
say it or give me the
no,
causal
no,
mechanism and keep
no.
going
We know the causal mechanism. See, back in before
and
that,
tell me.
there was two other people that created some human beings, and then before that,
Okay.
there were some other people, and then
Okay.
eventually you
And
get to
so
Adam.
why are they successfully? Why is this successfully occurring? What's the causal mechanism between the sperm and the egg combining?
I mean, it depends on the pH balance
Bro,
and the hormonal.
Well, before that, you first need the
hey, what are
environment in
the
place. You first need the environment in place. So you need the gas
yeah, you
pressure
need
in place,
very
and then you need the container, and you need the designer
What's
to
the
put
okay?
everything in.
What's the
Damn, Peter,
what's
I
the
didn't.
causal
Damn, Peter.
mechanism
Wow,
for the
Peter.
gas
I never
eating
interrupted you, Peter.
container?
Peter, I never interrupted you, sir. So yeah, first you need an environment for all of that to happen in the first place. So you need the designer to put the container, put the gas in, and put everything together, the system in place, and then those two people
I
can
agree.
meet and do that.
I agree. I believe in God. I believe God created the universe, so we're good.
Boom,
So what's the
checkmate.
causal mechanism behind the gas needing a container? Go.
I already
What's
told
the
you.
causal
It's
mechanism for gas pressure needs a container?
it's
Explain.
not a listen. It's not a causal mechanism. It's an axiom. You know the difference?
Oh, it's an axiom. Okay, gravity is an axiom then.
No. Gas pressure requiring a container is known to exist in all circumstances. For gas
And
pressure
mass
to
and
exist,
energy,
this is
the
an
shaping space-time is known
this
to
is a
exist
known
under
thing.
all
This is a
circumstances.
known thing about gas pressure. It's an axiom. It's
Okay,
known. It's known to be true in all circumstances.
I accept that. It's the same for gravity.
Boom, checkmate.
No,
Yeah, except not.
gravity is not the same thing. No, it's not.
Oh, but I
You
invoke
don't
the
have
same principle. I invoke the same
no.
principle.
You can't because you don't have a viable independent variable to even test it.
Neither
Okay,
do
that's
you.
the problem here.
Yes,
Show
I
we
me the
gave you
null
the
do.
independent
hypothesis
variable.
for gas needs a container.
Laser,
We're not the
laser
same,
versus no
goofball.
laser. Laser versus no laser.
Laser versus no laser.
Yup. Laser caused the gas to heat up and be expelled through the top of the container.
What was the causal mechanism behind that?
What was the causal mechanism of the laser? Human beings.
What's the causal mechanism why the human beings are able to make a laser?
Well, we're back at the
Bruh.
birds and the bees.
No. Regardless of how the human beings came about, how come they can make a laser work in the way you described? What's the causal mechanism for the laser behavior?
I mean, do I really have to dig deep in my memory how laser works again?
So you don't have any causal mechanisms for any of the laws that you picked. I allowed you to pick anything from the whole body of human knowledge, and you didn't provide a.
That's one of the dumbest things I ever fucking heard. You're looking for the causal mechanisms of law? Petard,
dumbass.
retard. There are
Yeah,
no
I kind of
causal
heard that.
mechanisms for natural laws. That's why they're natural laws. You're a fucking Elmer Fudd retard sophist moron. And I'm going to take a giant dump on your ass.
Well, that's the only.
Yeah, you're a fucking clown. Which gravity are you talking about? Let's get to that.
The one that exists.
Uh-huh. You don't even know the different types of gravity, you fucking imbecile. Which gravity?
I don't. The one that I am experiencing right now.
Yeah, the one that you don't fucking know. You have no idea. How many types of gravity are there?
One.
Yeah. Everyone look at live stream voice text and we're going to expose this fucking moron right now.
Wrong answer.
At 6 minutes after the hour from NASA, he said there's one type of gravity. NASA says there's two.
Boom,
Newton
checkmate.
and Einstein.
I don't treat them as an authority.
You would fail intro to 5th grade general science.
I
There it is
disagree
right
with
there.
NASA.
You're a dumb fuck.
I disagree with.
You disagree with NASA because you're a fucking Dunning-Kruger delusional retard. It's all over. And asking for causal mechanisms of laws. You gotta be some type of fucking certified retard.
Maybe.
Yeah, you are.
But I would
Shut
like
the
you
fuck
to
up before I
produce
slap you.
one
You
causal
half a
mechanism.
fucking sissy. Shut the fuck up before I slap you, you half a sissy. It's not your
His
turn
argument,
to speak now.
his argument was causes don't exist. That's what he said.
Is that what
That's how I would start it.
he doesn't even
Yeah.
know. He's arguing for gravity. He doesn't even know the different types of gravity. He doesn't know the difference between natural law and fucking causal mechanisms. Let's start off fucking easy. I want you to tell us your ABCs without the song. Let's start off with the basics. Fucking imbecile. Petard, the retard. ABCs without the fucking song. Go.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K.
That's what we thought.
Incorrect. No, he said it wrong, Kiwi. He failed. He just failed it. He said A, B, C, D, and then he stumbled on himself. Yeah.
And I think he rapped it. I think that was a song.
We got old platypus in here saying everything goes down with a fucking moron. How many times I have to slap you around to get you straight? Do you know the different types of gravity, G, platypus? Maybe you can help him out.
Simplest answer to the question is Newtonian and Einsteinian.
Well, at least you learned, for fuck's sake. At least that's a +1.
Bravo.
Okay. Well, which one are we following these days?
You ask him that. Don't ask me that.
Well, he doesn't know there's different types. How can I ask him which one are we following these days when he doesn't even know the types that we might be following?
I don't know. See if he knows what the difference is, and then ask me what the difference is.
He doesn't know what the difference. He didn't know that there were two different types.
Oh.
Why am I going to ask him? He doesn't even know his ABCs, for fuck's sake.
Okay, and you're probably going to tell me I'm wrong. If I remember correctly, Newtonian is just simply mass attracting mass.
No, incorrect. The Newtonian was debunked over 109 years ago.
Well, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what I
You're not saying
believe it
it's
said.
true. So okay, then just give me a story. I think it's mass attract. So if mass, then mass attracts mass. Is that your story for Newtonian?
Oh, I'm not saying it explains why mass attracts mass.
I didn't ask you to explain it. So you said if mass, then you said mass attracts mass. So I said, given mass, then mass attracts mass. Define mass.
Hold on.
Density times volume.
That's a formula. That's not a definition. Shut the fuck up till you get your ABCs. You dumbass.
Right. The amount of matter that occupies a given space.
That's incorrect.
Ugh. Catching me on a bad night, Q. I'm sorry.
All right. Is that it? This is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Oh, I'm just listening tonight too, man.
So, from the Royal Society of Chemistry, studies have shown that the amount of substance, like you were talking about, the amount of shit, is often incorrectly identified with mass. That's not mass. From Max Born, Nobel laureate. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. This is a really important part. Pay attention. In physics, like shit we're talking about. However, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only emphasize, not strongly emphasize, but very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning.
Boom, checkmate.
It's meaningless. To continue with the rest of the citation, other than that given by formula, but we could give a shit less about that. That's mathematics. That's not physics. He just differentiated it for you, didn't he? And what's it given by formula? What's the definition there? Any formula, you're going to have to define every variable. What's mass? Because you're stuck, because it's in the formula, but then you have to define it then. Ask any mathematician. You have to define every single variable to the nth degree, or you can't use it. I mean, it has to be defined rigorously, or you're just talking fucking ambiguous nonsense, right? Is mass resistance to acceleration? That's what everyone seems to think it is. So let's put that definition into what you said. Mass attracts mass. So if mass attracts mass and mass means the resistance to acceleration, then here's the full statement. Given the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration. A mental health professional heard you say that, you'd be arrested. It's so fucking stupid. It's beyond comprehension. It's not even circular is over in the corner belly laughing. Non sequitur is right beside him. They just died of tear jerking belly laugher syndrome. Get it? Next.
Next.
Come on, nerds. Where's the next clown?
Sorry to take over, Indio. I just got fed up.
You liar.
I was sitting in here for a good.
You ain't sorry.
Oh, you suffered through that, man?
Yeah,
My bad.
I was in here for a good minute and a half.
We all saw
you
you
lasted
come
that
in.
long?
The guy's talking in the voice text. We all saw Huey pop in without saying a word. We were all going, "Oh shit." I think my favorite quote was, "I hope Huey took his medication today."
Yes, Matthew dipshit learns. He contradicted NASA. Yeah, that's what I said.
So you called him stupid for contradicting NASA?
Yeah. Yeah, because that's his priest.
Yeah, this isn't BYOB party. There's no need to bring your own version of reality.
Right. You're fixed in your beliefs. You dipshit. Haven't you realized that yet? You're fixed. It's already written down. It's part of your scriptures. You can't go against it.
Not only that, we've been.
No, wait a second. Do you follow that dumbass? You follow that train of thought? Dumbass.
Yeah, I generally believe what NASA.
Then why the fuck did you write that to me then?
Because I happen to agree that.
Shut the fuck up.
Stupid.
I heard that laugh before.
For some reason, they think we can't talk about NASA. It's stupid.
They're a hostile witness. They have to follow
Hostile
NASA.
witness.
I thought he was mostly. I thought he was mostly calling. I thought he was mostly calling him dumb because he's asking for causal mechanisms for natural law.
That's that petard, the retard idiot.
Yeah. But in spite of that, he is a dumbass for going against NASA, and so are you, NASA. NASA learns.
Nasser learns.
So when you came in and started talking to Peter, this has been going on for like an hour plus of this.
You're kidding me.
Dude, he's just fucking all over the place. Doesn't know the difference between description, explanation, models, theories, hypothesis. Fucking doesn't have a clue.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, so when you popped in, cool. I'm sure you've seen Cool Hand Luke. And
Yeah,
what popped in
many,
my head
many.
was some men you just can't reach. That's the way he wants it, so he gets it. Dude, seriously, man. Hard-headed and asks for it, dude. He's begging for it.
No, he's a pretender clown fraud. Elmer Fudd sophist. He thinks he knows what's what and going to tell us what's what. He doesn't know dick. He's a moron. At a fundamental level.
He learned a new word, and he's been like using it over and over. He learned quantum electrodynamics, and he's just been like repeating it over and over again.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Asking for causal mechanisms of laws is fucking moronic.
Yeah. I said that at first, but he just like breezed past that. I'm like, physical laws don't have causes. They just are.
They just, it's a what is existence question. Of course.
God
Why is
did.
water made of H2O? Well,
God did.
That's what? There is no causal mechanism for that.
He asked me to show the cause of the existence of energy. I told him God. Like, what else am I going to say?
That's the correct answer.
And I remember QE asking people in the past about saying the ABCs, and then I upgraded his version to say saying it without singing it, and now he stole it from me.
That's a damn lie. That's a
Peter
damn
tried
lie.
and failed.
That's a damn lie. I
That's
come out of the
recorded, QE.
gate with I want to hear the ABCs without the song.
Really?
Brian 2 weeks earlier.
Brian didn't do shit. All lies.
It's recorded somewhere in the past in the Helios channel. I remember, QE. I remember.
Yeah, you remember it correctly. And
Jam-
shout out
Jam-
to where is he? Maybe he's in there. No, I don't see him in there. Does everyone know say what?
Say what?
Says
I know the
who.
name.
It says who.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says who. I called him say what when I seen him. Says who. I met him personally on yesterday.
Oh yeah.
He showed up at an archery tournament of mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Says who.
Wait, like he pulled up on you, or he just was doing
No,
the
no,
tournament?
he
and you
did.
guys-
He was at the archery shoot. He was walking. We just got done walking up this hill. Nearly killed me. I'm there trying to catch my breath, trying to, gather my senses before the next target. And this guy and little, not a little boy, but, somewhere about 10, 15 years old, somewhere in that range, was walking down the hill. And he said, QE. Obviously, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, no one knows that, right? No one knows QE. They know me by my name. My friends don't. No one knows me by that except you guys. And for a second, I was getting ready to fucking kung fu master on this motherfucker. But, he came up and it was Sesu, and he had his son with him. It was really cool, man. Really rounded it out. We were on one of the last targets of the range, so it was pretty cool. Yeah.
Did you recognize that name? Says who? Were you like, said who?
No,
Or did you
I
know who
seen
that-
him. No, I came in Friday night and he was in here.
Yeah, I recognize the name.
Yeah, he was. I noted the name because I know who he is. I've talked to him many times, but I guess he caught on to that I was headed to an archery tournament in Marshfield. It's outrageously great, and he doesn't live. He lives in Salem, Missouri, and I guess he decided that to bring his son down to the archery tournament. They both had bows. They were shooting.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. Really cool. Just thought I'd bring that
That's
up.
awesome, man. Shout out to
Yeah,
him.
it is.
Says who is sharp.
Say again?
says who is sharp too on here.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a sharp guy. Yeah.
There is nothing more impressive than watching someone who weighs maybe 50 pounds wet and is only like 9 years old being super accurate with a bow. That is not a physically easy thing to do when you're that small.
Yeah, it is.
I used to be pretty damn good when I was 10 and 12 years old.
Yeah, 10. Yeah, when you're that young, holy shit.
I used to hunt rabbit with a bow and arrow.
No, that sounds fun.
QE, can you unmute Matthew? He won't answer in type text because he's muted.
He's a dumbass.
Yeah, I know. He won't speak or anything. He's just we're chatting with him in type text. And
I don't see him in here.
He's at the top.
He's
His name's
Captain
Oh.
Learns.
Somebody changed his name.
Oh, somebody changed his name.
Yeah, now he's all the way up.
I don't want to listen to him. Fuck him.
No, do it. He won't answer otherwise.
No, I'm not doing it. He's a dumb fuck.
Yeah, but he won't talk. He's just.
Well, he won't talk. Then why does he need to come off mute?
Because he won't answer us in text. We're asking him about kinetic theory. And
No, we're not. You're asking him.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see him answer.
That's not my show.
But he might talk.
He won't talk, but it's muted.
That's not my show. I'm sorry.
He might talk though.
No, he won't. He's learned his lesson.
He hasn't learned. He's been in here 4 years. I've drug his dumb ass around here. Great in the high 3,000s times, right? Each time pummeling him, it doesn't affect him. He puts up his Dunning-Kruger deflector shields and then comes back in and respawns every single time. So fuck him. We can go back to P-tard to retard and see if he's figured out which gravity he's talking about yet. Where's he at?
He boot scoot.
Oh, he boot scooted. Dumb fuck.
Dang it. You ruined everything, Curie.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess that's a double kill.
Peter will run as soon as he's muted. He'll just leave.
Well, he was muted for cause. He didn't know the different types of gravity when he was claiming gravity. He doesn't know what gravity is. He's a dumb fuck. He deserves to be muted.
Oh yeah, I was.
What are we gonna do? Make him the professor now?
No, I was just saying that he's got this shtick where, like, if he gets muted, he leaves, and he's like,
"Oh,
okay,
fuck off!"
Yeah,
go figure out what gravity is.
Great. QE asked him for the ABCs, and he stumbled. So yeah.
No, he was spouting off the ABCs in a different language.
Yeah, but Jemsy knew what language that was.
Right?
Exactly, and he couldn't do it. So yeah.
So he blew that even.
Mm-hmm.
You
finally caught up. Welcome to the show, Sonny.
He's too drunk for Discord.
That's okay. So are there any Globers that are in here at all that aren't pretender clowns?
No, that doesn't exist.
I guess that's a oxymoron.
Mm-hmm. Now there's Globers that exist. They're not pretender clowns, but not the people who we deal with. We deal with anti-fuckwit flat earthers.
Loggy, your penis. You don't have a penis. You can't get erect.
Shut up, Lumpy.
What?
It's alright, it's just a woman, ignore.
What?
Oh shit!
No.
I'm all blocked up. Hey, Creation Bear, did you fucking hook my nitro up or what?
No, I'm sorry.
Shut the hell up, Lynn Pie. Creation Bear.
What's up?
I'm not fully accessible to nitro. Did you bone me?
Pause. Guys, we're doing a raffle giveaway. Huey's Nitro is coming up, folks. If you'd like to support the ism here, feel free to donate Nitro to your boy Quantum Eraser. Support the work.
Support the work.
I was actually just working on some sounds in the background. We do have Capper Life. I don't think they're going to speak too soft.
I think
Yeah,
that's Starman.
that's Matthew.
No, it's a different guy.
That's Star Life, yeah.
Star Life.
Yeah.
There, yeah, that's
They're both
right.
capping, so you know.
Oh, he's deaf muted.
Loser. Well, I think Peter got properly cooked by Indio. That was a 1v1 for the books.
Did Mr. Cosmo stick around for it, or did he boot scoot?
He boot scooted, but he didn't really have much to add, did he, folks?
Well, his whole shtick was flat earthers can't debate one on one. You just pile on. Okay, here's a one on one debate with Peter, a guy you've cited over and over again. Let's see what happens. Oh, look at the time. Gotta go.
Is he real? Is Cosmic real?
I don't know. I've seen him in text chat on politics. I've never heard him talk. So that's the first time I heard him. So, but that's he mostly just posts memes and shit like that. Like like the dinosaurs flying off the earth or whatever.
He seemed like he was LARPing low key, but that guy was off. Acting was terrible.
He's kind of like that dude not Kubanite, Akuma virus. He's like, I'll argue about this till you're pulling your hair out of your head and you're screaming. I'm like, okay, let's do it. I guarantee I got more patience than you.
That dude's a goofball. I haven't seen him in a while.
You can change your pants while still wearing your pants.
Holy, I forgot he said that. I have some text
But yeah,
back and forth
I want to
between
try that.
viewers,
How do
though.
you do that? Change your
Should we
pants while still wearing them?
Oh. That's great. I mean, freaking Matthew learns in the chat talking about just blow on your hand. That's gas pressure without a container. You're crazy. Come on, bro. Like, that's just terrible. And I don't even what was Peter's presentation all about? It had nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. All that yapping for nothing. So what's the cause of your mom? What? What are we even talking about, dude? This is what I mean. We're so winning. They literally have nothing for us at this point.
The cause of your mom, your daddy.
Yeah, or her daddy. Pause.
At this point, at any point.
It's bad. I mean, we got Matthew Learns in the chat talking about blow on your hand. That's gas pressure without a container. Come on, bro.
You dumbass.
That's just embarrassing. You're supposed to be the quote smart guy. About blow on your hand. Some weird desperation, right?
Peter said he was the cream of the Glover crop. He's the pinnacle of Glover apologetics, apparently, or something.
See, it's comments like this that let me know a lot of y'all's minds are already made up. It don't matter how much statistical evidence that y'all need to be shown, y'all are still going to think whatever it is y'all want to think.
Statistical. You need to scrap that one off the board.
Cut that one out. That was some random shit off the internet.
That was some stupid shit. Is that Fresh and Fags?
No, it's not. It's not.
No. Statistical evidence. What the fuck?
He did seem like he just kind of was making that one up, low-key.
Yeah.
But he had a point there to some degree. I don't know who that is.
No, he really didn't. He's a dumb fuck.
Some of these guys definitely have their minds made up.
Yeah, he's a
They're
dumb
not going to
fuck.
change.
There's statistical evidence that Rooster caused the fucking sun to rise.
Oh, you think that was bad? Oh, I got some way worse shit, man.
No, I've never heard anything worse than that.
Oh, I got a good one for you.
No, I was being facetious.
I was gonna say stick around.
Yeah, we actually heard worse than that from that guy's mouth directly.
Yeah, that's
just
pretty
today.
bad. I'm half tempted to play it, but yeah, it's really bad. People just talking about stuff they don't know what they're talking about. Science, statistical evidence, just tossing it out there. I'll just play it. It's not very long.
So this is maybe a little off topic, but like when we're looking at science and we're going way back in the day, like way back at the beginning of human evolution, there was actually studies that found that the human species as a whole was not scientifically meant to be monogamous, right? So there's scientific evidence that supports the reason why like females are able to orgasm multiple times is because they were supposed to go with multiple partners. And literally the
What?
shape. Yeah, no.
Oh my
The-
god! Fuck.
And the shape of the man's
need
like
some,
head is literally shaped like that to scoop out
Sorry,
competitor
guys, we have a
sperm,
really bad-
right? Because just like in the race of which sperm is going to be able to fertilize
Sorry,
the
guys,
egg,
we had a really
it
bad
was the
film.
same thing with male competitors back in the day in the beginning of evolution.
Ooh, girl, you nasty.
She said, yeah, no.
I mean, I think that ignoring the degeneracy of what the fuck she just said, she said scientifically meant to be. I've
She said,
never
yeah, no.
heard that before.
That's the important part. Yeah, no.
Yeah, like, what is
So, Huey, you missed
scientifically
it.
meant to be?
We had a guy in here, Mr. Cosmic. I'll just show you, dude. You're going to love this. Just have to scroll up a little bit. So, after how many years has it been since the Black Swan started?
4 years plus.
We're on
Well,
year 4?
3
1.5.
plus. We're on
No,
yeah.
4 plus.
2019, right?
Still
2020.
getting it wrong. Glover's still getting it wrong after 4 years. Crazy. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, the other day they were saying, how do you know that it's 9.41 miles? They
Yeah,
stayed
Rich
on the
Evans.
subject
blowing
for
from
30
Stupid
minutes.
Town.
Wouldn't budge.
Yeah,
Did you,
Rich-
That's
did you just what? Blow in from stupid to stupid?
yeah, that's a good one, huh? But
No,
Hank,
I don't have it because I don't have nitro.
someone hook you up with some nitro, guys. Stop being a brokey. That is really bad when they start denying. They're like, "Well, are those numbers even real?" Like, are you serious, dude? Now you're like, they're really holding us back. That's
I'm
what I'm
still,
starting to think.
I'm still stuck on the head. Did she think everyone was circumcised or what?
Bro, this is just insanity. Scoop out what? Holy smokes, that's some street behavior.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah. The circumcised streets.
So, Huey, look in
And
the live stream voice text. This was the guy's reputation of the Black Swan right here.
Oh, God. Huge
Yeah,
difference.
man.
I got a huge difference for him.
pause.
After 4 years,
Yeah.
still don't understand.
Who was that?
Crazy.
Who was
Mr. Cosmic.
that? Mr. Cosmic. Huh. Hashtag shit shrinks.
Wow.
So
What?
he started at, I think, what was his first argument was? Celestial navigation. And then he said, I'll give any flat earther $500 if they can do a 3-star fix. I think that's the word he used. Said, okay, what's that? You don't know what that is? No, I don't. What is it?
He couldn't tell
Tell
us.
me. You don't
He
tell us
couldn't
what
tell
it is. No. He said protothad. That's his answer. Protothad.
Protothad, that fucking imbecile. Yeah, protothad. Yeah, that would be the answer.
That's why I was so irritated at frickin' Peter, dude, because the kid that Mr. Cosmic, he was just like parroting other globe earthers' arguments, Jesse, Patholite, Protothad, and like these guys are giving you bad information, and then Peter comes in with his bullshit. And it's like, Peter, dude, I'm so sick of you guys. You guys are like convincing these other people you're ignorant of shit, and you're convincing other people to join your ignorance, and it's fucking annoying.
No, I love it. I hope it spreads.
Oh God, no, because it's freaking spreading down, man. It's like race to the bottom. Yeah, the ABC thing will be a real thing. Like, this is going.
Mm.
It ain't already. You'd be like, say the ABCs without singing a song, and they'll be like, "Oh, you got me."
So, Indio, they haven't asked you to go to Antarctica?
No, I'm waiting. I want my email, dude. I've actually started bitching about it today. I'm gonna bitch really loud because, like, this list, right, of all these invited flat earthers, like, who's on the list and why ain't I on it? I feel jilted. Like, don't I count? Don't I matter?
Yeah, what is the list? Can't we just read it?
I'm
Actually,
trying to find out.
I think you guys can get a way to do it. Just do the make a wish, for kind of like sick or retarded people, and they'll just make a wish. Want to go to
Is that
Antarctica,
how
and
you
they
did it,
do the fun.
Jimsy?
I'm gonna start
Does that
talking
work
to
for
dude.
That's
you?
how I want to do it. Make a wish.
Okay. I'm gonna do it with you. It's okay. Make a Wish Foundation. Help Democracy. Please, we're just slow. We want to be better.
Hey, hold on.
Before I die, I have a wish. I
Oh.
want to go to Antarctica.
Oh, hold on. Donato just hooked me up with Nitro, but my shit's still locked. Creation Bear, what's going on here?
Okay. Did you accept it? Or
Yeah.
and what's locked?
A whole shitload of fucking
Just close the Discord
Maybe you need to
and open
drop
it again.
off.
I'll give you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out. Come back in.
All right. Shout out to Donato, man. That's some real shit right there, man.
Hell yeah.
Donato, I want to go to Antarctica, bro.
Yeah, fun. Yeah, you got us, bro.
You got 33,000.
Donato, that's
And
up.
if you don't,
Donate.
fucking poor.
yeah, that's some real shit, guys. Thanks for doing that. There's been a few people who have covered that so far, so someone's got the next month after this. And hey, you don't have to wait. You can do it now too. And yes, I have got previous months. So
I'm still locked.
Oh, you know what? There's two versions of Nitro. Shit. There's like there's like a $4 one and a $10 one. The $10 one allows you to use the sounds.
I can use some of the sounds, but the quarters of them have a lock on them. Motherfucker.
That's
Where's the
probably
communist
what it is.
bastards?
I know, bro.
We need to up the ante. All I got is this one.
Shut up, bitch.
What the fuck? These communist bastards.
That should
Thanks.
still give you some perks though. So yeah.
I got another gift from Donato.
Oh shit. Let's go.
He said, "Now you have the good one."
Shout out to Donato, man. That's a real one right there, bro.
Woo! Accept the gift. Sweet. That's something I would say. Shit. All right. Let's see if it happened. I'm still fucking locked.
What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, drop out, man. Drop out again.
I think he has to give it to me as well, so then you'll work.
So then it'll work.
Yours is gonna work.
That's funny. That's crazy.
EMCB. You catch the main event? I freaking fell asleep.
You did.
Yeah. Why? Was it good?
It's some
Yeah.
bitch. I'm still locked.
All right, we need to see some screenshots now, Kiwi.
All right. 1 second.
Rob Doug, new-ish. Oh, Ryan's been away for a while. Good to have you back. Neil's here. Mike, Migo, Hell's Angles. Hank's here, man. Gemsy, Flatsy, Crit.
Oh,
All right. Hmm.
You see it?
Go into your settings and hit that nitro button. See what's going on there.
Settings.
Yeah, down there by your mute button, the headphone button. That little gear.
Headphone button set. All right.
Should be billing nitro. Should be in there. What does that say?
So go to billing.
There should be a button called nitro.
Ain't no fucking nitro button under billing, you dumbass cracker.
Well, let's see.
Okay, hold up. Billing settings.
Subscriptions.
So nitro. It says,
Subscriptions.
shut the fuck up. It says unlock a world of perks with Nitro. Join Raleigh Criteria and other friends on Nitro. Upgrade.
Hit that subscriptions.
What fucking subscription are you talking about, Mo? Yeah.
2 down from Nitro. With Nitro server boost subscriptions.
All right, hold on. Subscriptions, okay.
All right. So
These
mine
are your,
says, yeah.
This is what it says. Shut the fuck up. These are your current subscriptions. They will be billed on the same billing cycle. You can update any subscription at any time. Discord Nitro Basic.
Oh, you got the basic.
You have custom emoji, bigger uploads, and more for $2.99 per month.
You need the
Pending
$9.99. Oh, okay. So if he sent you the good one. Wait. Yeah. What was it? Can you? Let me just take a look. Sorry, guys. The Geek Squad is here. Hit that manage subscription. Oh, jeez. This is gonna be a whole process. Well, they don't. Either way, you'll still have it at the end of the day. So if you have to wait a month, you still got the second one. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Here, let me show you what it. I'll screenshot what it says, and then
I'll screenshot it.
There you go. Your subscriptions. There you go. Copy. Fuck out of here. Escape. Back in. There you go. This is what it says right here.
Switch plans.
I need to hit switch plans?
Yeah, but it'll probably take you to the browser.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. You want me to hit it?
Hit it. Let's see what happens.
Switch plans. Holy fuck, they want to charge me $99 a year?
Is there an option to use the credit that you just got?
No.
You'll need some more screenshots if we can go from here. I should have said this in the first place. That's my half of my mistake. But shout out to Donato though. Still, that's W.
Well, it gave me at least some of them.
And the other one won't go away either. So it's fine.
Where's Donato at? He's not even in here.
He's probably listening on Rumble or YouTube. Like a real one. Guys, Kiwi, you sure you don't want to cook Matthew Lane some more?
No.
But the wolf pups are hungry.
You can cook them after I leave. I'm going to be out here in a few minutes.
All right. Fair enough. Who's the next treatment?
Bring out the gimp.
Yo.
Bring out the gimp. You're
That's a good
funny.
movie, man. I haven't seen that in a while.
Shaggy 420. Are they with us or no? Shaggy.
Shaggy.
I don't have any sound effects for that.
You don't have Rutro Raggy retard.
I need to add that.
He said he's working, bro.
All right.
What?
Your,
Picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervise. Just get with your supervisor. He'll let you in.
You're grading down under? I mean down under? How do you grade upside down like that?
Well, actually, I reckon it'd be easy because all the dirt and shit would just fall out of the way. You asked for that.
I know, I deserve that. Grading on a curvature or grading a curvature? Okay. Grading a level on a curvature, aren't you? What happened to Indio? Indio left us too? I gotta go soon too. My weary bones are tired. Long day.
Why did cavemen drag their women by the hair?
What's agony?
That's not a piece of wood, some bitch.
To get them across the road?
Nope. Because they drag them by the foot that fill up with dirt.
I was gonna say that. Damn, I almost had that joke. I almost got it. I was saying because dragging them by their feet gets their hair all dirty.
Geogeny.
Who wants to kiss a dirty haired biatch? Just kidding.
Misogyny.
I had the punchline. I forgot what the fucking statement was, though. Yeah, it's an old one. Check out the big brain on Brat.
Should change that joke because dragging them by the feet make their mouth fill up with dirt. Who wants to kiss a dirty mouth? Dirty mouth, clean it with the orbit.
Good one, Sonny. I feel like we really need to up the speaker to listener ratio. The ratio is just out of order, out of balance.
Well, like too
But
many
I get
speakers, or not enough
too
speakers?
many, Crit. What you mean too many, bro?
Oh, okay.
It's like 30 plus people in here,
Everybody's quiet, man.
bro. Like, we don't even get a hello, man.
It's
Who
refreshing.
hurt you?
I fucking like it.
Yeah, I agree. Like sometimes on politics server, it's just too many people talking at once. You're like, shut up for 1 second. Like, someone yield the mic at least for a minute, so someone can make a full point. It's like herding cats. Like,
True.
I'll step in for a second, just say hello. I was driving, so I couldn't say anything before, but I've arrived, so all in one piece. So hello, and I'll step back.
Shut the fuck up.
W Mike. W's for Mike in the chat, guys. Spam W's for Mike. Well, good to see names like Sunny back in here. We got new names that we haven't really spoke to a lot. Rem Dub and Rob Doug, Shaggy.
We got a good show coming up on Tuesday if y'all want to be there.
Oh, you got a treatment?
Yeah, on QE Live, we got sort of a treatment. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
This one.
I love it. Are those hyenas in the back?
Those are my wolf pups.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, and we hungry too. We thirsty. Why are they in jars?
Well, we went on a theme of shooting hippos in a fishbowl, so we put those dumbass crackers in jars.
They're in Smucker's jars.
Smucker's jars.
Yep, brains in jars.
Oh, Lord. So, Kiwi, you've seen the video where he said, well, you've been officially invited. And they're like, he's like, by who? I don't know, somebody. You saw that video or no?
I just seen the video where Witsit invited Pastor Will Duffy on to explain his position, and I couldn't believe it that Pastor Will Duffy, he's so fucking retarded, right? But on a couple of occasions, he fucking outwitted Boy Zero the Skygrifter. I couldn't fucking believe it.
What did he say?
I'll point him. I can't remember. I just remember laughing my fucking ass off. I can't remember. It was like 4 or 5 days ago. A lot of shit's happened since then. So we'll see. I like to do them spontaneously anyway.
All right. I will try to tune in for the treatment on Tuesday.
Try.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll just be there.
Betty won't be there though. She's off to she's on vacation for the next 2 weeks.
Red flag.
So I'm gonna miss my Betty.
We can call CB Betty. It's all good.
How did you two link up? I was just thinking about that the other day.
When I went on Bassano's channel back in 2016, she was listening to Bassano, and then I popped on, and then she started stalking me after that.
Man, having an assistant like that's pretty helpful, huh?
Say again?
Well, having an assistant like that's got to be pretty helpful.
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Yeah.
Adam will be back. Yeah, he'll be back.
Adam Macon will be back though.
Yeah, he's back from vacation, so he's coming back, but Betty's leaving. It's vacation time. That's what this time of year is.
True. All right, cool. So treatment on Tuesday. You heard it here first, folks.
Treatment on Tuesday, and then another Ballbusters on Saturday. We might do another treatment there. I think we might be catching up on treatments. I think it's this one. Thumbnails, ballbusters. I think it's the treatment because we started a treatment. Yeah, it's on this motherfucker. Professor Robert Parks, and again, shits it makes an appearance. We're gonna do like a whole like monthly special on Boy Zero to Sky Grifter, Wits It, Shits It, the double speaking lion Surat. We're gonna go back into history, and we're gonna have a couple shows where he first come out with his ephers. We take a little gander back on that. See how it went. Stay tuned.
QE, you'll love this. I'm having a chat to my mate the other day, and I said something about being in their server. Now, he's against Flat Earth. He thinks it's fucking ridiculous. Anyways, I said, yeah, we get these fucking retard ether earthers come in there. And he goes, what's ether? The first thing he said, what's ether? And I'm good, you're halfway intelligent. Just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But the rest of the conversation wasn't so intelligent. It was fucking backwards, man. Gravity. Appeal to some scientist that he couldn't give me a name of. Gravity.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
that's typical.
hopeless.
Pastor Will Duffy, he changed it from what was the background? FTE. The final, I don't know what the fuck it means. But he changed it from experiment. He said, let's just change the E from experiment to expedition. Yeah, I'll give you a fucking expedition.
That's amazing. That's so great.
Has anybody ever heard that that ether used to be on the periodic table? Has anybody heard that freaking little from a little birdie?
No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, they used to huff it and they used to drink it, and it's starting fluid. They used to call. No, listen. They used to. They did.
I'm
They
like,
used to drink it.
I'm like, where was it? I'm like, let me see it. I want to see the freaking old table. You know,
starting fluid is
like,
called.
you know,
We used to
chiseled
be
into
called
stone,
ether.
like from freaking Fred Flintstone's times or some shit, right?
What the ether? The word of ethereal is the first start of ether. So the ether and the ethereal energy or ethereal realm, or the idea, a theory, and then ether. Yeah, energy. But it was a drink, and it was a starting fluid. People huffed it back in the day. They were really bad addicted to it.
I think he's asking for the symbol on some periodic table. I think that's what Paraplegic was asking.
Yeah, that was the conspiracy freaking thing. I heard somebody say, like, oh, it used to be. They took it off of the periodic table. That's what they said. Like, it used to be on there or some shit.
I'm waiting for QE to say something real nasty. It's right next to your
I know, right? Dude, you hear some crazy shit out there, man.
The atomic number? You want the atomic number for ether?
00.
I've heard of Ethereum. It's a crypto coin.
Oh, that's really cool. Adam Unsalted. According to ancient and medieval science, whatever the fuck that is, ether, also known as the fifth element or quintessence, is the material that fills the region of the universe beyond the terrestrial sphere. Terrestrial sphere. The concept of ether was used in several theories to explain several natural phenomena, such as the traveling of light and gravity. That's a good one.
Right back to frickin' what is ether? Ether. I think it's isn't that Kiefer Sutherland's youngest son, Ether Sutherland?
No, that train wreck. I still love the train wreck of electrostatics. I think everyone should say electrostatics. That's what I think. Platzi, I want more people saying electrostatics.
Yeah, just say it or what?
You triggered my trap card!
Or is there like a dance or something that goes to it? Some kind of move?
All right, you guys want to talk to Matthew? I'm gonna take my leave of you.
I'm busy. We're all busy.
I just watched that last night, by the way. Excellent. It gets better every time I watch it.
Hells yeah.
All right, there you go. He's all there for you. I'm going to take my leave of you.
All righty, QE. Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Gotcha, QE.
Thank you.
Later, Gator.
Catch you on the flip side, guys.
On the flat side, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There's some people in the lobby, so just currently fishing.
We just got somebody
Was it-
named Paul Diablo.
What was he referring to? The greatest military movie ever made, G.I. Jane?
Horseshit.
No, Tombstone.
The movie Tombstone?
Tombstone was a terrible movie too. Those outlaws came into town, put on some badges, and said nobody can have guns in town but us.
Dude, I like Wyatt Earp better. Like I think it's a better movie. I mean, everybody loves Val Kilmer, but I think Dennis Quaid plays just a sicklier, squirrelier one. And when he tells them all to kiss his rebel dick, it was pretty funny, man. Like, I like Wyatt Earp. I mean, not that I don't love Tombstone, but I like Wyatt Earp better.
Yeah, sure.
Costner. Sorry.
They were still communist tyrants.
The real Wyatt Earp had roots here in San Diego. He used to be here quite a bit, apparently.
Tyrant.
I got like a bar trivia question. Doc Holliday was a doctor of what?
Nobody's saying you can't carry your guns or you can even have guns. We're just saying you can't carry your guns here.
Except for us. Because we got badges.
Right? Where we just freaking knock people over the head all the time.
I have 2 guns. One for each of you.
All of you can kiss my rebel dick.
Yeah, Doc Holliday was a dentist. I knew I was right. Yep, yep.
Isn't it crazy, like how much of a script there is coming from the new people? I mean, if you look at the chat, the lobby, what do you think's behind the ice wall? I already got stuff for that. There's a .gov article that talks about the ice wall 19 times. You just post that and they go, oh shit. I
Oh.
guess flat earthers didn't write that. So that's debunked easy. They come in with their own ideas. So then he's like, well, so then what do you think's at the edge? Edge? Edge of
What
what?
edge?
You know,
Yeah,
so
I
they're
used that
already,
the other night. I used that the other night when somebody said something about the ice wall. I was like, "That's not our thing, man. That's your thing."
yeah, and it's so funny
Yeah,
they
I
want to
stole that.
hand it off to us.
I stole that from CB.
Fuck yeah. And so, one thing I've been saying a lot lately is the Earth is not a flattened globe in space, because that's what their mind is thinking. So I feel like one of the most important things for me to do is take that idea away from them, because a lot of their questions are going to stem from that. Well, so
I need
where's
you to
the edge?
explain this. If you take shit off them, you're going to have to explain stuff to fill that void.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's
that's
true too.
true because they're going to be asking for a replacement like they always do.
But I find that if you take away that idea, it's like, well, they can't ask you, well, what about how come there's one flat planet amongst these other round planets? Or
Yeah.
what's hanging on the bottom of the disk? Or why is the light not shining on the whole thing? That all those questions stem from the same idea, a
Yeah.
flattened globe in space.
Yeah, that's a good point. That needs to be taken away from them right away. Because if not, we're going to be having a conversation where they're thinking that without it being addressed. And the conversation's just going to be like ridiculous.
But CB, do you understand why some of them ask where the edge is?
No, I mean, I do understand why they're asking that, but again, I think it stems from their ideas that you can go off the earth into a place to look back and take pictures and see and stuff like that, right? So they're picturing
Yeah.
an earth like they're picturing themselves in space looking at a flattened earth. So that's why they're asking, well, where's the edge?
Some of them are brainwashed from school too, dude. From the ship with the like, oh, we can't go there. We're gonna go, off the big waterfall.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
spilling out and being somehow
a flat surface
up.
flat surface either goes in all directions infinitely, or if it doesn't, then that implies there must be some end to that somewhere.
A shore to the puddle. Yeah, a shore to the puddle, which we haven't seen.
Yeah,
Not really.
because they haven't been made aware of the situation that the Earth is actually contained, and if they're made aware of that there's a container, then that would take away this idea of an edge, that it's contained.
Also, that water's going to space, and it's not just going to be like falling off.
But it's not in outer space, right? It's not in outer space.
Like the ends
I go
of
under
the
it.
Earth, Matthew.
Say that again, Hank?
Like the ends of the Earth, Matthew.
Right. Yeah, the ends of the
That
earth.
must be just like poetry, right? Like it's
Right.
not literal.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's not apply a bunch of double standards. The globe is
Can't
not
leave
flat Earth.
the Earth and go to heaven, can you, Matthew?
Say that again about heaven?
As a physical mortal human, you can't leave the Earth and go to heaven, can you?
I don't know where heaven is, if it's physical or mainly just a
God created it on the first day, in the beginning, right? Created the heaven and the earth.
Oh, the heavens. That is referring to the atmosphere in the sky.
The heaven.
Right. So that's the atmosphere in the sky, not like heaven where you go after you die.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. So the Creator doesn't live in the heaven?
That's a different definition of the word heaven.
It's a different definition.
Right.
Where would you find those? Where would you find those different definitions? Because
In
I
the
don't
English
recall.
dictionary, which is not the right place to look, look in the Hebrew dictionary.
Yeah, you got to look at the Catholic concordance to make sure that you get it right, because they're the ones that have like the Jesuits and they control the colleges.
So you got to look to the Satanists to find out what's real. Okay.
Yeah, either that or it's poetry, right, Matthew?
Yeah, I think it's mainly figurative language.
Right. Like Jesus didn't
But
really die on the cross.
oh, he did. That's
Wait,
not
what?
figurative.
Wait, but he definitely didn't rise on the third day. That's poetry, right, Matthew?
No, that's not poetry.
Wait a minute. Where's how do we know which one's which?
Context and genre.
Context and genre.
Right.
Can you elaborate?
The Gospels are clearly biographical, whereas some of the other writings are clearly figurative.
So when Jesus was talking about in Luke 19, I would have all my enemies brought before me and slayed before me those who wish me not to be the Messiah. Was that literal? Like he wanted
I don't think he ever said that.
Matthew 19? I'm sorry, Luke 19?
Doesn't sound familiar.
He spake a parable on the way to Jerusalem?
He spoke a what?
He spoke a parable?
A parable. Oh, so it's not literal, it's a parable?
Right. A simple story to illustrate an idea. And he did say that, by the way.
Yep, Luke 19:27. The character in the parable story that he told um, says, "Bring the enemies of mine who did not want me to reign over them. Bring them here and slaughter them before me."
So who reigns over somebody? Does the Messiah reign over somebody?
He does, but this is a parable.
Okay, so he's not like a Messiah in the parable.
Wait, are you trying to imply that the parable is literally true?
No.
Okay, good. Because it says right there in Luke 19:11, he proceeded to tell a parable.
Yeah, that's what it said. It's a parable. And he's talking about we do not want this man to reign over us. When he returned, having received the kingdom, he ordered these servants who had given the money to him to be called, that they might know who had gained by doing business. The first came before him, said, Lord, your mina has made 10 minas more, blah, blah, blah. And at the end, but as for these enemies of mine who do not want me to reign over them, bring them here, slaughter them before me. So you think those two things are completely unrelated? Like he's going to Jerusalem, he's about to be executed. He knows he's about to turn himself in. He's super, emotional going to Jerusalem on purpose for the Passover so that everybody will be fat and happy and lethargic after feasting, and that he can give himself over to the Pharisees to be killed without causing an uprising. So do you think maybe this, little parable had anything to do with him in reality and how he was feeling at the time?
Yeah, so it says that the parable, they were asking about the kingdom of God, and he's telling this parable about to give illustrations about truths about the kingdom of God. And so I suspect it means something like ultimately people who oppose God's kingdom will be destroyed.
Okay, moving on. Back to the earth.
Sure. I want to answer Flatsy's question. Do you understand why that's a dumb question, as if there's an edge to reality? Well, if you have a flat reality and you go in one direction long enough, at some point, if you can't go infinitely far in one direction, at some point you will be stopped either by a container or by an end. So, I think it's an okay question.
Now, can the surface continue on after the container?
It could, yeah.
So that wouldn't necessarily be an edge, then, would it? It'd be just a limit to your ability to travel horizontally across the
Right.
surface.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Is there a limit to your ability to travel horizontally?
But that's not what people mean when they say edge, and you know it. Most people that come in here are imagining a drop, a cliff, like on Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I would ask a simpler question: what's the limit? I like the way that you put it. The limit of our ability to travel horizontally. I think that's a better way to put it.
Were you born a weasel, or do you just spend years practicing?
No, I'm not a weasel.
Just curious, because you know what people say when they come in here. You've been in here enough. Oh, where's the edge? Where's the edge? If it was an edge, cats would have pushed the ball off it. You've heard all the dumb shit before, so stop trying to reword it to suit your own stupidity.
Wait, I agree with you that it's not a good way to put it. That's why I'm saying that I like the alternate way of saying it. Why are you complaining that I'm agreeing that it's a better way to put it?
It's just your usual weasel self. It does for some of our heads in.
Wait, you'd rather me to stick to like dumb crap that other Globers say? I guess that'd make it easier to yell at me, but you know.
Well, I don't have to yell. I can just turn my volume up if you like.
I just saw a meme. It says, if you get lost in the woods, start talking about flat Earth, and someone will show up to argue with you.
I like it.
It's a survival tip. Fucking Negator Triple X shows up like, hey, I just parachuted out of the sky. I heard you were talking about flat Earth, and you're wrong. I want you to know that you're wrong about things, and everybody who listens to you is stupider for having heard it. And by the way, I got some waterproof matches and a water straw, just what you needed.
Well, maybe the stranded astronauts should try that. I think the edge is, whereas the edge is projecting the fact that the globers don't have an edge of the ball, and there's also an edge of space. Also, so that's why we get those questions all the time. Where's the edge? Because the globers don't have one in either case.
Yeah, so if the surface of the Earth is shaped as a sphere, you can travel horizontally in any direction as far as you want to. I mean, you're going to circle back, obviously, but you don't need an edge.
I'm in the leading edge where boats disappear. Geometric edge.
Yeah, that's a visual edge. I'm talking about. You can keep going in that direction if keep going east as long as you want.
What was the Falkland Island War all about?
Argentina was trying to boost their economy, and they had this huge inflation, and so they attacked the Falkland Islands, thinking Queen Elizabeth wouldn't do anything. But nope, she sent all her warships down there and ended it.
So the supposed geometric edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet has been debunked.
Right, because you have a you always see the apparent horizon, not the geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, and it's apparent.
Not according to these dumbasses.
Yeah, that's the only one you're going to see.
Whole lineup of horizons. Hey, Matthew. Yes, no?
Yeah, they've got the apparent horizon, which is the only one you'll ever see. But mathematically, there's sort of
apparently it's there, or apparently it's not, or apparently it's geometric. Cool. Which way you going, mate?
No, apparent just meaning what you see.
So it is there or not?
It appears to be there. It's caused by the geometric horizon, but you still only see the apparent one. Usually they line up pretty good, but atmospheric conditions can make it appear somewhere different.
You know how they've got those whack-a-mole machines? Do they have a whack-weasel machines? Just so there's no geometric edge at all, leading edge, Matthew.
I think there is.
Matthew, did you go to a Jesuit college?
No.
What college did you go to?
Biola University in La Mirada, Los Angeles County, California.
Okay, so you went to college in LA, like the devil's butthole.
No, it's Los Angeles, which stands for the Angels.
Which ones? The good ones or the bad ones?
The good ones. The bad ones are called demons.
They're called fallen angels, Matthew.
Right, and so this county was named after God's angels.
Lost angels.
Demons are disembodied spirits.
Yes, and so are righteous angels.
I know you guys hate it when I talk religion, but Matthew's a religious guy, so I try to understand how he holds these views that
Christianity is not a religion, though, just to correct you on that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, so it's like when it goes against the globe, it's allegorical, but it doesn't go against the globe, then it's literal. Seems to be the standard.
Yeah, most of us Christians, including me, have decent ways of resolving our belief in the globe and the reality that Scripture is inerrant, and so that type of putting those two ideas together is very common.
Well, for me, I don't have to resolve anything. It's a flat Earth book. It was written before. The books that were written in it were written before Copernicus had an idea of, the Earth in motion. I don't have to resolve anything. I just read it and take it for what it is, what it says.
How did you reconcile the globe through the biblical words?
Typically, it's because we think that all the things that seem to imply that the Earth is actually flat can be taken figuratively and aren't meant to describe the literal physical shape of the Earth.
Well, I'm taking
like the pillars and the edge of the Earth, 4 corners of the Earth. We don't think there are pillars or corners on the Earth.
You don't think there's pillars in the Earth, huh?
Right.
You ever seen one?
So there's a.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, you go ahead. Sorry.
You ever seen one of the petrified trees, Matthew?
I've ever seen trees? What?
Yeah, like petrified trees that grow up out of the, like in different layers.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Here, I'll post something for you.
One more thing. What if I told you pillars can be horizontal stacks like a gradient or layers? What if a pillar could be like that? But go ahead.
Yeah, pillars could be like that.
You see what I put in the side chat, Matthew?
Yeah, I see it.
Is that a tree?
Could be. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if there was like really big trees at the foundation of the earth and they got petrified, I think maybe they would look like pillars today.
Could be, but I just think that scripture talks about the foundation of the earth in a metaphorical sense, that God has created it to be sure and steady and that kind of thing.
Okay. Curious. Continue.
Yeah, but you're nowhere near globe cosmology in any of it. How did
Right.
you get How did you get globe cosmology in Genesis?
Oh, you can't. No, Genesis does not. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Do you think the people that wrote it were thinking it was all, theological and, metaphor?
I think so, yeah. I mean, they wrote it with that genre in mind. Sure.
No, they actually had that view of reality. That was their cosmological view of reality. We've been through this before. They were literally writing down what they think was the universe, how it formed. Well, what they were told. They were told, actually, what to write down, if you take it as the word of God, right? God was being metaphorical? God was being metaphorical? Come on, man.
Yeah.
What if the biological systems work such as a something mechanical that the creator set up so that in operation it appears as if these systems work, accordingly. So if you were to say like the sky looks like a timepiece, a very complex one, but would that be like a kind of like something that was put in place for people here on Earth?
Yeah, in a sense, you're talking about the purpose of all those things. In fact,
Yeah.
the sun is made for the day and the moon is made for the night. And so, yeah,
Right.
I think the purpose is pretty clear.
So it affects people here on Earth, right? So let's just say this, right? Say, for example, the paradigm of the Earth being a globe was, your idea. You could fly to Mars. What would happen when you land on Mars? What kind of scriptures would fit Mars?
No scriptures would fit landing on Mars or magnetism or electricity or information theory or any of those type of modern ideas.
Right. So would you think that God would have to rewrite some or make an addendum to what he wrote just so that it could fit something that he wasn't, or people weren't meant to be at, so that we can now? No.
Yeah, well, God doesn't need to change the Bible now that we've discovered electricity, magnetism, and Mars.
Yeah, but you're saying things that here on Earth. So the properties of things that happen here on Earth are different from Earth. So things that are outside of Earth, like, going to another planet, how would that fit the narrative? Because it seems like what Satan was aspiring for was to ascend above the heights of the clouds, to go above the stars of God and be like the Most High. Of course, that's Isaiah. I don't know if you know this scripture passage, but then when you look at that and then you say, hey, I think people can do the same thing. They can aspire as well as Satan and do the same thing Satan does, and we're all good because God never says that the heaven is his place and the earth is ours, does he, Matthew? Or is that what he says? No, this is your place, the earth. The heavens belong to me. So you're saying, however, you're saying that it's okay for humans to go against what God says and, basically aspire to be like Satan. What he said, he wants to go ascend above the heights of the clouds. He wants to be like the Most
God.
High. Yet you're affirming that you, as a Christian, think that it's okay to think that. And I don't see how you wake up every single day knowing that these scriptures are there in the Bible and the context is there for you to understand. Of course, that's what Satan wanted. Well, isn't that what you are also advocating for in that position? You're advocating for those who do these things, ascend above the heights of the clouds and above the stars of God. So essentially, you would say, I like those guys who say that like Satan does. So, in other words, You're basically saying that just like as if you would following after Satan, which is why I'm telling you that's why you are against the words of God. On the one hand, you say you're sitting at God and at the table of demons at the same time. And of course, that's lukewarm, where God reminds you, do not be this way because I will spit you out of my mouth. The book of Revelation tells you that.
Yeah,
One of the
Revelation
churches,
3:15.
of course, was that way. So if that is the case, and he's already warned people, do not be this way, why would you then, even knowing all of this, still hang on to the words of men?
Oh, I disagree with your characterization of conflating Satan wanting to be physically above the clouds versus Satan wanting to be spiritually more important. I think that
But by man doing literally that,
yeah,
puff themselves up in their ego to be spiritually like that as well.
Right. When they ascend above the heights of the clouds, what do they say when they're up there? Look, there is no God, we checked. And, they're happy to say so because they say, science is supreme because it's above religion. Because, this is one thing, science is a more pure way of looking at the earth versus where religion is a very biased way for groups of people, where science has doesn't have any groups or agendas. It's just what it is. So it's in essence kind of pure and does have nothing to do with religion. So you would say that because you are someone who ascribes to a religious point of view, that you would have a bias for the word. Yet I don't understand. It's kind of confusing because you think you can excuse yourself from anything that God says or warnings that God say in his word about anything pertaining to Satan's aspirations or what he wants, and just say, no, I'm not like those guys. See, I don't get that, Matthew. That's why I said it long ago. You're following a false doctrine with the globe. Yet you still think that it's okay. And see, this is the problem, right? I'm not telling you because I've already said what I said, but the problem is with you now, when you don't reconcile that in your life, you're going to have to stand in front of the Creator and just like you're telling me, you're making an excuse that you don't characterize yourself in that way. But think about it, because this is what Satan's been doing. He's deceiving the whole world with this information. So
look, I agree with you that anyone who tries to put themselves above God and be more important than God is committing sin. In fact, I think that's probably the most the biggest sin of Western culture, especially in America. We think we all can control our own lives. However, I don't think that getting on a commercial airplane and flying above the clouds is in any way doing that. I think that's a physical reality that's different. So obviously, it's not a sin to fly in an airplane, but it is a sin to put yourself above God. And that's what Satan wants to do too.
yeah, but by what is your standard for that? Like, are you setting the tone for this, the precedence for what you think is right and wrong? Or basically what you're saying is, I can dictate what right and wrong is based on my interpretation. Now, what it says in the word, okay, it's not how it's said in there. It's how I interpret it. So if I think that it's okay because of my interpretation, it's just fine. I'll be okay. It's like any of the other false doctrines that people adhere to, right? The money doctrine, God wants you to be, rich and famous or whatever it is, right? There's some false doctrines that are floating around there. You can pick one and look at what I'm saying about that. But you're saying, in this case, you can believe whatever you want, and that's okay. But I'm telling you, is that what God's word's saying? Because the thing that you're not doing is to actually check back and make to see if it's okay by what he's saying. Now, I'm not telling you what's right or wrong based upon what I'm saying. I'm saying based upon what the word is saying. If you think that you're doing that due diligence, and all you're going to be able to do is answer to the Creator for that.
Again, I agree in principle
End of the day.
that. Yeah, I agree in principle that, of course, when individuals try to just go off on their own and make up their own interpretation of Scripture, that's a bad thing. Especially with social media, you have these theology bros or these women who are like these, theology influencers that aren't subject to any kind of check and balance. That's why God gave us community and church and authority and tradition. And so
And
I agree
accountability.
with all of that accountability. Right, exactly. Now, the reason I don't think that getting on a commercial airline and flying above the clouds is problematic is partially because I'm in a community of believers in my church where if I were to bring that up and say, hey, what do you think of this? That they would probably tell me, oh, it's okay. That's a physical reality, not a spiritual reality. Obviously, the spiritual reality of putting myself above God would be the problematic thing.
Yeah, but Isaiah described what Satan was aspiring to do in a very descriptive manner. It wasn't just saying that he's trying to be better than God or more famous than God. He's saying he's ascending above the heights of the clouds. So what he was doing basically was doing something that was showing superiority in an action. The action was going above the heights of the clouds, ascending above the stars of God. Now that was another thing. It's going above the
Something that
clouds and then
mortals can't do.
above the stars. So it went above the clouds, above the stars. So it's almost like something's it's going from one heaven to another heaven. So we can't go above the stars of God, but of course this idea that space travel will be possible will then go into that next heaven. If you can understand that, then you understand it isn't just the clouds, it's the stars. It goes far beyond the clouds. So once you get to that second level, you are now something, you're doing something that normal people couldn't do, and then they become revered, right? Somebody who gets in that position above the stars becomes revered. As you may know, some of the people that you look to, the astronauts, they become like superheroes, right? Like they are somebody that's done something so amazing that they're revered. Now that becomes something that you lean on and then you start to think about. So it isn't just taking an airplane trip, it's going above that, going to the stars and above the stars, which of course that's what I'm telling you in that scripture. That's Satan's aspiration. He wants to be looked to and revered. And if you actually look at to those people and you're like, yeah, these guys are great men, in our history. They did something amazing. They traveled, into space. They were standing on the moon and whatnot. They're going to Mars. Now these
You
are the
have to
stars
do
of God.
something in order to be revered.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, Matthew, like even though I'm saying all of this and you look at flat earthers and you kind of poke fun at it or whatever, you have your little whatever it is that you do. You should think about this, and at some level, when you think about it, when you're not in this call, you should at least think to the level of you being someone who holds to a biblical standard, as in, what is God telling me about what the physical and natural world is all about, especially when it's concerns like what we talk about in here. Because some people would say like this, and everybody has their own mind about this, but some people would say that flat Earth is not a salvation issue. But like when it concerns to like what you think about what God says about the nature of reality, I think it does. Because you're saying God didn't make this earth to be a very special place, it's a very unique place, and we can't leave this place. If you're saying we can ascend above the clouds and above the stars of God, then you take it out of the realm of where God really meant it to be. So then you say, God, I want to be like those guys and believe in that idea that you can do these things. So you're not doing or following what his word is saying. And what his word is saying is basically, no, heaven is my place, earth is yours. Know your place. And when you live here, you should be content. Now when you're not, and you're like, you know what? But we should travel places. We should go to exoplanets and Mars and all this kind of stuff. Well, you're just indulging in the thing that Satan was saying that he wanted to do. That's what they did in the Tower of Babel. They wanted to go to the heights of the clouds and above that and fight God and take their idols and usurp them over the Creator. And so all of these things that they wanted to
build
war
a
with.
spiritual tower, a metaphorical one. Nah.
No. And see, Matthew knows that they weren't building a metaphorical or spiritual tower. This was a real tower that they were trying to build because they wanted to war with God. And this is the same type. When you look at a rocket as it's upright, it looks like a tower. And people climb that tower and they get into the cockpit of that thing and they fly up into heaven as they would back in the old days of the Tower of Babel. Now, I don't see how you don't make the connection, Matthew, It's the same thing. They're warring against the Creator, and you're cheering them on. This, at some level, should sink in, man. I mean, really. I know your church buddies are telling you, nah, don't worry about those guys. They're full of it. But if you don't take heed, man, it's gonna be like the thing that, and I don't know why, but you're the one that has the ability to have that. You can change if you wanted to, but what's holding you back? That's on you.
Yeah, what's holding me
Makes
back
sense.
is it just doesn't make sense. So obviously, I think that when that verse in Isaiah 14:14 says, "I will ascend above the heights of the clouds; I will make myself like the Most High." I mean, the second half right there is interpreting the first half. Ascending above the clouds is basically trying to make himself like the Most High.
Yeah, but why does he have to ascend above the heights of the clouds? Why can't he just be a great man here on earth?
That's what I'm
What
saying.
is this?
It's
What is
figurative.
ascending? Yeah, it's not figurative. What does ascending above the heights of the clouds have to do with being a great person? If you can just be a great person here on earth, he could have said something else that would have made him sound like he could rule the kingdoms of the earth without having to do that action of ascending above the heights of the clouds.
So I have physically ascended above the heights of the clouds. Does that make me a sinner?
No, you're not
Okay,
getting it, are you?
exactly.
What makes you the sinner is that you advocate for the position that when people are ascending above the heights of the clouds and above the stars of God, you want to say that that is okay to think that we can be doing these things that God said in His Word. That's not where our place is. Our place is here on earth.
Okay, so quoting Isaiah 14:14, it is a sin to say, "I will make myself like the Most High." I think that's a sinful thing, and like I said before, that's probably the chief sin of Western culture. However, I don't think it's a sin to physically ascend above the heights of the clouds. I think that that's just a metaphor. So,
Yeah, but
it's
what were
the problem
people?
is making yourself like the Most High.
Yeah, what gave us the ability to travel in that manner?
Jet
What was
propellers.
it? Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying, why do people think that air travel and even further than that, like going to like Concord and 90,000 feet and all that? Why do people think that that's necessary? Why can't you just travel here on Earth? I'm not saying that
That's
you
a
have
good
to look
point.
to that, but
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, there seems to be a place where technology is now advancing to the point where you're getting to do things that you couldn't do prior to that.
right, and it has definitely made our lives more convenient in some ways, but definitely way more scatterbrained and using up all the resources and all this type of stuff. So I agree with you there. We
Yeah.
sometimes adopt technology without thinking about the consequences. So you're probably
Well,
right. We probably could get along better just
Well, I'll put
moving
it to you
on the
this
earth.
way. Yeah, I'll put it to you this way. And back in those days, they had people just living off the land and doing all that kind of stuff, and they were, as content as can be, because you were more unified in the sense of like you were connected to the earth. You were actually in the place where you should be, and people. There were communities. It was a different life. But now that convenience came into play, now everything seems so superficial, right? And so there seems to be people that would advocate for more technology. Give me more. I want to do more. I want to, be free from this idea that there's a creator. And so even the people that you go to church with would probably advocate for that position as well. And so all I'm saying is, if you don't think that that's wrong, cheering on the ones who advocate for the scriptures that talk about doing these things, then maybe you need to do that as a check for what you think you believe in. Because
Well, yeah, I think we all do. I mean, unfettered enthusiasm for the progress of technology is bad. It's an interesting question. Like, what limits should we put on there? Because it seems like some technology is good, but you don't want to have.
So
I
what do
don't. I
these?
don't want to go backwards to the
Yeah, but it's like, what are
2,000
the
years
ends
ago.
of
So.
all this? Can I let me chime in for a second? So there's an end to all of this, right? There seems to be like a common thread between all of this to escape the authority of God, right? If I can get off the earth, then like God said, you're gonna be on the earth, and like if I can get in a rock and get away, fuck him, right? I'm out of here. Or I can take drugs and escape that way, or I can go into virtual reality and escape that way. So all this stuff is just like a means to escape the so-called, as people, some people probably see it as a prison. They want to escape that, right? They want to escape what God laid down for us, right? He laid down the earth for us. That means we're supposed to be here, not somewhere else. He didn't
Yeah, I
say
do think that
jump
that
on the
is an
earth and then
impulse.
leave. He didn't say this is like a temporary rest stop.
Yeah, this is it. This is what we got. This is what he created for us. This is our place. Now, it seems like people aren't happy with that because they think that there's much more to look for than just living here. So
Yeah,
they're
I
feeling
think God created all of creation for us, like including the other planets and stars.
Yeah, but you're saying that where's the narrative?
When Jesus comes back.
Where's the where's the narrative that supports that, Matthew? That's you saying that. If that's true, that when Christ returns, he's returning here. He's not going to return to Mars. He's not going to return to the exoplanet that's 5 light years away. In your mind, the whole narrative of the biblical process is gone out the window the moment you think you go somewhere else. It's like you're getting away from the goodness of God to go to some fantastic idea that only, of course, could come from Satan because he wants you to think about other things other than the narrative. So now you're working outside of the narrative right now. You're basically saying you didn't even think about any of this, have you? What are you going to do on
Of course I
Mars
have.
if you're over there and Christ returns? You think he's going to return to Mars and say, "Hey, you over there, come back down here. We need you over here." That's not. Doesn't talk about that at all.
Right.
From Genesis to Revelation.
It doesn't talk about other continents either, but Adam and Eve, they said, hey, God put us here, and then he said, let's spread out. In fact, that was the problem with the Tower of Babel. Like, God confused their languages so they would spread out. So I think it's appropriate for us to spread out through all of creation.
No, that's the earth, not all of creation. As in, you see, this is the problem that you're having right now. You're leaving the place that he created. This isn't this isn't some place you're supposed to leave. You're supposed to stay here. And if you think you can leave, that's just these ideas that you have. No one can leave this place. Is what we're telling you. It's a closed system. So the whole thing that we said about the narrative of the earth being flat and stationary has everything to do with you not leaving this place. This is the only place. It's unique. It's what's been created. It's just where we're supposed to dwell. You can't go anywhere else. So if you think that is the case, then it's going outside of the biblical narrative, directly outside.
Hey, Matthew, when Bill Nye said that it was a closed system, was he being like allegorical? Was he telling a parable?
He meant that it's a closed system in the sense that we aren't going to live anywhere different from here for a long time. He was talking about trash, if I remember correctly. We can't take the trash off of this.
Wow.
Do you think like a Mars colony is consistent with the Bible?
I think so.
Nope.
Yeah, just
Nope.
like a American
Try to
colony
justify-
or Australian.
I want to hear him. I want to hear this.
Justify it, Matthew.
Funny to me.
Justify
tell us
Mars
consistent with the
colony.
Bible, man. Like, I don't
think
understand how it's consistent.
I think that God made all of creation for mankind.
He keeps saying that. Yeah, but you're not justifying the Mars
I
colony.
understand that. But I mean, why isn't Mars colonies mentioned in the Bible? Don't you think? Like,
The same reason that North America wasn't mentioned to Adam and Eve. Their descendants found it.
That's
Same with
different,
Australia.
right? That's a part of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
It mentions the
part of it.
Earth, but not individual parts of it. They also don't mention like the fucking ice caps and shit like that, right? So,
right.
But the thing is, Mars is like, it's supposed to be just like Earth, right? Other than, variations in climate. But like as a object in the heliocentric model, it's basically the same thing. Earth is there's many planets, right, out there. Like you said, 5 million light years away, there's a freaking other planet hanging out that are just like here. It takes away the uniqueness of Earth. And the only thing that would make Earth unique at all is the fact that we were created here, but then we leave, then the Earth is just another rock. Like say we invented some technology, and we can all just jump on a ship and just go live on Mars. All human beings jump in this freaking ship and go to Mars. Jesus comes back to Earth and it's empty. Like,
Yeah.
like we're
So,
fuck
so think
everybody
of,
else.
so think about it like this. In the beginning, right? God created the heavens and the earth. Two things: the heavens and the earth. The most special place, he had laid mention to it in the very beginning. The heavens and the earth. He didn't say the heavens and the earth and BRXY902 and also KJ765432. Like he didn't say all those exoplanets that all these other nerds are saying that are out there. The heavens and the earth. The most unique place that you could ever have was the only place. But the heavens are something that we observe. The earth was the thing that was created. So also the heavens, but like he didn't make mention of any other place that was special except for this one. That's why it said the heavens and the earth. So he, like I said, the nerds are coming up with all these new exoplanets. There was no mention of that in the beginning. So if you're saying that there is, then why didn't he mention that? Because he could have said very well that he mentioned not just the Earth, but all the other exoplanets as well.
And the ones in the Goldilocks zone, like Earth. Wink, wink.
You also got to think in the whole context of the Bible. Think about the Bible in its whole context. Nowhere do you get the indication that that there's some other shit like that, right? Like you can go live on Mars. It's more likely that that idea is a deception, just based upon what the Bible says. What the evildoer is and what his nature is to deceive and to lie, to create a false reality. Right? It's like, what's more likely, that flat Earth is the false reality that the devil created, or some place where you can leave the place that God made for you, right, and go to some other place? It just seems logically to me that it's more likely that the thing that doesn't seem to be commensurate with the Bible is the falseness and not the truth.
Correct.
Yes, I agree that there's those types of things aren't mentioned in the Bible. I don't think that implies necessarily that we're not meant to go there. I mean,
Matthew,
what if we built a city underwater? I mean, that sort
it's
of
still
stuff
the
is,
Earth, Matthew.
On Earth, man.
yeah, but
still
it's
Earth,
under
bro.
the earth.
No, it's
It's
under the water.
Under
It's still. Listen, dude. Like even if you create a little bubble and you have a city in there, like that it's still on Earth. Like the point we're saying is you're leaving this place. You're going to another place. Anyways, I gotta get going, but just think on that, man. That's the point is clear. Indio just laid it out. It's the same thing. If he made this place very special, and this is the only place that we're supposed to be on, you leaving to another place, it's not the same as this place. It would be another place. That other place was not mentioned.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and there's some force behind it. In fact, I do think that similar arguments were made at the beginning of flight and balloons, where people were saying, "Hey, mankind was not meant to fly; we're meant to be on Earth."
Yeah.
And there were these similar arguments.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say it. I'm saying back in the 1900s, I believe.
I'd say they were nuts. We could fly like a mug.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was.
Denmark was alive in the 1900s. What are you talking about?
I was too. You talk about like 1911 or something.
Yeah. Denmark's old, man. It's like 130.
Way back in the way.
No, but I just think about the tenor of the Bible. If you read it as a whole, like, I just don't get the gist that, like, hey, go somewhere else. Like, I just don't get that.
No, or else it would say the oceans of Mars.
I hear what you're saying, but I sort of get the opposite tenor. Adam and Eve started off in one space, and then the problem with the Tower of Babel was that all of humanity was a gathering in one city building this tower, whereas God clearly said to spread out and subdue the earth, and so he confused their languages so they would spread out. So it's kind of like this constant spread over all of the earth, and I don't see a problem with leaving the earth. I think that could be included.
Why didn't he just start life on the other planets too? Why the hell would we have to leave Earth to go there? Why wouldn't he have made an Earth and a Mars, Adam and Eve?
For the same reason he put Adam and Eve in the Middle East and not in North America and Australia. He let their descendants spread out.
Let me ask you this, man. So let's say God did make a heliocentric universe with other planets, and he made this vast distance between them. How does it add to the glory of God, man, to make rockets to fly to something that's like 16 million miles away, chill out there, away from the place that, ostensibly housed the Garden of Eden and was a paradise, to live in a cold, dry place with no air in spacesuits, protected from radiation, freaking 500 stories underground or whatever the hell you have to do. Right? So, like, these, like, how does that, like, it doesn't fit with the message of Christianity, period. Or even Judaism. Like, it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't, like, jibe for some reason. It's like the ideas that go along with it, right? The general, the spirit of it, I'll put it. The spirit of it just doesn't seems like it comes from a different place. It doesn't come from that same foundation.
Yeah, I think the more we understand about creation, the more we understand God's power and glory. Like the fact that we've been to the bottom of the ocean and seen these black smokers, volcano things, and all the life forms that are there, that increases our appreciation for God's creativity and his power. And I think the same is true when you go the other direction too. The more we see about the stars and the galaxies and all of these things up in the sky, the more we understand how powerful and creative God is.
The more you see.
Those things fascinate us. You think God is fascinated by us crawling around like fucking ants on everything?
No. I'm saying by understanding more of what God did, we understand more of God, of who God is.
Yeah, but he created man for the glory of God. That's
Right.
why man was created. How do these things benefit the glory of God? I don't see it, dude. And maybe I'm not in God's mind, and I can't understand why God would do enable human beings to do these things for his glory. But it just doesn't seem like. I think I just go based on Solomon that these things are vanities. Oh, we can get to the bottom of the ocean. We could fly to space. They're vanities, right? They're for our glory. They're not for his glory. No one ever said, I'm going to fly to the moon and build a fucking church. Right? No one ever flew to the moon for fucking Jesus. It's not for his glory. It's for the glory of mankind. It's one small step for mankind. Wasn't one small step for Jesus Christ.
Well, maybe I'll speak for myself then. Whenever I watch Planet Earth or one of these type of documentaries about creation, it gives me a greater appreciation for who God is. So the more I learn about creation, the more I understand about the Creator. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody.
So watching CGI on the Discovery Channel gives you a better appreciation for what God is.
No, I don't think watching CGI would help. I'm talking about like watching Planet Earth about all of the animals, or looking at under the ocean, or looking at the through telescopes and looking at what's in the sky, that kind of stuff.
Do not
But
be
Matthew, you believe in
dismayed by the heavens as the heathen do. Right? What is that? Jeremiah chapter 10?
Yeah, don't worship
Matthew,
the stars.
you sound pretty dismayed, bro.
So you have astronauts flying around in replacing God, the throne of
Replacing
God.
angels.
Well, how are they replacing God?
Because in the cosmology, heaven is on the other side of the firmament, so it's on the other side of the stars, so it's above the stars. So, like Isaiah 14:13 says, that Satan wishes to ascend above the stars.
What does Isaiah
That's where heaven
14:14
is.
say?
So you have
I can think of
instead of
another
God
way.
in heaven, you have astronauts. Okay.
Also, they claim to have a God's eye view. That's another way.
Right. So let's look at the next verse. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. So does
Clouds
that
ain't
mean?
nothing. That's the
Does that
cloud.
mean? Does
No,
that mean pilots
13,
doing
Clouds aren't that high.
14. No, verse 13, Matthew. Verse
Right.
13, please.
Yes, and 14 is similar.
No, read 13.
13 says,
That's what
you said in your
That's where you
heart, I will
rest.
ascend to heaven above the stars of God. I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north.
So above the stars, not up just above the clouds, right?
Right.
Right.
So yeah, I would say that that is meant to be a spiritual and metaphorical idea, just like 14 is. It's right there in the context.
Did you don't think the Antichrist will be able to fly around? It says he'll be able to make signs of wonders in the sky. You don't think it's possible doing that? You don't think that's literal? That part?
It might be. That part might be, yeah.
Might be, okay.
But I'm saying,
might not be though.
As an example, 14 is clearly not literal. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds and make
13.
myself fly. I know it's right.
We're
It's
talking about
all
13.
the same context. Okay, so we could ignore 14 and talk just about 13 if you like.
Yeah, because that's what Alpha was referring to. It says above the stars of heaven.
Right.
It's just above the clouds. That's just the sky.
Yep.
Are you guys done? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so when Moses meets Yahweh, and Yahweh tells him to, hide behind the rocks, and there's like some really scary stuff going on that scares the crap out of the Israelites. Was it like a metaphor when it was a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of smoke by day? Were those metaphors?
No, I don't think so. I think those are physical manifestations of God.
Smoke?
Yeah, probably so. Or at least like cloud, anyway. I don't know if it was smoke
fire?
or clouds.
Well, pillar of fire. What's that? Like, what if I described a pillar of fire? What would that be today?
It would look like a big, I don't know, a big, tall flame, I suppose.
Like what comes out of a rocket?
Oh, yeah, it'd be similar to a rocket, sure.
So does Elohim or Yahweh or whatever you want to call him? I guess if you're a King James guy, you say God, right? If he was moving around, does he need like a rocket ship to get around?
No, he doesn't.
Well, why was the top of the mountain burnt?
I don't know. I mean, I think, a physical manifestation of God's presence in that intensity had a physical effect on the mountain, something like that.
Did Moses have a sunburn on his face? Why was his face red?
It doesn't say it was red. It says that his face glowed.
What color do you think it glowed?
My guess would be like a bright white, but that's just a guess. I don't know if it says.
Oh, okay. So his face had a physical reaction. There was pillars of smoke and fire, and the mountaintop was burnt. So this is all literal, right?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I mean, it seems to be from the descriptions.
Okay. But Yahweh doesn't need a rocket ship.
Right.
Okay. Moving on. The Ruach Kokodesh is the Holy Spirit, right? But in that language, there's very few, words, and you have to read the context. So the breath, or what they call the spirit, the Ruach, it's kind of interesting because if there was a machine like that, wouldn't there be a bunch of wind kicking up dust and stuff?
What do you mean machine?
Well, I mean, something's got to make the pillar of fire by night and the pillar of smoke by day.
Well, it wasn't a machine. Nobody was building machines back that long ago, and God doesn't need a machine.
Oh, you don't think that there was machines? Okay.
Right. I don't think machines existed at the times of Moses.
You know, a screw is a machine, right?
I wouldn't call it a machine.
It's
But if you want to define it, I guess it depends on if you want to call a ramp and a wheel a machine, then okay.
Well, I guess he had to hide behind the mountains when, he was showing him that he could defeat all the Canaanites because, it was just a physical manifestation.
Well, yeah, I mean, God is spirit and he can manifest himself physically. So I'm not sure what you're trying to say here.
Anyway, moving on.
I think he's saying that God is an alien in a spaceship.
Well, he's not human, is he? He's
So
not like
Don't get
God
stuck on
created
Mars.
all.
No salvation for you, man. You'll be working in the wrong place at the wrong
So
time. Man.
where's the alien ship going then, dude? Hank, if the sky's a firmament.
Oh, he's going to fuck up the Canaanites.
But isn't he living? Where's he going in the rocket ship though?
To fuck up the Canaanites.
Not to space.
No.
What was the deal with the Canaanites?
They were boiling the babies in their mother's milk.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, so they weren't really. They sort of deserved to get messed up, really, didn't they?
Yeah, they were doing some weird shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, man. Some of these, stories about people worshiping these freaky gods and doing these freaky sacrifices. Wouldn't atheists be worse than that? Like, because then there's no moral authority to even stop you from doing anything. So it's kind of a weird dichotomy there.
No, I'd say Satanists would be judged more harshly than atheists. I think that's a greater sin.
Oh, man. The Satanists know God exists.
They must, because they're trying to.
They have to.
They're trying to defeat him. They believe that if no one believes in God, then God won't exist.
Yes, that's what I think. I think Satanists make atheists. Because the Satanists know God exists. But they're trying to get people to deny God's existence. So that, I don't know. If the world, maybe they think that the world forgets about him when the earth.
Well, in the idea of the book, that's the whole reason that thing is there. Whatever that is, it's because something made it, and the thing that made it, they have to know exists, right?
Well, yeah, that's the weird thing about Satan, right? Satan is 100% positive that God exists. He's the greatest believer in God.
Right. He's the one that told everybody the story.
What if Satan is just one of many Satans, and that each Satan has a jurisdiction? And like the Prince of Persia, there's like the Prince of Greece and the Prince of Rome and the Prince of the UK, and each one of these is just another version of what we call Yahweh.
I think those are called principalities. Like that's a region that a prince rules over.
Right. So there's like principalities and then hierarchical structure within these, entities that some people call gods, other people call angels. And then apparently there's a Most High God, but below the Most High God, there's archangels and anyway.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy of angels. There's a hierarchy of angels, definitely. It starts small and they go up and up. And then all the angels that Satan took out of heaven, his army also has a structure. So there's small demons and it goes all the way up to the archangels that left.
Wasn't Caesar the Satan of the time?
It's just really confusing because people always just say the word God.
Elohim.
There's so many words in the Bible other than that word is not translated correctly.
Yeah.
No, it actually has
Guardian of death.
multiple meanings as God in the Bible. It doesn't necessarily always mean the same thing. It depends on the context.
Yeah, sometimes it
Trick
means
people.
guardian of death.
They purposely make it vague to trick people.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
just
King
think it's
James was
God's
our friend.
complex and it's hard for a human mind to write down like his attributes and properties. Kind of like something that's kind of hard to nail down in our terms. So you end up with the best we can
The
do,
most
basically,
known
which
unknown.
ain't that great. Which ain't that great, basically.
Right. The most known unknown. Everybody wants to know or thinks they know exactly, but they don't know. But they
They
know.
don't know
You know what I mean?
shit.
Right. So it's the most known unknown thing. Where you came from or how or what, or whatever, regardless. Right. Just
So the thing is, if God is uncreated, right, it's really hard to even comprehend that. Just that simple attribute of being uncreated. If God is timeless, it's almost impossible for us mentally to conceive of that attribute. So
I just
this
see
is
it as a
two
creature.
yeah.
attributes, right off the bat. So we got a timeless, uncreated thing right there. How are we going to describe that in human words?
Right.
It's almost impossible. You could just say it's impossible. Plus, he has other
That's
attributes. When you start piling them on and then trying to make descriptors of God, you can't do it. You're just it's like you're trying to teach a dog how to frickin' program a
that's one of
computer.
the
It's
reasons
fucking
we
not
fight the
happening.
globe and the Big Bang. We say nothing can't exist, and then yeah. So I mean, I don't know. It is weird.
Nothing is the atheist God because nothing created the Big Bang and nothing
Right.
created life on Earth and
No intelligence.
nothing died for your
Yes.
sins.
Now I got a take on it, but it's different. But I mean, it doesn't mean any of it's right or wrong. But I have an idea of stuff, and it's just weird. I don't know why. I just get a weird premonition of certain stuff, and when I read things or think about it, like when you guys even say it or read them or say them different than each other, or you talk about them or discuss them and say, "Well, this was right or wrong" or whatever, or just comparing the scriptures, right? I get just weird ideas of like something totally different than what the hell other people are saying with it. And it's just weird. You know what I mean? In my mind, the interpretation that I'm thinking of versus what you guys are saying, or even what the people are saying that are arguing against you.
Yeah, you got to go back to the original words, and then everything is very different.
Right, right. So I'm like not sure like if it's been flipped or if the idea of love was a bad thing, flipped to be a good thing, like the Leviathan. Why the heck does it start with the word love?
Yeah,
I've always thought that was weird.
you'd have to see if that was the original words used or a transliteration type.
Right, right. And then you have gluttony, greed, jealousy, all this, and lust, and all this. And then a lot of people take the word love, and what they're really using the attribute of is those other things:
Yeah,
lust, greed, jealousy, envy. I swear and I just think about it different. I don't know if it's the same as you guys think about it or not, but to me, I just think about it different.
yeah, they suggest the two types, and but yeah, if you get back to the original sort of words, and at least you can get more accuracy then to try to understand from, you know.
Yeah, and then the one thing about separating everybody, like this crazy separation, is what they try to do. And then, like, if everybody actually got together and, like, nobody lied on each other and nobody committed these crazy things, and everybody was like, yeah, I'm not going to be a bad person to the people next to me. I'm going to treat them like myself. In a way, that's kind of what that would be the Leviathan to the system. It would be the biggest bad thing they could have happen. You know, all the 1% people actually becoming the 99%. Or I'm sorry, the 99% people becoming the 1%. I'm so yeah. Now you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people with their stories, and they all seem to be singing from a similar hymn sheet. So something was important enough to be passed down and then written down at some point.
Well, the Bible was put together by what's considered now the Orthodox Church, I think in the 4th century. They decided on what was going to go in the Bible. But before the Bible existed, you got 4 centuries. So a lot of it's like oral tradition and something called the lectionaries. So when they chose the books of the Bible, they chose them to be consistent amongst each other, right? So it has to be read.
But they were
It's not like in parts, even though it's broken up in books and chapters. But like the concepts, like if there's a concept in one chapter, it was chosen to be consistent with the same concept being talked about in some other part, right? So like you could take an idea or a concept, right, and go through the whole Bible and say it's here, 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 here. You take all those pieces, put them together, and then together they would be read as a consistent thing, even though they appear in different books.
Yeah, they would see, when you go back to the real early stuff, there was a lot that was at the time fine, and then later on they cut it out for reasons. And for me, anytime some authority is telling me I can't read something or I can't know something, or it makes me a bit suspicious, right? And so when you look at these early, there's like 122, of which are 66. There used to be the 22, sort of apocryphal, but they just, to me, when you take away information and you take away things, then that's more about trying to control people than, because if something's true, if something's honest, it shouldn't be an issue, right? But if they've taken away that much, then yeah, it's a bit. And when you go into it and you start reading those things, you can see why they got rid of them. Because again, over 400 years, they've got all these books and texts and scraps of things, and they're hodgepodging it together to make some sort of sense. And that's what the 7 councils were for.
Well, I would say that like human beings, what they are, try to grab power, right? So you're going to have heretics and apostates try to take over. Let's put it that way, because there's supposed to be apostolic succession, right? Jesus, apostles, and then other people after that, right? That were like,
supposedly
tapped on the shoulder. Yeah. So you have this line of, at least from the Orthodox Church, from what I can gather, from their point of view, there is no like highest human authority. There's no papal supremacy, right? So like there's patriarchs and stuff, but you don't have to listen to them. What you have to listen to is your own conscience.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, a lot of the things within the Orthodox Church, like all the, let's call them questions and doubts, they don't like shy away from like addressing shit. Like if something was left out, it's easy to find out why it was left out, right? Because they wrote the shit down. Hey, we left this out because this particular concept is a fucking heresy, and this is why it's a heresy because Paul said this in Titus chapter this, and so this particular book is a heresy. So it wasn't put into the canon, right? So
there's another issue though, and It's to do with. It's like the Gospel of Mark. There's 120 odd versions. Some are complete, some are fragments, but none of them are identical. Because at the time, if you wanted a copy, you'd have to hire a scribe, and you would then control the scribe and say, I don't like this bit, add this bit, X, Y, Z. So, of the available Gospels of Mark, there is no correct one. There's hundreds of them.
There also might not have been a uniformity of language itself. You know what I mean?
That was
Right, you may
another
go to a
issue.
scribe in one city, right? But the way they write or even read stuff is different than like the place where it's written. So they're reading it, right? But they're reading like in their local dialect or whatever. And then when they write it down, they're actually doing some sort of translation without even knowing it.
And a lot of them couldn't even read and write. They were literally copying symbols that they borrowed from the Greeks. If you look at
Yeah,
the
that's a
Hebrew
problem too.
language, it's just the Greek flipped around. So alpha becomes Aleph, beta becomes Bet. So they didn't have their own language systems or writing systems, and they borrowed from the Greek. A lot of them in that area did, and you had all these factions fighting. You know, so you had a pagan faction, you had a Jewish faction, you had a Roman faction, and so they were all kind of trying to get people on board. You know, so they had to have a preamble, and in my opinion, what this overarching is about, hijacking of the archetype, because psychologically we need something outside of ourselves as a guide in to behave, you know, to better ourselves. And the powers that shouldn't be, they knew about these things. They back then it wouldn't have been called psychology, but they certainly were aware of these sorts of things because they had bread and circuses, and they had Roman maxims like "Let he who will be deceived," cui bono, things like this. So they were well aware of how the few can control the many, and I think the archetype was another weapon that they hijacked to use against us.
I got that for you. It's funny because I was just studying this the other night. I'm gonna post it in the side chat. Here you go.
Well, I mean, if you're one of the faithful, then you're compelled to believe that the Holy Spirit guided the church to adopt the right practice, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Through apostolic succession or whatever.
we you know, but that's just sort of hoping that that authority at that time wasn't corrupt, and they've all been corrupt at all times. When has any leadership or authority or government body never been corrupt? They've all been corrupt.
Yeah, well,
So
you have to. Yeah, I understand that, right? But fundamentally, okay, before all that, right? Before you even get to the apostolic succession and all those things, you have a fundamental belief in the divinity of Christ, right? So if you don't even have, if you're trying to look for the divinity of Christ in the machinations of human beings, right? And then like all these guys did the right thing, so Christ must be God, right? Like if that's the way to it, then you're never gonna get there because you're going through all these fucking flawed human beings. You're never gonna get there. The thing is, if you start with the divinity of Christ, you go by what Christ says is that he's gonna maintain his church through the Holy Spirit and guide it, right? Then from that starting point, right, even though these people fuck up, the Holy Spirit corrects it or whatever mess up happens for some temporary period, it gets fixed, right? So, like, you're looking at it from kind of like the point of view of a detective, right? We're trying to figure out the truth from these texts, right? What's the truth? Like, we have all these books and the history of these books and how they came to be and the consistency between them. And you're looking at it from the detective trying to piece together the story, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying you can't use that methodology and get to the divinity of Christ. It just can't happen because human beings are involved in this shit. And human beings are a bunch of fuck ups. But if you a priori believe in Christ, you don't need Yeah, like I said, not to repeat myself, but you believe that the Holy Spirit guided the text, that the way the texts were written.
Yeah,
Because the Bible, you look at it analytically as far as books and being copied, right? Out of all the, if you take all the copy, like the errors in it are so small, like compared to like how many copies there are. So say you have a trillion copies of the Bible, you're only going to have something like 100,000 copies that have a fuck up in it, which is crazy.
yeah, they
Other book is like that, you know, because they didn't have the printing press, and you already described what they had to do to write the book, right? So they actually did a pretty good job considering what they had to work with at preserving, you know, what it was. Of course,
well,
it's not
yeah,
going
I
to be
mean, there
perfect.
were, changes and things, and yeah, I mean,
Yeah, just
if
it's
you
just
go with the Holy Spirit, then you don't need the book, though, do you?
yeah, but they didn't even have the book in the beginning. Like I said, they didn't have the book. And
Yeah, but
like, who knows? Like the things that they said, oh, Peter said, Mark said, whatever. Like that might not even be what they taught orally. We don't even know, right? Because we don't know what they taught orally because that's the way it was taught originally. It was taught by oral tradition. It wasn't taught by writing it down in a book and reading the Bible. They didn't teach. They didn't. Services weren't held that way.
yeah, but I think the
That's almost like a modern innovation.
whatever each group's thing was, it was an amalgam of different ideas.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I agree.
the thing is like when you're sort of trying to find that higher whatever, um, these things sort of fall to the wayside. But it's more for me the way I'm looking at it, as you said, like a detective, piecing it together. It's more about trying to figure out the deception and trickery that the authorities have imposed upon it. Because whatever it was, it's like they can, the powers that shouldn't be at the time, they could see that this was becoming popular, and so they would have jumped on the bandwagon, and then they would have steered it in the direction that they saw fit, which is what we see them do all the time with certain movements or individuals. They will send certain people to manipulate and control. So that's where I was looking at it from that sort of point. The spirit stuff, that's a sort of secondary thing because none of this other stuff really matters then. But I was just interested in that trickery.
Oh, just yeah, I understand that. But right now, there's like I don't know, 50 versions of the Bible, man. It's almost like to the point of
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I mean, you've got the Septuagint, you've got the Paleo Hebrew, you've got the Hebrew, you've got different things. Young's literal translation is one of my favourites. And King James isn't much good because there's a lot of words in there that shouldn't be there. So that would just be more confusing in a sense.
I just want to go over something. This is slightly off topic, a bit of a tangent. I
Go ahead.
apologize, but we're talking about before they had the Bible. So in the Bible, it says that God's law is written in man's heart so that he is without excuse. There's like 1,000,000 laws or more on the books these days, and who could know them all, right? But all law is based off of these maxims, and you don't have to know 15 million laws depending on what jurisdiction you're in. You're in multiple jurisdictions at the same time. So there's this one right here. He who stands on his own rights injures no one. What we say today in plain English is that you cannot convert a right into a crime. So if I have the right to film in public, that means that nobody can say, well, actually, you're trespassing. No, this is public. Well, actually, you're obstructing. No, you're free to move. Well, actually, this is disorderly conduct. Officer, there's no one around. Like, it's just you and me. So they always try to trump up some charges, but you can't do a wrong if you're doing a right. It's impossible if you have the right to do the thing. Now, obviously, you can't record in private places like restrooms and courthouses. Apparently, those are restricted by federal mandate and judges. But for the most part, in public, you have every right to record anything that I can see, as long as you're in public. And the courts have already ruled on this, but it goes all the way back to this. He who stands on his own rights injures no one.
Goes back to the golden rule: no injury, no harm, no loss. Nice and simple, everyone can understand it.
Right. And if you know these maxims, you're okay in the legal realm. And if you know the basic commandments, you're okay in the law, which is the real law, by the way. We're not talking about legal anymore. We're talking about the law, God's law. If you know these commandments, then it would make sense that if you love your neighbor as you love yourself, you wouldn't destroy his fence, then go, my donkey didn't do that. Take me to court.
Yeah, that's what it takes to be a man. It's taking responsibility for your actions. But yeah, they've definitely overcomplicated it, and again, that's all done on purpose to trap people.
No, that's to dodge responsibility. So it goes from strict liability, right? So you do something, you pay for the injury. Doesn't matter whose fault it is. Doesn't matter whatever, right? Cause an injury, pay for it, right? You make the person whole. So that's strict liability. That's basically the common law. They got off of that because it was too strict. So it became like they moderated shit. So now like there's extenuating circumstances and shit like that, right?
Limited
You can also get
liabilities.
insurance. Yeah, insurance is it's a thing, right? So I hit somebody with my car, but I have insurance, so I'm not responsible. Some other third party's now responsible, right? They're responsible for making the whole.
You know how
I'm not.
careful people would drive if there was no insurance?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got a point. I mean, people would drive a little more careful. There was no stop signs, no traffic, and none of that shit, right? So, like, none of the things that make quote unquote help people, right, avoid accidents. If all that stuff was taken away from distracting people, people would drive a lot safer because they wouldn't have that like safety net, that security blanket. Like, as long as I'm in between the lanes, then I don't have to pay attention to the oncoming traffic, right?
Yeah,
That's what
it's
people do. That's how they drive.
part of being a man. Take responsibility. You do this, you do that. But
being a human.
Yeah, everyone nowadays they haven't got the courage, to stand on their own convictions and that. So,
Well, people don't want the strictness of it. They don't want to listen, say like hurt somebody seriously in an auto accident. Like, do you really want to do what it takes to make that person whole, or would you rather have somebody else deal with it?
as I say, if you are a man, then it's up to you. You have to do it.
Yeah, well, what if you cripple the person, right? Better to have an insurance company pay him $250,000 for the rest of his life, or you go work to support his family while he's laid up. You see what I'm saying? You end up being his slave because he can't support his family because he's crippled, and now you have to do it.
Well,
See,
it's not
these things like with
necessarily
strict liability, it doesn't have a monetary value. When I say make them whole, it's actually make them whole, literally.
Yeah, it's more. Well, it's not that you have to be a slave, but you do have to kind of obviously pay for a certain period of time.
Well, if he's got a wife and 2 kids, dude, he's crippled.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go freaking do his job or do his work and then support his wife and freaking kids as if he was not hurt
I don't know
for
if
the
it
rest
works
of your
like
life. That's what strict liability is. Is actually it's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, dude. People
that. Yeah,
don't
that
like
was
that.
more of
It's too harsh for people.
that was just illustrative, wasn't it? It came from Hammurabi law steel.
Yeah, but the Abrahamic law Abraham came from that area. So
Yeah, it was just more demonstrating to people than anything. But that's why you had 12, members of your community and that, and they'd help figure it out if there was any issues. You know, but
Well, yeah, but the point is like everything has become this third-party liability thing. The government's a third-party liability. Insurance is a third-party liability. Medical care, that's all. These are all third-party liabilities, and people don't realize that they've taken their responsibility. That if these, like, as if these things didn't exist, they'd have to do it themselves. But instead of like, I'll give you a few examples. One large example, just a single person. Okay, you got a single person. He doesn't have to worry about his own safety because he's taken that responsibility and he's given it to the police. He doesn't have to worry about whether the dealer or some merchant he's dealing with is honest, because their honesty has been checked with the government, some government official. So he's delegated that responsibility to someone else. He's given a third-party liability to someone else, right? So you can go through all different aspects of life, check by check by check, dude. And we as a whole, as society, have taken things that would be self-government, right? That we'd have to govern ourselves and be responsible for ourselves. Safety, our welfare, our fair dealings, our reputation, all of these things. We've taken them and we've given them to somebody else to take care of the problem, right? And we don't have to deal with that problem. We deal with our problem. And maybe our problems we deal with are somebody else's problem, who we're the third party that fixes their problem. You know what I mean? So we all have shifted the burden onto each other. Communistic in a way. But the point is, the fundamental thing is where you end up burning into society is the lack of responsibility, which is what you were talking about, right? Be a man and man up. That people don't even know what that fucking means anymore.
no, because they've been effeminized. They're all low T little gits. So you don't have men anymore who, because men used to go their own way. They didn't allow people to look after them or take their responsibilities. You know.
Yeah, someone commits a crime, you call the police, have them come get a report, and then you go to the prosecutor, and then they prosecute the case for you. Because back in the day, you used to prosecute your own cases. There was no district attorney or solicitor or somebody that did it for you. You did it yourself.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to prosecute a crime, you did it yourself. You prosecuted a crime yourself. You didn't there was no police or district attorneys or any of that crap. Everybody did their shit themselves. And, lords and shit, they like over in the UK, they did delegate authority, right? They had sheriffs and, henchmen and constables that would do their dirty work. But that's not because they weren't responsible. Ultimately, they'd be responsible. That's like taking on even more responsibility. Because
a lot of that was voluntary, though.
Well, let's let me finish. Once you have an agent doing stuff for you, now you're responsible for their actions too, right? So now it's different. We're in almost there's two levels. There's the top with the principal agent down, and we're at the bottom up. It's totally the average person is the bottom up. We're shirking responsibility, whereas people in power, they delegate authority and they become more responsible because now you're responsible for the actions. Yeah, you become responsible for the actions of people acting in your name.
But it's like when the first fire brigades and all of that, it was all voluntary, and same with the original constables. It was voluntary because they wanted the best for their community.
It was also a common law rule that you had to fix if there was a road in front of your house, a common public track, road, whatever, you had to maintain it.
Yeah.
If it was along your property, you had to maintain it or you would go to jail.
That's the thing. It's just the ones coming up now. They got there's very little for them to learn about responsibility, and there's certainly nothing around them where they can really learn it from. So you can see how these things dovetail into one another.
Well, the end goal, I think, is so that anybody can do anything at any time, and they never have to pay for it. There's never any consequences to any action. That's like the end, the utopian mental goal that I think people have is that, like, if we create the perfect society, no matter what I do, there'll never be negative consequences for my actions. Because that is the ultimate, right? If you, especially if you go into like a virtual reality, right? I become a transhumanist virtual reality. There's never going to be a consequence to my actions.
And doesn't
right? I just hit
utopia
reset.
translate as no place?
Oh, say it again.
I think the word utopia translates as no place.
Yeah, pretty much. No place you'll ever go.
Exactly. So, but yeah, you see how these things kind of tie together, and but if you go back, it's a little bit simpler, and you can then kind of follow it through. But you can see how throughout society, how they, maneuvered and manipulated each part, and how they've got men to the way they are today because, that benefits them because, they're not going to stand up and be a problem.
Yeah, it's a messed up world. But I'm passing out, man. I'm gonna go to sleep.
All
I need to
right,
get up.
dude.
Yeah, I
Sleep
need to
well.
get like 5 hours. So,
Have
all
a
right,
good
man.
one.
Y'all have a good night.
Take
I
care.
got later, Hank, man. Good talking.
You there, Hank? Everyone's gone. All the boomers need their sleep.
You want some more?
More, Hank.
More input.
More input. Hank, read some of those off.
You want some more? You want some more? You know what that's
More.
from? Fifth Element. The freaking robot bartender. Freaking
Well, I
Hank
said it.
knows that shit.
The Fifth
Hank knows
Element,
that
bro.
shit.
What do you think these
Huh?
things are about? The Fifth Element. What do you think these
I just been
EDM
listening,
schools are about?
kind of watching other crap, so just not paying attention. But when you did that, I just laughed. I was just like, "Holy shit!" I know what that's from. I freaking say it all the time. You want some more?
Yeah, Luc Besson's newer film, I think, was as good as Fifth Element. It was good though.
I just watched this show with my girlfriend called The Umbrella Academy, and it's
Oh
got
yeah.
the guy with the big beak that's in Dune. You know that kid. I couldn't
Oh
believe it
yeah.
when I saw him. Like, oh my gosh, it's that kid, man. But
Yeah, it's also
that's a
got
wild freaking show. It's not a bad show. Like Kat and I were really into it. Like the fourth season wasn't all that, but like the first couple they're pretty good, man. It's like pretty wild. I like the music. The music during the like, fight scenes is pretty cool. Like
yeah. It's an interesting
it's
concept.
well done. It's well done.
It's an interesting concept. It reminds me of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
A little bit. The dude, that is a wild movie too. I like the Kingsman too. That's a good series. I don't know, man. What about that stupid shit? Freaking movies, man. Not really into the sci-fi crap though. But is that shit? Umbrella Sci- yeah, that's a freaking sci-fi movie, pretty much. Bunch of
Yeah.
sci-fi bullshit.
You should watch it.
But they're not always in space. It's not that kind of. Actually, he was on the moon. Holy crap, man!
Yeah.
I'm freaking going back to the globe. See you later, guys.
Resist.
Alright, there's your Fifth Element. Everybody always wants to know, what is ether?
Right, read it off, Hank.
I don't know. What is ether? I don't know.
Read it for us,
Oh,
Hank.
what? You talking about her? Her in the middle? The fifth element? She's not ether. She's a weapon. In that. You just talking about some other shit. Pumpkin, can't you stay off me? Oh my gosh, this cat. Holy crap. Pumpkin pie, you're a retard.
It's a cat. What do you expect?
She's a good cat, though, aren't you, sweet girl?
Hank, what do you know of the Perrotane?
Oh, goodness.
What?
What is that?
The Perrotane. They were an ancient group. I was just wondering.
Send it to me.
Okay, hold on. I've got to find this GIF. That's a paraplegic right now. Bye. There you go. Enjoy.
Still downloading more.
Hello. Who's joining? Oblivion. What's up? Apocryphon. Hello.
What's up?
What's up, dude?
Is it that quiet in here all of a sudden?
Oh yeah. The boomers went to bed, and the youngsters don't know how to make conversation.
So it just leaves all the Gen Xers here to play.
Oh yeah. Paraplegic's throwing his cat around at the moment.
He's roasting beans.
Nah, I'm getting in bed, but there are 3 cats right next to me. Tom, Pumpkin Pie, and my girlfriend cat. Spelled with a K. She's watching this thing on Netflix about freaking Wyatt Earp, man. I'm just like, I can't believe you're watching this. It's like a documentary, but with like acting. No, I'm not saying it's propaganda, honey. Oh,
I heard her.
okay, sweetie.
She's bitching in the background. So it was a
This is
Netflix.
propaganda. When Ike said there was 3 brothers were gunned down in the prime of their life, that was propaganda.
So it's a
Yeah.
Netflix show. So they made Wyatt Earp black and gay.
Did
Not
they?
again.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Netflix.
dude, that they have a Winona Earp, but it's not like.
Oh yeah.
She didn't take his place or anything. It's not like a
They made
lesbian
her a
Wyatt
lesbian.
Earp. That'd be
She's like a
hilarious.
descendant.
A black gay Wyatt Earp.
Yeah. Winona was like a descendant, wasn't she? But they did make her a lesbian.
Tyrone Earp.
Tyrone.
Tyrone Earp.
You done stole my bike, Tyrone.
Freed slave Tyrone Earp. Lord,
Free
man.
my people.
Bass Reeves, dude, that's not a bad thing. That was pretty good. I think there's gonna be a second season.
What was that? What's going to second season?
Bass Reeves, if you want to watch the first one, I think it's
I didn't see that one.
crap. It's damn it, who freaking does that? It's not Empire. Yeah, but it was on it was on the same one that I think you saw. What the hell is that one? King, Mayor of Kingston. That new Stallone one where he's in Oklahoma selling weed. Like it's on that network, whatever the hell that is.
Oh,
The same one. You know what else is a good one? Whatever. Forrest Whitaker plays Lucky Johnson. I think it's Lucky Johnson. He's like a dope dealer in frickin' New York. Like, that's a good mayor of Harlem. That's a good yeah, that's a good one too. See, I'm a mess. I'm a mess at
I just
night.
get from YouTube.
Yeah.
I watch Grind Hard Plumbing and Two Butt Garage, things like that.
Oh, dude, I watch the Naked and Afraid. I watch the survival shows. I watch
I've seen
the
some of them.
gold shows. I watch.
Alone and that.
Yeah, I watch Alone. Why is Alone Australia only pay $250 when the other one pays $500? Jeez.
I
Dude,
quit
they were in
watching.
like New Zealand in a way worse shithole. Way more.
ALTHOUSE.
Treacherous last name.
Does anyone here still smoke cigarettes?
No.
Hell no. Oh.
Yeah,
Filthy
me neither.
degenerate.
Oops. See, I knew I was the oldest.
Oldest? Hank's like 87.
That's right.
Yeah, but
You
if
said,
I'm smoking, I'm the oldest.
you said Tom Outhouse?
Yeah, Tom Outhouse.
Tom Aldous. Aldous Dumbledore.
I did smoke cigars for about a year.
Doesn't count. That's not even cool.
I enjoyed it.
You're only cool if you smoke cigarettes.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, why am I smoking them then? Obviously. They're cool.
Because you're addicted.
You're a
I
slave
know.
to the Marlboro.
I know. You know what? I'm not even going to smoke it. I don't want to anymore.
You're not a
Changed my
man.
mind.
You're a Marlboro man.
And you're
That's
sheeple.
that's
Bowing
quite
Yeah.
the
down to peer
qualifier.
pressure.
No, I just realized it's like 12:39. I don't really want a cigarette.
Oh, hey, dude, what's the West Coast like?
I'll
It's
DM you,
horrible.
Hank.
It's not good. I don't like it. I
Oh.
feel afraid all the time. Some homeless guy's gonna like stab me.
Stab him back.
But what if I get stabbed first? It's not, you know.
Well, just walk it
It's
off.
not
What
what
are
I'm
you, a
here.
pussy?
Yeah,
It's only a flesh wound. Come on.
yeah. If you as long as you don't get hit in a switch, you're good, bro. Because your
Yeah,
adrenaline's gonna
use
start
some
pumping. You
tussin.
probably won't even bleed.
You go down to the hardware store, you get yourself a bag of cement powder, you mix it with your coffee, and you harden the fuck up.
Yeah, pussy.
Yes.
I live in England. We don't worry about shit like that round here.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna come to a neighborhood near you before long, I bet.
What are you on about? It's England.
Some homeless, violent, crazy guy.
We've already got crackheads in the stairwell.
What do you think?
All right. And yeah, you want more of that or less?
There's loads of it. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Is it?
You've got to walk through them with confidence.
The fuck?
Okay.
They leave you alone then. I used to walk
They
around
leave
all
me
time
alone.
of the day and
They
night.
leave me alone because I'm like a Sherpa, mountain man.
No, you just got to exude confidence and they leave you alone. I
Can you
just walk
send me?
around like a fucking psycho and they leave me alone.
Can you send me the Tom Outhouse stuff? Because I'm searching for it and I can't find it.
Fuck you, T-Dub. It's my word now, bitch. But yeah, you just got to walk around with confidence. You'll be fine. I'm a big lump though, so they don't want to start with me.
Same.
Not that I can fight, but it just helps.
It does.
Yeah, when you're 360 pounds and 6 foot tall, 3 foot wide, people don't want to start.
Nope. I
I'm
can
sure.
relate. I've said some stupid shit before, and people look at me and they think about it. They're like, "Nah,
Nah, leave it."
I want it to slide." Had my tires popped though.
Is that you? That's you, Lulu. Fuck you talking about?
Damn, that dude looks like Butterbean. What the fuck?
I know, right?
Holy shit!
That's what she hopes I look like. That's what she's into.
I think that dude's got liver issues. That ain't right.
This is more like me.
Do a Kool-Aid Man gif. That's more like me. Oh yeah.
I did describe myself. I didn't describe myself like that.
You got to learn to listen, woman, for once in your life. No, I'm half bovine, so.
Bullocks?
Eh?
Half bovine. Is that pig?
No, cow, bovine.
Yeah, bullocks. Yeah, bullocks.
Yeah, half bovine. I'm denser than most people.
Back to the earth.
What about that Earth? There was another guy in there. Nobody gave him a role. You bums. I can't bring him back in now. He's gone.
Oh shit! I didn't even know.
Yeah, by the time I was just about to tell you about him and then he dipped. Lulu's fault.
Yeah, I was scrolling down looking for stuff. Pillaging. Some good stuff down there sometimes.
He fell asleep.
I'm here.
Hey. Yeah, there's some subjects you just can't talk about with people. It's how it is, you know. They get real spurgy.
Some people get really pissed off when you bring up flat Earth, and then some people laugh.
Yeah, there's a few subjects people get funny about. But it is what it is.
Religion, politics, and cosmology. People just lose their shit.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with the like narcissism of like I believe in this and I'm special and you don't know about it. And it's also like reverse people who well, I've read like a book that had Einstein on the cover, so I know. And it's kind of there's a lot of ego, I think, involved. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think it's more ego and ignorance than anything, yeah. Because they're fed these stories and they just take them as self-evident truths. You know, they don't actually question anything because they've been taught to be order followers. So, but yeah, you just gotta do your own homework, see what you can figure out for yourself. Some are just too dumb to figure it out. Some are just too subsumed by the
I
narcissism
heard that
and rhetoric.
I heard that Scottish accent there. It was well done.
What? Where?
Or Irish.
No, well, so I'm right down the bottom. I've got to.
Wales?
No, right down the bottom. Just out. I live just over from David Icke in the Isle of Wight. A place called Southampton. It's where the fake Titanic set sail from, and the Mayflower landed on Plymouth Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Plymouth Rock. That must be like hundreds of feet below the sea, with the rising sea levels now, right? Oh shit!
Oh yeah.
It's at sea
Yeah.
level. Shit.
At sea level. That's at the same level.
Oh shit! It's like every 10 years they come up with another reason to steal your taxes.
Fucking Scottish.
I love that shit. I'll never get over it. Do I look Japanese to you? Yeah, you kind of do, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's like, do you know what the Japanese did to my family? No, I didn't know about that, bro. Now that I know, I'm really sorry about that. But no, the Brits don't get anywhere near as pissed off as the Scottish do.
Yeah, they got nothing else to get pissed off about. Now you know why we had to build the wall, Hadrian's Wall. Keep them mental fuckers
You
out.
sure they didn't build it to keep Rome out?
No, we built it to keep them crazy bastards up there. It was basically one big asylum, and we were just like, right, yeah, you stay over there.
Yeah, when the Americans shut down, or sorry, the colonies shut down the slave program that they had going on, you guys were like, Australia's a nice little prospect. We could send our slaves to Australia.
Yeah, we ran out of crim, so we.
Crazy because the British actually stopped the slave markets, or the old way of slavery. I don't know if they actually ended worldwide slavery, but
Yeah.
now it's 13th Amendment slaves.
Yeah, they got them in Libya, open slave markets, but don't talk about those. 400 years ago, those are the important ones.
Yeah.
Current day, who gives a fuck? Let's talk about all the people that no longer exist.
Yeah, Benghazi in Libya, it was because of a YouTube video. Nothing to do with Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah, of course. 13
Or
hours.
Obama.
Great film. Go watch it.
And whoever was the leader of the UK at the time, that Borson.
Tony Blair or one of those idiots.
Boris
Johnson.
Was he the head of the UK at the
I
time?
don't know. I don't keep up with
2011.
it.
Yeah, fuck the Moes.
It all just dribbles out my head.
On the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Fuck both sides.
I can't keep that nonsense square. Your head becomes like a baby's head. It just starts going.
Deleted user.
You try to keep up with some of it, but it's like that PBS Hawkins documentary. We were trying to figure out where they actually were because they don't really give very many details at all. And I was having to listen to it to try to extrapolate any info, and it was just like this, because it's so retarded. And then you've got his little gimpy voice on top of it. Like fucking hell. Sounds like a Dalek.
A what?
Sounds like a Dalek.
I don't know what that is.
Stephen Hawking's gimpy little voice.
Oh, he's a robot.
But we did find out it was Nevada, Pyramid Rock. So that was good. Where they did their CGI fakery to fool the globetards.
Yaga, wake your ass up. Yaga, what the fuck, bro?
What?
He's snoring on the mic.
I know, right? Fucking lightweight.
Where should I send him? Get your ass out of here.
Get over here. Oh no.
Go to sleep. I should probably go to sleep so you guys can get back on topic. I'm the worst. I'm so sorry. AI.
That's right.
So right about me. He was talking about the second wave flat earthers once they get to a point to where flat earth isn't new anymore. They talk about everything else but the flat earth and they won't shut up about anything else. AI was so right. AI, man, that dude, man.
Yeah, those guys in there last night, they were pretty special.
That dude is smart. I can't understand half the shit he says sometimes.
You got a bit lost, did you?
Well, just about every time I talk to him or listen to him.
You got to follow along, Janet and John style.
Sometimes I just don't know what he's talking about, and it's not him; it's me. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? I'm the idiot.
Yeah, it takes a little bit.
I'm trying to get there. Trying to
Yeah, you
learn.
pick it up.
When certain people talk, I just try to do a whole lot more listening.
You talk about what you know.
Right?
And then you have to talk about your understanding of that knowing. So, yeah. That's the limitation. What?
What do we know anyway?
We know data points.
We know they're lying to us.
Did you see that GIF I made? You know the bird on the plane? That motherfucker's not real. I took
Oh,
that bit, and then as she's pointing, I put in pictures of the glob.
Nice. Well done.
It's good, man. I made a TikTok version and, a slower version. It's pretty good, that.
It's posting this.
And if they ever drop this, the Globe Zealots are just going to lose their minds. Like that triggered retard that day in the yellow jacket that everybody uses. No, it's going to be glorious. The resounding retardation screams. No, it's going to be so good.
There's so many good memes on here.
Yeah, they're great. They are. There's some good fun. It's just like the left can't meme and nor can globetrotters because they have no abstract ability.
I was just thinking that, but I couldn't say it because I was yawning.
It's so funny when they post something and you ask them what it is, and it just isn't that. It clearly isn't that, but they keep insisting it is that. It's hilarious. Like when they bring up that freaking surveying tool, and they're using it at like 10 miles, and it's like, yeah, they're no good past like 400 meters, mate. What are you doing? Oh, we've just proved something by using a tool beyond its maximum applicabilities, And they still fall for it. They're still trying to use that crap. It was using what was it? That Petard guy was still trying to use Pontacrane and the usual thing. Or was that Cosmos? It's like 3 and 4 year old arguments, that have been totally eviscerated, and they're still bringing them up. Like like it, they think it's valid because we just don't understand it. That's why they keep trying to bring it up or something. It's like, no, dummy. Unless you got a 200-kilometer R, then that is not applicable.
You just put the DL light on your poopiest gun or your best sniper rifle, and you can shoot things for 10 miles, and you won't miss. You know what I mean?
We're gonna go to sleep. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Good
Gotta
night,
work in the
David.
morning. I drive.
Sleep well.
I should. Thank you. Peace.
Peace.
Yep. Just remember, get that DL light and hook it up to your barrel, and you can shoot the boat that's over the curve.
Yeah, it just yeah, it's amazing how they're still using. They still haven't figured out. Even though surveyors have literally come out and explained it to them, they just still use it. They just don't care.
How many years does it took them to figure out it was a wives' tale that a boat went over a curve? It took them long, and now they're trying to prove that same story with the headlights. Kind of fucking weird, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's something going on because they don't seem totally demented, but they certainly act like it. Yeah, exactly. Cylindrical Earth does. I mean, yeah, if their little authorities and that ever do drop it, because cosmic karma's a thing. So
It appears to go down. It goes down, and you say, "Oh, it's actually going down." Well, it appears to be going down. It's not actually like going down. And it's like, okay, so it appears to be doing something that it's not, but it's it appearing like it's being blocked from view. That's actual. Like that can't just be what it appears to be. It's like they just pick and choose what they want out of what they see to be real and not real. It's just bullshit.
yeah, it's their whole framework of how they go about things. Language, understanding. It's just all just like a big ball of string in their head, really. You know what I mean? And there's all intermingling bits touching, but none of it cohesive or coherent. It's all just blah blah, and they just pick whatever bit that they need for that argument. But then the next argument, they go against everything they've just said to win the next. So they talk out of both sides of their mouth.
It's like, oh, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. And then they go, oh, why is the planets round? And it's like, oh, you mean they are round? They look round, but are they?
Yeah. It's like this thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what distance it is, but I know all about it. It's like, okay, cool story, bro. And
yeah, I know more about that thing in the sky than I do the Earth.
we were kind of, messing around earlier, talking in chill, and sort of talking about not knowing what the sun is, because Thunderbolts of the Gods have got an interesting idea. But yeah, when you get a bright enough light, it pulls out and it can look certain things, but ultimately it's just like a big spark. So again, there's like thing that it's deceptive in a way. And that's the problem with it all. That's why you should always focus on what you stood on, because that way you can get somewhere. Matthew earlier said that you could have gas pressure if you had a big sail in a vacuum. He reckons that you only need one plane in order to have pressure. It was hilarious.
One what?
One area, one plane. his argument was you don't need a container, you just need an area, a surface. So he gave the he said, oh yeah, if you have a boat with a sail, then the wind pushes it, that's pressure. So I said, okay, if you had a sail in a vacuum, could you have gas pressure? And he said yes. I was like, dude's a psycho. And I was screen capping things as well, saying that it needs to be walls of its container, and they whistle past it because they do talk about a surface or an area, and that's what they latch onto, and they just completely ignore the walls of its container part.
That's weight, right? The weight is like pressing down.
Oh, and he was saying the gas pressure is different at the bottom to at the top, and I was digging into it with him, saying, "Oh, well, what's the cause of that?" And he said, "Oh, it's to do with weight." So I said, "That means there's not more gas at the bottom than there is at the top. There's just more pressure at the bottom versus the top, because they're different things, aren't they? If you have more in one
Like
place
with
than
water,
another
like with
place."
the ocean.
Say again.
Like you mean like with the ocean? Like they say, they there's a pressure gradient there, but it's not that there's like less molecules at the bottom than at the top.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. The reason for the pressure would just be the weight above it, essentially, not that there's more here than there is there. And that's the way that I was thinking about it, because the way they gas go down, go boom boom, right? So they always think that there's more gas here than that, but it's like no, it's a weight differential, not a what frequency or amount differential, whatever it is.
Yeah. Nobody's ever going to be able to demonstrate to you. I'd be surprised if they can. Yeah, they can restrict the volume, which a specific amount of gas can occupy, without a container, just using gravity, same weight, causing measurable gas pressure. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, because I was trying to, I'm too dumb for some of this stuff, but I try to. There's that Robitol guy who fake Prof Dave came out, did some videos on, and Robitol did a response, and in one of his responses, he was talking about how gravity doesn't apply to gases because of kinetic theory and something else, and that obviously then destroys their gas, go down, go boom boom, But I couldn't really get more about it. I was trying to.
Kinetic theory just is a set of postulates about gas that enables them to be able to what it's going to do. I mean, and it does. It within kinetic theory, such forces as gravity is considered negligible. It's not really going to affect the gases much.
Can
Or at all.
I interrupt?
Go ahead, Lumpy.
Lumpy. No, I was wondering if Paraplegic Coffee is listening right now.
Say again.
I was wondering if Paraplegic Coffee is listening right now. I sent him a message.
No, he's asleep.
Okay.
He's asleep.
Then why is he here?
Because he left himself in the VC.
Oh. Well, then I'm gonna mute myself again. Just ignore that I came in.
That's fine.
Sorry.
That's okay. Women ruin everything. We understand. Um.
Ugh.
So, yeah, the kinetic laws is to do with heat energy. Basically, that's where they get their energy to move from. So yeah, that's something I've got to sort of look into and brush up on a bit more. But yeah, they haven't they cling on to these things. It's like the museum guy who said he was going to do a debate and then he dipped like a bitch. He came back a couple of times, but he never spoke, and then he came back the following day and he didn't even mention it because we threw Greg at him. We were just like, yeah, you deal with this idiot, Greg, and yeah, talking with him, it's just like there's no reason for it to be there. When you've got practical demonstrations, buoyancy, density, equilibrium, it's just no reason to add something, you know?
Yeah, I've seen a bit of a. There seems to be, even amongst flat earthers, like that are trying to push the whole replacement of gravity with like ether and stuff like that. That there seems to be a misconception about when we bring up density, relative density, specific gravity, right?
Yeah.
Seem to think that we're using that as like because you can demonstrate it experimentally. You can determine which way the medium, changing the density of the medium is going to move like the egg up or down, right? But it's really just something that happens. I mean, like beyond that, like you can keep asking, but why? But why? But why? But why? Like we're really not presenting anything beyond that, like just the observable and measurable reality of that. Like they're the ones that seem to think that they're obligated to keep answering, but why? But why? But why?
Yeah, it's like a child. It's just an endless freaking spiral, And again, we don't need a story to replace your story. We use evidence to falsify your story, and that's it. We're not the ones putting anything forward. This is why we don't need to provide anything, because we're not claiming anything. We're just saying that your story is bullshit because these things in reality. But they just, I don't know what it is. They just don't let it go. They like. I just the other thing is, I heard this point, and I thought it was a very good point. Is that because there are other forces which are far stronger, how do you turn off and on all of these other known forces which are far stronger in order to claim gravity? And I thought that's a really good point, actually. You can't claim gravity because there are other things that's possible. Like, have you heard of this dielectric or diamagnetic water?
Electric acceleration, diamagnetic water. I don't know about diamagnetic water.
Oh, mate. Oh, you got to look into it.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. They float the little drop and it just like hovers there.
Yeah.
Midair, right? Yeah.
So, yeah, there's things like that. There's things like the Schumann resonance. I mean, what the hell's causing that? Because it only applies beyond the surface. It's not when you go underground, even a few feet, it's not there. So that's something. So yeah, you got wimps and simps. You know about wimps and simps?
No.
It's weak intellect. Yeah, you've got weak and strong intermolecular something.
All right. Yep.
So those are things too. But yeah, I just make it simple, stupid, really. I think anytime people add all this fluff, you're getting further from truth. I think truth is simple, it's direct, it's easy. You know, women don't have penises. Boom, done. Simple, easy, right? You don't need 12-hour discussions. I'm going to get the police come and arrest me in a minute now. No.
There's no need to overcomplicate it. Like, I mean, like you observe things, we can measure it. You know, like to a degree, establish that certain things are happening in certain situations with certain circumstances and variables. That's as much. Beyond that, like you can theorize all day. Like you can or hypothetical, be hypothetical and whatever.
Yeah.
It's unless you can test it, it's really no point. It's a non sequitur. It's not even relevant.
And in my experience of digging into things, anytime we see chaff, so to speak, it's obfuscating the truth. It's not there to elevate or heighten or explain truth. It's always about covering it up. So this is this is kind of like what's going on now, right? Is that everybody was arguing something, but when you trace the stories back to when it's more simple, it's a lot easier. But what's happened over time is they've added layers to it over the decades, and nobody's focused on like the roots of these ideas or these kind of sources, like redshift being Jesuit, and most of the cosmos being Jesuit. I mean, the Big Bang comes from the Enuma Elish, and the Vikings had a story about a big sound and things. So these ideas were out there. They came from myths and legends. They weren't scientific, not at all. But yeah, that's their scientific religion, the Big Bang, which linguistically kind of ties into it as well. I said 4, Lumpy. Jeez.
My name isn't Lumpy. You're such a jerk.
Come on.
No.
I'll take you back out in the woods. You're carrying on.
Be nice to me. I'm a delicate flower.
Fucking cactus, more like. But yeah, no, you're right. They add all this stuff in, and again, it's for the same reasons. They know most people are not going to look into it. There's too many threads to chase down, and the vast majority are just not going to bother. Like how they most don't go into university or colleges, so for some reason in schools they teach gravity is an attractive force, but in colleges they know it's bendy space time. So it's like they could teach that in schools, but they don't. They teach this other version, this other lie, and that's what we get coming in here. But if they
They only bring it up in this arena anyway because they think it's relevant to the geometry of the Earth. I mean, so That's why they think that we should be obligated to like provide an explanation because it, because tied into the Earth being so-called being, a ball. Sorry, but it's not a ball, so it's wrong.
Yeah, because that's how they think everything formed. They think it's more gravity made the solid core, and then everything splotched to it, and blah blah blah. They've got their little creation story.
Right. Yeah, but somehow they think that, okay, yeah, all right. Oh, you demonstrated that it's not a ball. Okay, it's flat, right? All right. Oh, but what about gravity then? Because if you can't explain that, then you must be wrong. No.
Yeah, they seem to think that we need to provide something, and it's like, no, you need to break down what you think and realise it's trash.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe the BS they were bringing. Go ahead, T-Dub.
I was just gonna say, like, there's been a lot of that going on. Like, explain this, explain that, right? I say, sometimes I'll say, oh, so you've accepted flat Earth, and now you're curious. No. I said, well, it's irrelevant then. Like, first find out, discover if it's flat or not, and then ask how things work on it. Why would you bother asking how something works on it if you don't even think that the first premise is true? First place, like,
Exactly. They're working arse about face, aren't
they? Yeah, cart before the horse. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Because that's the thing. It's like they're ignoring the physical reality and starting with a story, and then trying to apply that to physical reality. It's like, wait, what are you doing? He's like, that's how you do it. Yeah, I was well surprised when I was seeing the stuff Cosmos and Petard was putting up. I'm just like, 4-year-old arguments, awesome.
Yeah, Peter, he tries so hard, man. I mean, like, he's tries so hard, and he's like, okay, all right, okay. He goes away and he thinks of something new and comes back. I've eliminated all that stuff you said isn't good, right?
Yeah, he's trying, isn't he? He's doing his best. They're not sending their best, as we used to say. Freaking QE lasted about a minute before we just sparked out.
He's kind of mean, but I kind of love it.
What?
QE, he's mean, but I love it. As long as it's not like directed at him. That would be awful.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the patience for it anymore. He used to. A lot of them are like that. A lot of them have been exceptionally patient, and then they just like, fuck it, and they unleash the fury. just kind of grinds you down over the years.
I mean, in a sense, that's kind of depressing to hear. Like, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's just how it is, really. But the newer ones coming through are kind of a bit different, so they don't mind it too much because they've not been at it long enough. Freaking hell, man.
What time is it there? I mean, I know I could Google it, but
9:30.
pardon?
9:30.
Why are you awake?
What? I'm in England, my dear.
No, I know. Like, but haven't you been here like all night? I don't know.
Yeah, I woke up yesterday at 10 p.m.
Oh, well then ignore me. I'm just gonna shut up.
I've got weird sleep patterns. Yeah, they've just got nothing better now. It's kind of funny, really.
Is this a time that everyone that is actually awake in BC is gonna sign out?
No,
Yeah,
they like hanging in there. Somebody will put the radio on or something.
fair enough. We'll enjoy the radio.
Yeah, it's just going to keep getting funnier and funnier. And eventually,
Yeah, it's like that 24-hour sun in Antarctica thing, right? How long have we been saying you don't look at the sky to determine the nature of the surface that you're standing on? We've used the analogy, oh, you don't look up at your light bulbs and go, well, my floor must be like the light bulb, right?
yeah.
Yet somehow we're supposed to, like, forced into some dichotomy where if it does do this, then, X. If it doesn't do that, then Y. Like, I mean, what?
Doesn't matter what it's doing. It doesn't change the surface of the ground. It's like, I mean, it's interesting, it's a point. It's like, oh yeah, it's doing goofy stuff, and
It's no different to being asked to explain the Southern Star Trails,
oh gosh, yeah. All of those, I don't really get into those. I've heard some discussions, and they sound interesting, and I'm just like, what the hell's going on? I mean, I've there's been some good points, like how people are seeing Polaris way below the equator, and that obviously debunks curvature, because obviously you could only see Polaris from a certain, angle, distance, whatever. And they were seeing it way beyond that. But aside from that, there's just, we don't know what they are, we don't know where they are, and it's just, it's sophistry. It's too much, intellectual masturbation, isn't it? Really. So just stick with the basics. Bodies of water are level, easy. Earth is 70+% water. There you go. I always try to stick to the basics.
Yeah, and then they don't want to deal with that, like, I'll admit, oh well, yeah, it looks flat. Oh yeah, okay, it measures flat locally. The sky, but the sky still always like.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Nikola Tesla quote where he's talking about they go off into imagination and it's like a purple garb, a beggar with a purple garb. It's like that. That's kind of what they're doing, They're being drawn into these things. And again, I appreciate the people that have gone into these ideas and tried to, figure it out and explain it. But again, they're being pulled into imagination land, And if you're delusional, then imagination land's not a good place to be.
That's where a lot of it comes from, imagination. I mean, look, there's all these theoretical physicists, astrophysicists, astronomers that are like, especially going back in the day. Yes, even now, I don't know of any now, but like all your classic, a lot of, probably even safe to say most of the classical science fiction writers were graduates, that basically to steer their career into that path because their knowledge. So they were able to like realize what they assumed is knowledge, right? Knowledge of the universe, incorporate it with imagination, right? Not realizing that it's all just imagination to begin with. They think that they really do believe that the universe is as they've been taught in university, right? And they can incorporate stories into that about exploration of it and things that we haven't done yet, right? And new technologies and stuff. And then lo and behold, suddenly like that's happening, right? Like a decade later, like his name is Arthur C. Clarke with the satellites, and then
Yeah.
boom, the satellites. Yeah, you read it and go, "Well, that's a really good idea. I wonder if he's right. I wonder if we could do that." Like, yeah, but no.
Yeah, it's weird how that followed that. That was kind of the underpinnings to get it into the minds of people, and then it was easier to then sell them on it, because the media, the book had already done its job. And if you just as a bit of an aside, interesting aside, the media comes from the word Medes, Medes, and these were the guys that were into magic and mysticism and assassination. So in the old days, if you wanted somebody dealt with, you went to the Medes, Medes, and that becomes media. So it looks like they put it out there because they did this with the Wrath of the Titan, didn't they? Which was 1890, re-released in 1910, which gives the exact story to the fake Titanic. So it's like we have a few evidences of them putting it out in the media and then them actually going about, doing their thing. So it is interesting. They I wonder what other places they've done that in. I remember my friend was saying they were telling people they were going to be living on the moon. They were going to have like um, vacation trips out there, all this kind of stuff.
Hotels, yeah.
So why is? Oh, sorry.
Pretty sure my grandparents thought that by now that would be a reality.
Yeah.
Why is Elon Musk so happy to get people to Mars, yet he hasn't himself been to space?
Jedi? You can take that.
I've no idea.
There you go. We don't know other people's minds.
I get that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous in my opinion.
Well, it's part of the narratives. He's another one who is just seeding things in the minds of people, and it's so funny when you go back and you look at what people were being told, and these crazy things. But yeah, they seem to do that quite a bit, where they push out things like T-Dub was saying, Arthur C. Clarke and satellites, and then suddenly, we got satellites. And
It's extremely suspicious.
yeah,
I've mentioned this before in the past. In the book The Time Machine by H.G. Wells, in the first few pages, the guys, it's depicted as this studied man sitting around with some peers and talking about using basically the curvature of space-time, right, and space-time being a fourth dimension, and manipulating the fourth dimension to be able to travel through time, just like Einstein came along and did a decade or so later, posited those sort of theories. Read the first few pages of The Time Machine. See just what he's talking about. It just sounds like Einstein shit to me, and it was before Einstein. He was probably still just. He didn't even have a job at the patent office yet. I mean, he was that young. And he probably read that and as a kid and went, "Oh shit, man!"
Well, you got to remember Einstein stole from Maxwell and Boolean and Lenz and that. It's just another puppet.
I'm so suspicious of everything right now. It's hard to take anything seriously.
Yeah, these characters, and they kind of push forward and puppet it around, and they take the brunt, but they're there just to pivot point. Really, they're like a rudder to steer society, because obviously the vast majority of people are not going to be able to understand the shenanigans and trickery, and they're just going to be too busy working, so they're going to hear something on the radio, and it's a conversation piece, but it's not like they can really break it down to understand it for what it is. Complete nonsense.
It's just not fair. Sorry, go ahead.
If there was less actual advancement in technology, things that we are that everyday person can take advantage of, right, and benefit from, like radio waves and electricity and things like this, that these stories probably would be too fantastic for an average person to even begin to entertain as being true, and no matter who's presenting it to that sort of information to them, because they so it gets grouped. There's the illusion that it's due to our technological advancement, right? That we can do these other things that sorry, you can't come.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
going
thing.
there.
Yeah, it's for the select few. It just doesn't make sense.
The few to control the many. Hey, Skinny Vet. Hey, Roundy.
Hey, how the fuck are you guys? It's great to see you guys. How the fuck are you? Sorry, I haven't been here for a while. It's great to see so many awesome people here.
No worries, bro. Good to see you. Welcome back.
Skitty. What's up, Skitty? Hey, it's great to see you guys. I'm sorry I've been away for a while. I've been renovating and moving. It should be over in about 3 weeks. I've been wanting to log on for so long, and just got to hear your voices.
Don't want to hear your excuses. It's not fucking good enough. You know it's not fucking good enough. We miss you.
Yeah, you're gonna make us sad. Why would you do that? Do you want to make me cry?
Well, you're a woman. It's what you do naturally anyway.
Oh, fuck off.
It's fucking so awesome to see so many awesome people here, guys. Yeah, how is everything?
Good, man. Good.
Yeah,
Still flat.
How you going?
Still bouncing globies.
Still flat slapping the shit out of everybody, I hope.
Fuck yeah.
Trying to figure
What
out
from Dedo? He's a bum.
trying to figure out if Roundy is a globe earther or a flat earther. I've got a globe earther name, but I've only got voice verified. No earth determining roles, flat earther, globe skeptic, none of those things. So we're trying to figure out if Roundy's a...
Roundy, come say hi.
Yeah.
Roundy. We know you're there, Roundy.
Apart from that, Skinny, not much.
I tried, sorry.
That's all right. Keep trying for me, mate. That'd be really helpful.
Roundy. Hi, Roundy. I know you can hear me. Roundy. Get your ass in here. Don't be a pussy.
I noticed Limpire stopped being so shy. That's awesome, mate. Well done.
No, I'm still shy. Just don't be mean to me.
She's just broke up now, so she's more violent.
Yeah, right.
I am not violent, but Roundy, get your fucking ass in here.
That's funny.
Limpy, have we spoken before, mate? Sorry, Limpy, have we spoken before, mate? Because I love where you're at.
Good man.
Well, thanks, I guess. Roundy, we see you. We know you can hear us.
Work.
You came in here for a reason.
He's at work.
Please say hello. I'll be nice to you, I promise.
I will read this text message out from the chat. Hey there. Sorry, I'm at work now. Can't listen. Can listen, cannot talk. Awesome. Thanks, Roundy.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, good man.
Yeah, I think there's a lot like that where they seed these silly little ideas and then they come out and claim some technology or some accomplishment. And what
even a woman can't get them in.
What?
Did I stutter?
Yes.
Fuck you. Oh, I did actually.
Shots fired. So,
I'm
Limpy,
sorry.
you're going off a Jedi fuck. You're going off a Jedi fuck master here, mate.
No, I didn't actually mean that. I'm sorry. I'm a nice person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm not a nice person, Limpy, at all. Actually, I'm a fucked in the head ex grunt, and you know, being polite and manners and all that kind of shit, it doesn't come naturally to me. So you don't have to apologise for being belligerent. But no, it's great to see Jedi Fuckmaster here. It's great to see all of you here. It's been too long, guys. I'm so sorry about that. I'm hoping to be on more regularly shortly.
That's all right, mate. I was asking after you the other day. I think it was Timbo or I think it was AJ. We just had a little conversation. I was wondering where you were, man. It's good to see you back, though, dude. Better be seeing more of you around us for sure. Was worried about you for a second.
No, man. Look, I'll always be here. Like you, as far as I'm concerned, man. Like I think of you guys every day. Look, I'm not trying to be fucking gay or fucking faggoty and shit here, but no, honestly, man, I think about you guys nearly every day. I'm so glad AJ introduced me, and I do think about you guys a lot. It's just been fucking hectic, man, and yeah, it's great to hear your voices. Honestly, thank you.
No homo. I'm just kidding. But I hope you can get your stuff together. I hope everything's okay. Be good. Be happy. Be well.
Thanks, darling.
And I'm not being sarcastic. I am actually a nice person.
If you keep saying that you're a nice person, the more and more I'm going to doubt it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want to die today?
You're a woman, so we just don't believe you.
You can have that.
No, you're right.
Misogyny.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm really a nice person too.
Yeah, I'm a nice person.
Oh, you guys are liars.
Fuck you. You just don't recognise it when people are nice. That's all it is.
That's
Oh, I'm
funny.
sorry.
You got
I am
back. We understand.
I am a nice person. I was trying to help by getting Roundy in here, but he had to work.
Has anyone spoken to Shaggy 420? What's up, Shaggy?
Shaggy.
Voice verified. Time me kangaroo down, sport. So I'm going to assume he's Australian. Is he
Hi,
Australian? Is
Shaggy 420.
He's
Shaggy
another.
420, can you say something?
He's a good lad. He was chatting the other day.
Australian, is he?
There's fucking too many Aussies in here. Fuck's sake.
I was going to say this, and I say it every day. Yeah, far too many Australians in.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
but the Brits, I mean, come on, man.
There's two of us.
There's two of us. Fuck you.
Fucking outnumbered by all these crims.
We're always outnumbered, mate.
Shaggy just said hey in the chat. Yeah, too many Australians. I fucking told you, Jedi Fuckmaster. I told you guys fucking when I first joined. You guys keep getting invaded by fucking Aussies. This will be a fucking, this will be an Anglo fucking Aussie server in no time.
It's like a prison break.
Watch your language. There are ladies present.
Fuck you. I'm Australian.
Can you point them out to us, please?
Fuck you.
Yeah, at least we ain't getting the fucking upside down helicopter Australian twat pilot and that other fucking Dunny Kruger guy.
I fucking know, right? Like I said, man, we're down on the bottom of this, this apparent spinning ball we live on, and yeah, man, when we piss, it comes up and hits us on the bottom of the chin and goes up in nostrils and in our fucking mouth, and it's pretty fucking heinous, man. Yeah, what the fuck are people arguing about? What the fuck are people arguing about? Fucking, this flat Earth bullshit for? Because clearly we're pissing in our fucking nostrils, and yeah, I don't know what the fuck you guys are arguing about.
Oh my gosh, you need to put some money in the swear jar. You are naughty.
Well, he only does that because it's better than the fucking beer they got over there. It's that bad.
Oh, shots fired.
That's fighting talk now, telling that
Got him.
Australian
Got
is
him.
bad.
Fucking petrol huffers.
Kiss my ass, fucking pommy. you fuckers put ice in your beer. Go fuck yourself.
Do we? Have to. You try drinking the water around here.
Do we?
I don't know whether to say anything or not.
Ah, not another one. Fucking hell.
Who the fuck puts ice in their beer? What kind of monster puts ice in their beer?
Who does that?
What's
Point it out to me.
Hey, fucking go for it, guys. Like, seriously, look, Jedi Fuckmaster here. We got fucking Rube Dog. We got fucking Loggy Man. Like, fucking all he is. Right, Britain is mother to us all, whether you like that limpy or not. Australia and America without Britain fucking wouldn't have fucking happened. So, the whole anti-Anglo shit is fucking, but at the same fucking time, you want to fire shit at America or fucking Australia or Canada or any of that shit, look the fuck out, you fucking pomps.
Why can't the foreigners say my name correctly?
Okay, Lumpy, calm down.
I noticed that you didn't say New Zealand. Everybody forgets about the New Zealanders, don't they?
Who gives a fuck about them cunts?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they're all like incestuous.
Most of them are living in Australia anyway.
Yeah, bunch of fucking.
Yeah, we got more Kiwis in Australia than there is in fucking New Zealand. Which, but yeah, no, I did 9.5 months in East Timor with Kiwi company, and they were pretty cool. But the civvies, the civilians that move over to Australia are an absolute head fuck. Yeah, they're different. All the females are man-hating fucking lesbians, and all the guys are fucking either cucks or they're fucking tatted up fucking Maori bikies who will eat your fucking children and fucking bite your throat out.
Oh shit! Just like that fucking thing. Oh, that's not good. That's bad, man. Yeah, we get loads of little stabby cunts on boats turning up. So it's not very good for us.
Yeah, but you're all pussies.
Yeah.
They are these days.
Yeah, mate. Look, I've seen what's gone on in the UK for for a fucking long time as well, and we have we have anywhere between 250 and 500,000 fucking flown in to Australia. So we've got the same immigration issues you got, except they're not coming on fucking boats. Instead of on boats, they fly them in. That's the key difference. But yeah, you guys have got a problem over there for fucking sure.
Yeah, shit, man. It'll get figured out.
That's all right. I'm very rusty. Can someone remind me? And look, I know I can fucking Google it, but what's the fucking the average PSI of the pressure that we have here? It's 20 something.
17.2, isn't it, or something? 14.2. Hold on,
I think it's 14.7.
What?
14.7.
14.7. I knew it was something.
Ah, fuck! I was way off. Thank you for that. I'm sorry. I'm very rusty, guys. I haven't been in debates on on here or politics in quite a while, and my mind's like a fucking sieve at times. Sorry. So 14.7 was it? Sorry.
Yeah, 14.7.
Hey, thanking you very kindly. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
That's good. Yeah, we was just talking about all the shit they put in their media before they do it. Like T-Dubs was talking about H.G. Wells' Time Machine, where they're talking about bendy space-time and Arthur C. Clarke and his satellites, and then suddenly we got satellites,
Oh, fucking oath, man! Look, fucking oath. That's sort of when people fucking talk to me about aliens and space travel and all that kind of shit, and it's like you realize this has been in the literature since like the late 19th century, right? Like they've been pushing this shit for a long time.
Yeah. Just trying to think of any more. But yeah, they sort of seed it in the minds of public, and we was having a laugh at all the shit people were being told back in the 40s and 50s about fucking going on holiday to the moon, and fucking like moon farms and shit and moon bases and all this. Fucking hilarious.
No arguments here, man. It's a what was it Count Dankula said? Honestly, and I think it's fucking true. History it rhymes and it's a little bit gay.
Yeah, like Star Wars. But the gay's getting much larger now than the rhyming. But yeah, they do tend to repeat things over every sort of 100 years. They're kind of just mapping it out and repeating it in some way. Kind of interesting.
Oh, most definitely. But I tell you what, mate, the good news and good news for everybody is we're nearly completely fully collapsed. So all this fucking bullshit is going to essentially go away until the next time humanity decides to fuck it up. It's a cycle of rise and fall. So including this heliocentric fucking bullshit. That will fucking disappear once we're 100% completely collapsed, and we're very, very fucking close. So after that, all this shit will fucking disappear.
Oh mate, you should see the fucking drongos that turned up yesterday. Yeah, they bringing their fucking 4-year-old arguments. It's just so retarded. It's like, dude, have you not figured this out yet? Fucking hell. And then they're mention about fucking what words mean. The typical slimy bullshit.
I see they've started bringing
Yeah,
the Mount Mania picture of a shadow on a cloud. I had to deal with that. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Taken in 2016. Oh, bloody hell.
For fuck's sake, really? Yeah, they can't come up with anything new, these fucking cunts, can they?
No. Crit always says nothing new under the sun. And that's definitely right with globe earth arguments.
They just 100%,
man. 100%.
The same 4 fucking things. It's so gay. Like, one guy was being coached, wasn't he, last night, Mr. Cosmos? He had like a little team of globetards trying to help him, and he still couldn't get anywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just as you guys have heard so many times, what happens when they get fucking stumped? You can hear them fucking clack, 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 clack in the background, Google and shit.
Yeah. A retard plus 10 retards means you're still fucking retards. And the globetards don't understand they're retards.
Yeah, it's like 2 old people trying to fuck a football, right?
I know, right? Jeez. Don't know whether to kick it or fuck it.
Can't even see.
It's another fucking Aussie. Jesus Christ. You cunts emigrating or something?
Hey, what's the definition of a double whammy?
Don't know.
Your sister.
Getting kicked. Just getting kicked. The definition of a double whammy is getting kicked by a horse and landing arsehole first on a star picket.
Oh, shit. That don't sound fun.
Yeah, it's good fun if you're an infantryman or a marine.
Welcome, T. You have a listening pass.
T, if you do want to speak, just give one of the gold members or a moderator or me, Jedi, a ping.
Oh, they ran away.
Or whilst I'm talking to you, you could fuck off. That'd be awesome too. Bye,
They
T.
ran away.
Yeah.
Sorry, I might have scared him off. Sorry. I thought it was me, mate. And to be honest with you, I was going to hand them over to you. Not at all, Jedi Fuck Master, not at all. You're probably one of the most polite that I think I've actually seen, to be perfectly honest, and you have a lot more patience with dickheads than I do. You've missed out on some shit, mate. I've lost my fucking shit so many times since you've been away. It's not getting any easier. These people are getting stupider, I'll give them that, but my patience is wearing fucking thin. Yeah, mate, I have heard you lose your shit, and it's fantastic when it happens. But your patience with these dickheads, just like with AJ, yeah, I am in awe. Your guys' ability to eat fucking bullshit from people is incredible, and I tip my hat to you. You'd have enjoyed it yesterday. We were talking to some guy who was half a sentence away from proclaiming that we're all brains in jars and shit like that. Injo asked him a very simple question about the law of identity. Is a duck a duck? And he said he didn't know. He then began his next statement with the word I, which is an identity, and asked him to explain the I within his statement, and he couldn't. Because he was an idiot. It's just fucking stupid, man. People don't even know the words that he used or the meaning behind the words, or even that a duck can actually be a fucking duck. Yeah, nah, these fucking idiots, Jedi fuck master, man. Look, and again, this comes from. Have you ever read Jean Baudrillard, Simulation and Simulacrum? It's the book that The Matrix was based off of. No, I haven't, mate. No. What was it called again? So it's by a guy called Jean Baudrillard. So Gean. Oh fuck! I always misspell the last name. It's Baulldrillard. Possibly. I always misspell it. Just like Solzhenitsyn, I always misspell it. But it's called Simulation and Simulacrum. I got about 15 pages into that book and threw it in the fucking trash. And I'd never do that to books. I never do. I'm an avid reader myself. But point being, that's what The Matrix was based off of. And when you were talking about this dickhead, he's going on about we're all in a simulation and brains in a jar and shit like that. It all comes from these satanic, fucking postmodernist fucking assholes that, purport this shit in the first place. And Jean Baudrillard, you had Michel Foucault, you had fucking Derrida, fucking who else? You had so many of them in the 60s, 50s, and 60s, yeah. Oh, okay.
And Simulacra appears in Matrix. He opens it to get the drive to give to the guy at the very beginning. That's the book Simulacra that he's hiding the little USB drive in.
That's the one, my friend. That is the one. Yeah, and anyone who's watched The Matrix is essentially a second-degree Freemason because that's the induction. But the point being that all this shit comes out of all that kind of shit, and these dickheads that think they know, they watch Zeitgeist, and these dickheads that come in and argue this shit all the time. They think they know everything, but in reality, they know 3/5 of fuck all and cannot realize how hopelessly indoctrinated they are.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, I've got to bounce for 10 minutes, guys. I might be back in a bit. Hope you will have a good day if I don't see you in a bit.
Be well, dude.
Sure. Hey, great to hear your voice, brother. Great to hear your voice. Have you guys had any of the fucking whole either floor fans prove gas pressure without containment, or when you put the fucking mercury in an upside down container, that proves pressure without containment?
What the hell is that?
Lately?
We had Matthew
Learning
say that you can have gas pressure in a vacuum if you've got one area or one plane.
Yeah, it was one Scott Mackey put to me, and then one of his acolytes. Oh, this is fucking months and months ago now. But he showed me this diagram of this upturned it's basically like a backyard barometer. He's like, yeah, if you get mercury and then you tip it upside down into a container, and then the pressure moves the mercury, That's how you get gas pressure without containment, because the container it's upside down in has no lid. Have you guys had anything like that lately?
No, we haven't heard any of that nonsense. So what's that supposed
Oh,
to
good.
demonstrate?
It's supposed to demonstrate gas pressure without containment, which they can never get around. Like they can't get around any of the other shit. But yeah, it's interesting. They come up. The two that I heard the most were you've got a floor fan. The pressure, obviously the wind blows on you, and therefore that proves gas pressure without containment, apparently. And the other one was this. You get it's a backyard barometer or a thermometer essentially, and you get this. You get a container, fill it full of mercury, tip it upside down into another container, and then because the gap in the cup changes with temperature or whatever the fuck it is, or with atmospheric pressure, apparently that proves that there's no gas pressure without containment, and it's just like what the what the fuck.
Just all demented, aren't they?
Very much so, friend. Very much.
Yeah, I just DM'd you something quite interesting. That guy there claims to be the original Matrix author, and they stole his work and perverted it. So you can listen to that and see what you think of it. There's one thing where I do kind of give him credit, right? And this is why I think what he's saying has some credibility. Is as what's his name is in the police station at the very beginning. They show his police record for like a split second, and if you actually freeze frame it and turn it around, and you look at the info, a lot of it has to do with this guy. They were like rubbing his face in it. And for any normal person, it skips by so quick, it's meaningless. You wouldn't see it. But, so, yeah, that to me says there's got to be something somewhere, because they referenced him, his birthday, his family name, his school, everything, And they wouldn't have put that in there, for no reason. So it's not proof of anything, but it at least says that, there might be some credibility to what he's saying. I know.
I shall definitely take a look.
Yeah, give it a look, dude. I was going to say that
Most definitely.
the container that's holding the mercury is a container.
Yes, that's exactly what I fucking said to him. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look though, mate. I definitely shall take a look, and I really appreciate it. I always look at what you guys send me for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty long and convoluted. It takes, because again, like he's got a whole, story about this and this and this. So yeah, I've listened to it a couple of times, and each time I listen to it, I understand it a bit better because I'm sort of putting the pieces together. So yeah, it's interesting, and it kind of explains why they did what they did to themselves, because the two that got the film obviously weren't the creators, so they were over a barrel, and they were basically told, do this and then this and then that, and then so yeah, that's why they've done what they've done to themselves, I think.
Why is there some guy hanging out in live stream too?
What?
Why is there some guy hanging out in live stream too?
Because he's asleep. You can go down and keep him company if you want.
I'll definitely take a look, mate. And thanking you. I shall definitely fucking watch that, and I'll definitely DM you back. How many of you had coming on in the last? Because I think it's been about 4 weeks since I've been on. How many of you had fucking use the old, sniping, fucking marksmanship, long range shooting, all of that kind of shit? You had a lot of them larpers coming in.
No, I mean, we've had What have we had come through, man? Oh gosh, we've had them come in and basically, uh, actually, a lot of the time we can't even make points because they don't even accept standard definitions. So a lot of the time it's been arguing about words, and about definitions. It's crazy.
Same shit, different day, huh?
Oh yeah, last night was the Pontchartrain Bridge and Jesse's BS. Um, drop over distance using surveying equipment 4,000 times its recommended distance. So we had that stuff last night.
Yeah, fucking idiots, man. It's yeah, like I've always said, and for anyone that hasn't heard me before on here, all I'd say is, yeah, I should have realised being infantry many years ago. Joined infantry in 2003, but everything we do is based off flat. I should have come to the realisation of the truth a lot sooner than I did. But yeah, these fuckheads. What I've found is, most of them have no military background whatsoever, and when they claim to be shooters, they're not shooters, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, a lot of the others.
Yeah, they just like to, religious chanting basically. They're not here for truth. They're not trying to figure things out. They're not trying to learn. They just want their opinions coming out of our mouths or gulag. It's essentially what's going on.
Yeah, and yeah, they want to just come in and troll too. And then when they figure out that, there's yourself, there's Jedi, there's T-Dub, there's AJ, there's Matrix, there's so many that aren't fucking retards and actually know what they're talking about, and it's like, oh shit, and then they resort to insults and trolling, and
Yeah, they
yeah.
do the little
Anyway,
spiral dance.
yeah, no, I'm not trying to take up the fucking the platform either, guys. It's really good to hear your voices and everything like that again. And have we got anyone new on here that can actually talk? I know Randy said they can't. Shaggy said they can't. Have we got anyone new here?
Nope, it's just the boys.
Oh, that in itself is a very good thing, my friend. And again, I cannot tell you how awesome it is to hear your voices.
Yeah, man, no worries. It's good to have you back. Yeah, we usually kicking it normally about 12 hours from now, 12 to 14 hours from now. And yeah, there's a bit more activity. And they, Creation Bear, he hosts a little show and he ping everybody and, get people coming through. And we try to do like quite a fun, loosey goosey type show. Talk about the manosphere sometimes and the red pill and other bits. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I hope Creation Bear's going well. QE's going well. I miss both of them as well. They're fucking awesome, and yeah, it's just yeah. No, but by the way, man, it's not that I've come back. Like I've never actually left. I'm so sorry. I've just been really busy. But yeah, it's really good to. I'd love to talk with Creation Bear again. I'd love to talk with QE again, and just it's been a bit busy, but that's going to change.
They're being tonight, mate. So if you're about in 12 hours, they should be around.
I appreciate it. If I can, I'll definitely be in. I haven't even actually spoken with AJ on the phone for a while. I've got to give him a call. Actually, I will do shortly after. I've got to check out shortly, guys. Yeah, I wanted to duck in again now that I've got a little bit of time, and I'm going to give AJ a call shortly anyway, just to see how he's going. But yeah, I haven't gone anywhere. I'll always come back on here, guys, and I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome, and it's really great to talk with my FE family again.
No worries, dude. It's all good. And yeah, like I say, we're watching movies down below. Usually, Bread Ghost, he normally hosts that. We have a UFC night, so Yeah, we're doing different things in there.
That's awesome, man. I just hope Creation Bears got away from that fucking fresh and fit mob. But I mean, it's each to their own, I guess. But
He
yeah,
loves that lot, He's young. He's easily influenced.
oh yeah, I'm hearing you, and I'm not giving shit to him in any way, shape, or form. It's just I counsel young fellas out of that kind of shit. So but hey guys, look, I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm sorry it's been so short. But look, in the next 3 to 4 weeks, I'll be back on a lot more regularly, and I've got to really brush up again on the knowledge you guys have taught me, and I really appreciate it. I'm gonna check out what you sent me, man, and I really appreciate it. And you guys have a
Enjoy,
fucking
dude.
cracker of a night, okay?
Yeah, have a good day, man. Take it easy. Be well. Another one. Alright. Hello, everyone. Wow. Hello. What have we got here then? Try and put something on the bottom, I suppose. See what we can find. Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, with a very bunged up nose, I'm going to do a very quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to On The Level, Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Miles 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gulls, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Unbelievable Productions, Del West Watson, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to the Politics Flat Earth Debate 24/7 Discord server and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
No, I'm gonna stay a little bit in the pre-show maybe, and then I'm gonna duck out. I'm gonna take advantage of this off day, so to say. So, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Not
Yep.
much happening at the moment. A little bit quiet, but it'll ramp up shortly, I'm sure.
All right. Yeah, I did get rid of the, like, how do I put it? I did have the politics server on before, but I got rid of them. I got rid of all the FE servers actually because I noticed that they can be very distracting. So I don't know what's going on right there. I don't have eyes on that server at the moment. Because I'm already busy with this server. I don't need to be busy with other servers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Right, and it can get distracting, yes.
Yeah. Besides, I got you there on the other server, so your eyes on that server, right?
Yeah, I haven't been around much lately. Like I said, I've been pretty busy, but yeah, had a good chat this morning before you left with Embo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, your morning is my evening. I gotcha. Yeah, I left you guys there. Yeah, Embo did. I thought he did good yesterday because he kept calm through it all, right? And I thought it was like it was made for a better show, right? So I like that. I thought Embo did good in that sense. So
Yeah, no, he
plus,
did. He did well. I think he got a bit tied up for words a few times, which was good, but he didn't lose it or spiral. So
yeah. And plus, it helped Nathan's show. I checked out the YouTube views yesterday, and they were very good too. So yeah, all worked out.
oh, cool.
I noticed I got quite a bit busier on our Discord server this past week. So,
Yeah, and I think usually after the shows here, it's quite busy as well. A few people go across, and then they do the ever after show.
wait, say that again. You're talking in relation to this show, or just what's going on that Discord outside of Nathan's show?
No, I was saying after Nathan finishes on politics, I said sometimes it gets busy over in FED afterwards in the ever after show.
Oh, yeah. I noticed Nathan comes on FED. I haven't been checking those out. I guess maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't take a complete off day then. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all pretty good though. Usually, I haven't seen any issues.
Yeah. But yeah. So how many people on Discord over there now?
We haven't got too many. What do we got? 3, 6, 13, 12, and the YouTube bot.
Yeah.
But all flat earthers, yeah. Apart from Daz.
Okay.
It's a bit of a weird time this time, but it does start to pick up, yeah. And then usually the after show in here is usually quite good. By that time, everyone's sort of got in. They feel a bit more relaxed that it's not the actual show, and it usually tends to pick up quite a bit.
Right. The prime time seems to be U.S. time or Canadian time, and that seems to be the evening, our evening. Right now, it's my morning. But I've been hearing that the prime time for the States and Canada is the evening. That's when the Discord servers come alive. So, is that true?
Yeah. Probably at about, would that be about 3 in the morning for me? 2 in the morning, maybe?
Yeah, so it sounds about right. I come on in the afternoons here usually for my afternoon from about 4 o'clock. There's usually a few Aussies and there's a few people in here, and then sort of around the 8 o'clock mark for me, it all sort of goes a bit quiet for a few hours. It's 10 o'clock now for me, so.
Okay. Well, what else is there to chat about?
Not much. How are you, Jedi?
Yeah, good man, good man. Just been watching the Olympics this morning. Got one of our great British athletes doing the heptathlon, and she was doing the javelin. And interesting the graphics that pop up. They show the angle of attack. So when the javelin is, when the thrower throws the javelin, they give you a little graphic of the angle, usually somewhere between like 30, 35 degrees. It's a nice elevation angle measurement. I thought it was quite interesting, made me giggle. It's another utilage of the flat earth within the javelin. Brilliant. But apart from that, mate, I haven't been doing much else, to be honest with you.
Yeah, nice.
You need a flat earth for that javelin.
Hello, Neil, mate. How you doing? You good?
Yes, very well.
Good to hear
That
your voice,
reminded
buddy.
me of
Good to
like
hear you.
a pre-recorded audio resample back because they came back at 2 pitches. The way Neil answered, he answered one way, and then he answered like it was talking from another conversation in another way. I don't know if anybody got that. Like, you know, when those guys, like I don't know if they still do that anymore, but they used to like prank people and they used to use clips from movies and the tones are all over the place, right? That's how Neil sounded for a sec.
What the hell are you talking about, Righteous?
I told you guys probably wouldn't get what I'm trying to say. Game with a warning. Maybe only I got
Someone's
it.
at the door.
Oh. Morning, Central Goat.
Good afternoon. You okay?
Good afternoon. That's right. Yeah, I'm okay.
Good to hear.
So?
What time's
Remember when they used to say? Remember when they used to say time zones prove we're on a globe?
I don't know. I don't recall at the moment. If it was,
yeah,
it wasn't a big one. You do?
We've had everything today. We've had lunar eclipses. We've had ships over the horizon. We've had the north and the south star rotation. What else have we had? We've had atoms. We've had many flat sections making up a sphere, including a basketball that has flat sections because it can sit on level concrete. What else? You got any, Jedi?
Yeah, we measure the Earth flat, and then you have to imagine and think outside the box. That was a good one from earlier. Lots of imagination. Lots of, okay, so we measure the Earth flat, so what about eclipses? Okay, thank you for telling me the Earth's measured flat, so what about this, that, and the other? Lots of Earth measured flat, and then lots of questions completely disregarding what was just said.
What do you think the number one is still today? It's got to be boats going over the horizon, right?
Things seem to pop in and out of fashion. Boats over the horizon. The moon's upside down in Australia is always a favourite of mine. That seems to have gone up on my tally chart over the last couple of weeks. What else? Like you said earlier, time zones. There's a good few. It's always space and explain shit.
The 24-hour Arctic sun Antarctic sun popped off for a while there. We were getting that every conversation. What are you going to do when they go down to Antarctica and see the sun?
Yeah, that one's picked up a little bit recently as well. That's awesome. Got to defend this false dichotomy. Fucking hell.
Sounds like a rare treat. I wish I'd have been there
Good
when the guy
afternoon,
was
mate.
telling you that he needs a flat Earth, but then we need to think outside the box, or however it is we phrased it a second ago.
Yeah, you would have enjoyed him, Nathan. He was an interesting lad. Lots of imagination and locally flat spots. That's all he had.
Yeah, they were
Locally
frustrating.
flat spots.
Flat spots?
Yeah, locally flat spots on a basketball. That's how you can have a basketball sit on level concrete without it rolling, because it's many horizontals or straight lines that make up a sphere, according to this guy.
No, there's none.
But then he was telling us how stupid we were that we didn't understand that a sphere is made up by straight lines.
Yeah, but you're lucky because you got to go through several topics, whereas yesterday we had 3 hours and we only got through two topics with one person. So imagine that.
It doesn't take a lot to imagine that, man. Sometimes we can sit in this server and be talking about the same thing over and over again for hours upon hours and just go around in circles. It's not hard to imagine that happens every day.
Yeah, I reckon there's been times I've left and come back 3 or 4 hours later and it's still the same conversation, and it's actually the same thing that were being said 3 hours ago.
Yeah, yeah. As it turns, the feast of nonsense, we have to deal with that on a daily basis. It's lots of fun.
Were these the Australian gentlemen that are up late at night, past their bedtime?
I'm in Australia. T-Dub's in Australia. Jedi's in the UK somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, the anti-flat
England,
earthers that were putting the arguments.
No, they weren't Australian, no.
Don't put us in the same category as those crazy people.
You've got some crazy Australians fighting on the globe side. No, you need to admit that. Is it Dazza? Or is it Dogs Are Gods?
Oh, yeah.
Australians.
And then we got our own crazy people on our side, like Matrix. He's just a typical Aussie man. Matrix, I can just imagine him.
Where's Skinny talking about crazy Australians? Skinny Vet. He hasn't been around for a while. I miss him.
No, he's been having a few dramas and he's been trying to move house and find somewhere to live. He got kicked out of where he was, and yeah, he's got a few things going on. But he's got a mate that's living with him and helping him out a bit. So he hasn't been in a good way for a while. Old Skinny Vet. He has a few issues from the military and other things.
Well, if you speak to him at any point soon, mate, if you're keeping in touch with him or whatever, give him a shout out from me.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I talk to him a couple of times a week and check in on him.
Good stuff, man. As long as he's all right. As long as he's muddling through.
Yeah, he's getting through, yeah. Yep.
Why are so many Australians flat earthers? It's like a genuine correlation.
Australia's quite flat, isn't it, AJ?
Yeah, it is actually.
Interesting.
So now that we've established that Australia exists,
I was going to say, so is water at rest.
It's lots of like designated quote unquote flat countries and states. Like states in America are like measured flat. Florida's quite a lot of it's underwater. It's swamp and stuff. So they tell you that it's measured flat. The Netherlands as well, reclaimed from water. Yeah, that's an incredibly flat country. The Ukraine, that's quite a flat country as well. For all intents and purposes. I mean, they all are. They're all elevation angles, measurements off of a flat plane. But if you're talking about extensive tracts of land like Australia, that's huge hectares of just flatness.
Libyan.
You know, they also consider flatness of countries not only like the overall nature of it, like not having any curvature, but I mean relative and average elevation change above sea level. So they're actually saying if it's closer to, like a lower elevation average, right, of height above sea level, the lower that, the flatter. They're considering that the flatter it is, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, T-dub.
Even though they think that's curving, right?
Yeah. Always gets it.
Yeah, it can't be flat and bent, right?
Yeah.
You guys hear the theory I got for Florida, man?
No.
Like the more flat the terrain, the more crazy the person, because they're living in the world. Everything they see, like in Florida, is all flat, extremely flat, flatter than even a pancake. Even Arkansas, it's so flat in Florida, but they're telling everyone that they live on a curved water ball. So it causes them to do some really crazy shit. Or sorry for swearing. Stuff. Okay. It causes them it causes them to say some really crazy things. And you see this repeatable because in Europe you've got Netherlands man. That's their version of Florida man. And then also, some of the Australians, I mean, they're pretty out there too. So like the more flat the terrain, you've got a direct cognitive dissonance that the person's facing.
This holds up, Crit. People in Ohio talk about Michigan man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so when you
Michigan man is a northern Florida man.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, and it's because it seems to be connected with how flat the terrain is. See, the cure is understanding flat is flat.
One
Then,
sec,
like, you
Chris.
kind of break out of it.
Sensei SMK, can you pop yourself on mute, please?
Yeah, sure. Is T-dub here or no? I have to ask him a question.
Ask away.
Well, he's like muted, so.
No, he's right. He can hear you. T-dub, you there?
Was he the one that talked to Planet Peterson, or was that somebody else?
A lot of people talk to him.
Oh, yeah, I fuck with that guy.
You there, T-dub?
Wasn't that make your announcement?
Yeah, try to keep it the language like PG-13.
Oh, my greatest of apologies.
Yeah, Planet Pearson guy is your basic internet debunker. So yeah, he's in a real contradiction right now where number one, the biggest contradiction I was able to pull out of him was that he thinks the government is in some superposition to call balls and strikes. And he explains why everyone doesn't get it is because the government is too stupid to properly educate you. So I'm like, well, that doesn't work, homie. Okay, which one is it? Is the government this amazing force that everything they do is just they can't miss, and they've completely failed?
Sensei,
that's not what being an amazing force is. Yeah.
Sensei, when you're not talking, can you keep yourself on mute? Otherwise, it just causes a bit of feedback and audio chaos.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you could think like something is great and has flaws, by the way. So like if anything, he just saying like overall the government's gonna be like good, but like it's still gonna have some flaws, like having poor teaching capabilities. So
What
wouldn't
the government does is of no consequence to this topic, you know.
And
That's what he was on about. He was really on about his faith and allegiance to Skycloth. He replaced God with government, and then he's upset by that. And he's got to work through it. He's got to work through those issues before he's able to rejoin the conversation.
wait, what's like the point? I'm a little confused.
That if you're going to worship government and then get upset when people question your government, you have thicker skin than that.
What's going to be the issue with that?
That you got
The issue is, my friend, how do you know that you're having a Pavlovian response?
Yeah, that he don't.
The issue is the First Amendment is a problem for people who have a worldview such as Planet Peterson. Because in the First Amendment, you've got 5 things you can do. You can speak freely. You can worship the God, the creator you want. You can petition the government for redress of grievances. You have freedom of press, and you also have freedom of association, freedom of assembly. Inside his worldview, that right there is a hard counter to what he wants things to be, because he wants government to be impeachable. Well, that means you wouldn't be able to redress the government for grievances. He wants people to worship government. That takes away their right to worship the creator they choose. He doesn't want certain speech to be allowed, like Flather. Any speech he disagrees with, he would criminalize.
I don't think he would do
that goes
that,
against free speech.
But yeah, I don't think he's going to do that. And also, you're allowed to get upset, even though it's going to be in the First Amendment. Like, if I said black people are subhuman, that's part of the First Amendment. But it's going to be okay if somebody gets upset from that.
That's kind of a terrible analogy to bring up.
No,
especially when we're already discussing a very sensitive topic. So please choose wisely.
Yeah, you're roboting there. Listen.
Hold on.
Yeah, you robot for other people too.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
I said, why is it bad? Yeah, why is it a bad analogy?
He said, because we're dealing with a sensitive topic, so while your analogy is perfectly sound, it's done for shock value to make your point better, which is perfectly legitimate. I do the same thing often. But I think the point that's being criticised is we're in a flat earth debate server, so sort of highly charged racial examples aren't necessarily the most appropriate.
I wouldn't say it's inappropriate.
And probably bordering on the politics in terms of service.
Oh, I don't have an issue if you agree my example's fine, then I can see why it would be sensitive to people.
Yeah. This is not a free speech platform.
That's a better example.
Look, your example was fine. It was close to the line. It wasn't over it. It's fine.
This topic falls under freedom of association. If you're told no, thank you.
Hold on, just 1 second, Crit.
Okay.
Sensei. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just sat off mute, and we can just hear pops and crackles and breathing. Ideally, when someone else is talking, as much as you want to interrupt and.
Okay, I got you.
Dude, either mute up or put your push to talk on.
I have a question for globe deniers. I'm not even trying to refute you, but is it true that if you go to Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, it's going to be different timing if you go east versus west?
Yeah, I would count on it.
Okay. Wait, so you agree to that?
I have no reason to disagree at this point. What's your point?
Correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't that show the Earth is a globe? I don't even know if you disagree with that, but you understand my point.
Why would that show the Earth? So you travel from point A to point B, and that puts Earth as a giant lava ball in the vacuum of space because.
No, because if you go like one direction, it's going to be shorter than going like the other direction. And I don't think that like property wouldn't hold up. I don't think it would hold up. I don't know. I guess it would. But
Yeah,
like
you
Have you
anything
heard of
else,
something called weather?
Why?
Did you know the weather changes?
Why wouldn't
really.
it hold up on a flat Earth?
Yeah, because like you can only go really like relatively only in like not one direction, but not like going around anything.
So you can't take a wider path around. But secondly to that, what map or what layout or projection are you using here for the flat
No,
Earth?
for the flat Earth, I don't know. I don't. You guys even have a model?
Oh, this is painful.
No.
I
Yeah.
don't know. You're claiming flight paths on you're claiming flight paths on a flat Earth that don't work. So I'm asking you, what model or map are you using here?
You gotta go push to
Yeah, I
talk.
was using a
You
model
can't
on that.
handle voice activated. Okay, you've got to go push to talk.
Young guy, you can't
Okay,
hear anything.
no, you've got to go push to talk. This is your last.
I don't think that's
okay. We've been politely telling you that you've got a lot of.
Sorry, Crit. It's only the fifth time I've told Sensei to go on mute. He can't hear you because his mic's wide open and he's causing audio chaos. You politely ask him.
It doesn't say my mic's like
now he's talking through
so
me. Now he's talking through me. Sensei.
Sensei, SMK. Going to give you one chance to use your push to talk, dude. All right? When we let you off mute, set up your push to talk, please.
Ideally, don't talk through everybody that's talking also. So currently, while I'm talking, I don't want to see your line open, and I definitely don't want to hear your bleeding voice while I'm in the middle of the sentence. Right? He's going to piss me off royally. I can tell. It's the sixth time I've told him he's still sat off mute. I haven't paused. He's not being invited to answer a damn thing. Yet he's still got his mic wide open with his light flashing, causing frigging audio chaos. This dick is the dumbest person in this room. He's just asked you about our flat Earth models with a Coriolis deflection. He doesn't know what he's talking about or what it would claim for either person on either side. He's obviously stupid. He can't take commands. He's belligerent. Yeah? Do you think he's going to be useful here? He's a stupid idiot.
No.
Well, Pa, put yourself on mute, don't you understand? You still got your light flashing. I can still see me feeding back and you're still talking while I am. These belligerent pricks. What part of go on push to talk, stop being off mute when other people are talking, doesn't he understand? Yeah? What is he, a bloody millennial spoilt brat? I'll do what I damn well please. No, you will not. You'll go and push to talk and you'll shut your mouth when others are talking, or you'll be removed by the moderating team that I've got absolutely no control over.
That's correct. If he can't control himself, he will be
Nathan,
controlled.
you need to calm down. Holy shit.
Now he's ad homming me, telling me what to do. I've politely asked him 6 times to go on mute. And so he's going to talk through one of the moderation team, explaining what's going on after I've got annoyed with him because he's irritating, because he can't keep on mute, so he's causing audio chaos on a recorded show. Dick.
We have to spell it out for you. This is a special guest program that we're hosting on Fridays, and it is subject to moderation.
I don't care. I mean, it's no point talking to him anyway. He's obviously not very clued up on the subject matter he immediately engaged in. Begging the question fallacy for a sphere Earth. He begged the question of Coriolis deflection without detailing what it was. Didn't know whether or not it would or wouldn't work on a flat Earth or globe Earth model, or which one would or wouldn't work. He's the dumbest person in the room. Do we really need to spend a long period of time trying to negotiate with him to do as he's damn well told? No, we don't. What would it be worth? Us having to explain his own bloody claims that he doesn't understand him at length while he talks through us and causes audio chaos? No, thank you.
Yeah, the context here, Nathan, is that earlier the week there was a Twitter e-celebrity with like a 250,000 followers or something like that, who came in here and tried to get the room all wild up, and no one really took his bait, and he rage quit at the end of it. So I think we're going to have some people coming in who are his followers, especially followers who are also on the server.
You say you had a Globe Earth AMA?
No, like an internet celebrity from Twitter called Planet Peterson.
Oh, we've covered one of his videos. Yeah, I know who Planet Peterson is.
Yeah, he came in here talking all types of shite, and ended up rage quitting, and really stormed off. Like took his ball and went home. Then ended up clicking on the channel accidentally and started talking again. We're like, dude, why are you back? And then he rage quit a second time after he misclicked and joined the channel again. So we're expecting. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, when I came for the first time, I arranged it, and there was some negotiation about when it would be, what it would be, etc., etc. Did he do all of that?
No, it was mostly just asking questions. Like he pretended like he was some nobody, like he's never heard of the topic before. And then after people were engaging with him for a little while, then he like said, "Oh, like took his mask off. I'm an internet celebrity, and you guys all been recorded." And we're like, "Dude, you see, there's a bot up there, right? We're live streaming on YouTube, like right now. Like." How dumb are you? You see like the bot with a big red circle on it that says live now, like you somehow did you get some gotchas in here or something? Like what do you think you did?
Well, what did he do?
He was manhandled.
What did he achieve, if anything?
Just basically calling everyone dumb, and their government education failed them. Like, like their K through 12. He's really hyper focused on just the American flat earthers for some reason. Like a lot of jingoistic pride was we went to the moon type stuff. That's really all he had. All he had was he couldn't figure out if the earth is flat, that would mean that government has lied to him. And he couldn't figure out that government could lie.
So his issue is an appeal to motivation fallacy. Who cares why they would lie?
And like to appeal to popularity too. Like, so there's too many people be in on it. There's like it just reset, just gave unpackaged versions of that over and over again. At the same time, he claims he's atheist. I'm like, well, dude, how many people would have to be in on that? If atheist is right, how many people have to be in on it?
So true. Do you think that religion is central to the flat Earth ideology?
Globe Earth is central to the globe ideology. If you believe anything they say, then you would believe that they took a Bible to the moon, because Edgar Mitchell said that if something happens to the Earth and aliens find our solar system, he wants some documentation of who we are and what we're about. So what book did he bring? He brought a Bible to the moon. That's like that show from the Time Machine where he went back in time. He brought 5 books back, and part of the debate was what 5 books would you bring back or bring forward into like a new to restart humanity. You'd bring a Bible, apparently.
It's more than that, Crit. They took pre-consecrated wine and bread to administer communion on the moon as well.
Yeah, and Nixon said that God picked America.
Hold on. You said they're doing communion on the moon?
Yeah, they did communion.
They said they did.
They did communion on the moon.
Yeah,
on the moon.
They also said they founded a lodge, a moon lodge, which is today registered under the Grand Lodge of Texas.
Okay, wait, hold on. So who was getting communion on the moon?
Okay, see, if you don't even know, yeah, it's Buzz Aldrin. If you don't know this stuff, how did you come in here swinging around?
Bro, so you're saying you're saying that they did communion on the moon?
Like they wouldn't You're both talking at the same time. Stop. You're both talking at the same time. Hello, you're both talking at the same time. But Crit, put something to Chadley.
It's like he's been doing some communion.
I just need to hear Chadley's response to it, Crit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't even understand what was being yelled at me. So if you could reiterate the question, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, the answer to your question was, how religious are flat earthers? And I said this malformed because in the globe side.
Well, hey, to be honest, I did not ask that question. I was asking about communion on the moon. I was not asking about.
Chardley. Right, you asked him to reiterate. That's what he's doing. You said
Okay.
you couldn't. Now you're talking through
Okay.
me. You
Yeah,
don't need to
that's
affirm
fair.
while I'm talking. Shut your mouth. You're being given a direction by me. Now shut up. You asked
Ask the
him to
question.
reiterate his point because apparently you were being yelled at. Perhaps it's because you can't shut your mouth while you're being spoken to, like now. You've had to be server muted by the operators of the server because I'm giving you an instruction. That means you don't talk. Now, when you ask Crit to reiterate his point because apparently you were yelled at, then he's going to do that. You don't just start talking through him. Now, hopefully, you can tolerate getting what you've asked for, which is for him to reiterate his point. You got halfway through and you start yammering through him. Don't do that.
Okay,
Chargy, in the chat, 22 minutes past the hour. I'll do your research for you.
Yeah, this Methfield symposium about which side is more religious is wrong. The globe side, 100%. All of them. Every single astronaut is a right-wing Christian conservative, heterosexual. Every single one of them. There is no deviation there. While flat earthers are a wide swath of the population. Flat Earth is a big topic with lots of people that covers every single demographic. You'll find people who are religious, a-religious, who are atheist, all of it. Any demographic you can think of, you will find a flat earther who will fit that. What you won't find is the same thing on the globe side, which is a deeply religious idea. So religious that the shot callers in the globe model, someone like Richard Nixon, said he personally spoke to God of the Bible, and God told him that America will win the space race because God loves capitalism. You will not find a figure like that inside Flat Earth. The current director of NASA said that God told him to come out of retirement. Bill Nelson, a former astronaut and senator, said, it's time for you to come out of retirement and lead America back to the moon. You will not find a character like that in Flat Earth who is talking about their personal speaking to God to tell them something about the Flat Earth. That doesn't exist. So if you have a hang up on how religious a group of people are, your problem would be on the globe side. That is deeply theistic. So theistic that they take communion on the moon. They bring Bibles to the moon. They talk to a personal creator.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Alrighty then. There's a category error because your question was actually about how religious flat earthers are. Well, it's a category, it's a measurement of Earth. Whereas the religion for the globe is exactly that. It's a sky religion about, you know, spinning balls in sky vacuums and what the lights are. That's a religion. Flat Earth isn't. We just deal with how we measure Earth. It's flat.
Yeah, the globe side has these very grandiose ideas. The first models, like Copernicus, his model had 6 planets, and outside of Jupiter was a firmament. That's where that word comes from. It comes from the globe side. People try to tack it on to Flat Earth contemporary, but the original globe models had a firmament. And he created perfect circles with perfect circular orbits because he said this model was created by God. And only a God could create perfect circles because perfect circles don't exist in nature, and this model is supernatural. So your very first heliocentric model that got you away from observation, measurement, practical use was a Catholic Church creation myth. And still to this day, Big Bang Catholic priest, ordained Catholic priest.
Totally.
I would challenge you to come up with a secular version of a globe. Be the first one. Be the first one to come in here and say, you've got a globe model that has zero connection to state-sponsored religion.
We'll be the first one to come in with a globe model.
Oh, that'd be the double. Yeah, double whammy. You be starting off on second base when most people can't even get a good swing in.
Hopefully that answered your question.
You got any more questions there, Charlesy?
Well, I don't even know what he was responding to last time, honestly. I like, if I were to ask a question, I don't know what the answer would be that would be relevant. I don't know how this fell off.
It didn't. You asked if there was a religious aspect to flat Earth, and it was explained by that there's a deeply religious aspect to heliocentrism, but flat Earth is just a measurement. So to assert religious aspects of a measurement is a category error. So,
Yeah, I don't believe I asked whether there was a religious aspect to flat earthism. I never asked that question. And
You asked.
Hold
No,
on.
you
You guys have a live stream of this, right? So you could go back and actually look at what I asked.
That's okay.
And you won't find that because I didn't ask that.
No
but you're
worries.
welcome to imply that.
No worries. So what was your question then, if we haven't understood it? Reiterate it.
I'm not asking any questions. You guys have been very hostile. I don't think that I'm going to ask any questions.
Oh, okay.
Because
no
I
worries.
don't think I'll get any answers from you.
Okay, we've got plenty.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Bye-bye,
Yeah.
Nancy.
I'm not trying to.
Wow, that
Yeah,
was
that's the end of
very
your time then.
dishonest.
You could bleat on for 5 minutes about you being wronged, but you've been server muted, because if you're going to be a snowflake and moan about how you're not taking part, we'll just say, okay, get lost. Now you've been server muted and you don't have any opportunity to talk. Bet you wish you hadn't been a snowflake if you had more to say. Oh, is it hostile here? Yeah, talk that to me after 10 years of people calling me a retard because I say Earth is flat and base it on measurements. You ain't got any sympathy, you bloody snowflake.
Also, he
Hostile?
contradicted himself because he said that.
Oh, wait,
he
can I
believes...
talk now? Have I been unmuted?
I thought you said you didn't want to.
Tell the
I thought you said you
room how
didn't want
you
to.
watch
Did you not say you don't want to?
Mars like you told me in.
Did you not say you
I
don't
never
want to?
said that I did that.
A minute ago you didn't want to and you were being a snowflake. Have you grown a pair of balls now?
I'm confused what you're confrontational about. I don't understand why you're so
Right, I
upset.
just explained. Maybe you weren't listening. I've spent 10 years dealing with people who call me names because I'm a flat earther. So there's a general expectation that when you're dealing with people like us, we're going to be on edge, that we're going to be treated that way because it's an expectation that's been developed over 10 years with people telling us how stupid we are. So if you cannot empathise with that, then fine.
I
It's been explained
understand
to you
that,
now.
but I haven't called you any names. I'm not insulting you.
No, and I'm explaining why there's a general air of hostility, like you asked.
Well, I understand that.
Oh,
and I
wonderful.
appreciate that you're speaking your truth and you're telling me why you feel the way that you do. But I'm not insulting you.
No, fair
to
enough.
be fair.
No, fair enough. That's why I stopped and allowed you the time to talk. Perfectly reasonable that you should get your time too. But if you're going to behave like a snowflake and moan about the hostility level, unfortunately, it's a very touchy-feely subject. No, definitely not. It's a hostile subject. That's just how it is. But don't like the religion challenged.
That's the globe Earth religion, by the way. That's a religion.
So why do you keep muting me? Why do I keep getting muted? I'm not even saying anything.
Oh, but you're muting stuff. Ask the mods. You must not be behaving appropriately. Not just ask a question. You have a claim.
Please turn on push to talk, Chargsy.
I have push to talk on. That's what I'm using right now.
Awesome.
Do you have
It's
a
just a
claim
little
or
bit
a
of audio
question?
chaos. Like that.
Do you have a claim
Little bit
or
of audio
question
chaos.
at some point?
Oh, brother.
Thank
you
you, John.
have a
I appreciate
claim?
that. Just letting I'm going to take control, John. Thank you. 2 seconds. Just going to let Chardsy know that you will be muted if you overtalk people and so on. So yes, a couple of moderators are around trying to control the flow of the conversation. Now it's a kind of a warning to everyone, as Nathan is live streaming at the moment. His show is due to start soon. That if there's audio cast or our moderators on hand, we will make the flow of the conversation run smoothly. You will be unmuted when the person speaking has finished what they're saying. That's all. Sorry, John.
My God, you have to give grown adults second-grade instructions and stuff. That's pitiful. So, do you have a claim or a question?
Me personally, no, I don't. I'm here to learn. I'm not here to speak.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Fair enough. Were you aware that Earth is measured flat?
Yeah, I don't really know what that means.
You know what Earth is?
Well, I know what Earth means,
Not
and
measured.
I know what flat, but I don't know what you say when you're saying.
Now you seem to be talking
Earth
through me. You
is
told me you
measured
don't know
flat.
what that means, and now you're talking while I'm talking. If you say, I don't, now he's doing it again, this is where you'll get server muted if you keep doing it. I don't really know what that means. It's a lead-in for me to bleed and tell you, not for you to keep talking. Okay, you don't understand Earth measured flat, 3 simple words. So I start asking you if you know what Earth is. And then it's what, you yammering through me? This is not going to be difficult. Why am I hostile? Because you're a prick. Shut your mouth if you don't understand, prick. And then you won't have a hostile man shouting at you for talking through him. If you are dumb and don't understand, I can explain it to you. That just involves you shutting your mouth while I talk. Then you won't have me being hostile. Do you understand?
Yeah, I haven't been talking.
Good, now shut up. I'll tell you what Earth measured flat means. While you mute.
Please do.
Yeah, well, I don't need your permission. I need you to mute your mic. Yeah, like the server operators have just had to do, you belligerent child. I shouldn't have to have your permission when I'm in the middle of a sentence telling you what you've told me you don't understand. That's going to get my goat. Yeah, that's going to get me raising my voice to you. That's going to get me condescending to you and talking to you like you're thick. Because not understanding 3 words, Earth measured flat, means you are stupid. Okay, stupid? So I'll slow down. Earth, that's what we're standing on. Measured, that's how we acquire data. And then flat, the data that we're acquiring in regards to the Earth that we're measuring. Now, I don't normally have to break down those 3 simple words for most people. And most of the time, if I was breaking anything down, they'd be listening rather than talking. But you don't seem like a normal, reasonable man. You seem like a snowflake that wants to talk through people when you don't understand stuff. And then moan about how it's hostile. Maybe it's you, son.
Well, he's also dishonest because I went back and checked the YouTube stream, and his question to Crit was, do you think religion is central to flat Earth ideology? And I can replay it on live if anyone really wants to hear it. But yeah,
No need.
dishonest as well.
But thank you for looking it up, AJ. Well, when we sort of go, oh, no need, we already do as a glurf, like, we're only in the position to say that because you've done that. Thank you. Yeah, we kind of already
No,
knew.
it's all good.
We gave him the benefit of the doubt and said, if you don't understand, please reiterate. And then he refused and behaved like a snowflake and started moaning about the treatment he was getting rather than getting involved in the argument. And then when he didn't understand, he started talking. Shocking. Normal, standard, fair, globe-believing behaviour, I would say. That's how they all behave. And then they wonder why they're getting hostility. Bleeding snowflakes. They didn't get an answer. Were you aware Earth is measured flat? Question mark, end statement, wait for a response.
Can I speak?
Me saying under my breath, question mark, end statement, waits for a response, wasn't a big enough hint.
You just seem really upset. I don't.
That's an ad
interrupt
hominem
you.
attack. Shut him up. Just get rid of him. This guy's a dick.
Piss off.
Piss off, you stupid muppet. Now you're removed from the conversation, dickhead. Because that was called an ad hominem fallacy. A failure to address what was put to you about Earth being measured flat. Most of you are incapable of responding to that. Most of you, if not all of you, will respond with an ad hominem like you do. And did. And have now been removed for being a dick. Because that's what you guys are on the globe side. Dicks. Let's make no mistake about what you are. That was dick behaviour, wasn't it?
Most are morons.
Most don't know what
It's called a
the
troll.
specifics of their own.
You get lots of trolls in here, and you like to entertain them for some reason.
Got a show, Harp. What do you want? This is what I do for a living. Deal with globe Earth proponents that punt their religious belief and point out how Earth's measured flat to them, Harp. I see it as a noble endeavour.
With righteous indignation.
Absolutely. Ipso facto, righteous indignation, QE.
Yeah.
If the people who are around us, right, in this server now, I'd call you guys our own, in here, listening to the kind of stuff you talk about when we get here on a Friday. It is like listening to an orchestra, right? QE's the conductor. Yeah, I'm a runner, turning lights on and off. But there's an orchestra playing and it sounds beautiful. Symphony. Symphony of flat earthers telling their globe opponents how their globe is measured flat. It's epic.
I think in some ways, yourself and especially Quantum Razor, John, shout out to you, and a few others on their feed there, you're kind of reaping what you've sowed, I think, over the last 10 years. Other communities have sprung up. Us on 24/7 have been kind of running alongside you in the background, running a show that lasts all day long, 7 days a week, and having these conversations and listening to you and refining our arguments and listening to John and having conversations with John when he pops in and whatnot. So this is kind of, you're reaping what you sow, mate. If you say it's like listening to an orchestra, then kudos to you, man. Appreciate it.
I say it every time I come into the politics server, because before I've even opened my mouth, I've heard the summary of just the most refined, excellent arguments that you could have. And a kind of, again, indignant tone to, oh yeah, we had another one in saying that your boat goes over the horizon. You can just tell by the way you behave. Now, that might sound in tone and timbre in the repetition of what you've been saying, like it's an annoyance or a moany sound. No. That's the symphony. Because that tells me you already, all of you, know it's flat. There's no ambiguity here, is there? You all know balls to bones, as was said in The Matrix, that it's flat. Now, there's a lot of flat earthers that aren't singing from that hymn sheet. Far from it. They're singing from a very different hymn sheet, and it sounds awful.
It sure does suck when horizontal water doesn't act horizontal, right? Sure sucks when that happens.
You've had people telling you that horizontal water isn't horizontal.
Well, it isn't.
Say again?
It isn't.
Horizontal isn't horizontal.
No, the horizontal water that you claim to be horizontal doesn't act horizontal. Right?
What, horizontal water doesn't act horizontal?
He's already confused.
Yeah, I am.
He's already confused.
Very.
Yeah. So
yeah, you contradicted yourself.
Hold on. Right. You claim that the water at sea is horizontal. It doesn't act horizontal. It's not horizontal.
How does something act horizontal?
Hold on.
Does horizontal
Hold on, John. I don't think I said those words. You put them in quotes?
Oh, wait. You don't agree?
I didn't say I didn't agree. I said I didn't say those words because what you said was preceded by you saying, here we go, he's going to interrupt as I point out that there's a bit of a problem when he says you've said, and then I haven't said what he said I said. That's the problem, the first problem. So we're not going to argue about whether or not I agree. If I haven't said it, if you can't put it in quotes, and you still seem to be interrupting me pointing that out to you, I've asked you second time's a charm. Is that a quote?
Well, the whole claim of flat Earth.
That's a yes or no response I'm looking for. Stop. Is that a quote?
Doesn't need to be a quote.
Is it a quote? It doesn't need to be. Stop him. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore because when he says to this audience, my audience, the one I'm recording for, that you have said, end quote, him, that's me quoting what he just said. Yeah? Because it's what he said, so I'll put it in quotes. Now, if he's going to do that and just make up stuff I haven't actually said and then argue about whether or not I agree with things he's told my audience I've actually said, then he's not reasonable. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with that. I don't turn around to this guy and suddenly make up maybe a load of crimes that he's committed. And then after I've said he has committed them, ask whether or not he's happy about it. And debate about whether or not he might or might not have done them. with the fact that I've stated he has being the preceding fact laid down by him. That's not reasonable. Now, if I was going to talk about what we do with sea level, that would be to say measure elevation angles like the one on screen now. I'd talk about the horizontal plane of reference that would be used, in that case, sea level. Now, if he's going to say that I've said that we measure the sea flat, no, I didn't say that. Yeah, it's got little waves on it and stuff. And why would we be doing it? What use would it serve? I'm not making that claim. I'd made any claim at the point that he's put words in my mouth and just lied about things I haven't said. And then after I've challenged him to put it in quotes, he says it doesn't matter if you said it or not. Why did you have to say when you said if it didn't matter, other than to disparage something I haven't said, aka a straw man fallacy? And a misquote. And a lie. So I'm dealing with fallacy, lies and misquotes before he's even got into this discussion about what the sea does and how we'll reference it as a horizontal plane to take things like elevation angles. That would be an argument I would make. But before I've even made an argument, it's decided what I've said, how I've said it, what it means, and whether or not I'll be debating about the words I haven't said. This is the kind of shit we have to deal with from globe believers, and they wonder why we're hostile. Matt, shall I just make up a few lies about the obviously heinous crimes you have committed? And I'll say it in such a way that it's absolutely certain that you've committed them before we have the discussion. Is that okay by you? I'm thinking no. Don't do it to me. Don't make up crap I haven't said.
Aww. So this is the thing, right? I mentioned horizontal water as in reference to the plane that you claim the Earth to be, and you're freaking out about it, man. You don't like it anymore, do you? Huh?
Ad homming me, telling me what I don't like. Now he's divining my thoughts. Where did you get the crystal ball from to decide what my thoughts and feelings were? Now he's talking through the response about how he's using my feelings as a rebuttal. No, I actually put a point to you in what I just said about the horizontal plane of reference used for elevation angles. What I got in response, just to summarise, was, oh... Well, that doesn't seem to be an address. That's non-responsive to elevation angles. Now he's talking through me because chanting will get him the win. Chanting through the middle of the repetition of the thing he failed to respond to. I'll just say it again. He didn't respond to my flat earth cold, hard proof that was put to him. He went, oh. And then when I tried to reiterate it, he tried to chant through it like a little losing bitch. Little losing bitch, right? You're going to chant through the second attempt? Because I'll reiterate that which you ignored. It seems like you're scared. Scared to address it? Oh, did you think that putting this tone on was going to get around the elevation angles with reference planes that are flat?
Yes.
Maybe if you chant through the third rendition of it, maybe you could chant through the third rendition of it and then you won't have to respond to it, Matt. Seems like you're chanting through it. I'll try it a third time, shall I? See if I'll do it in a straight tone. See if I can do it unimpeded by Matt. No, there's a cough. Not on mute. Definitely not listening. Put something to you once unimpeded, and then 2 further times with you like you are now, Matt. Off mute, not listening. Flat Earth Ranger. Just get rid of Flat Earth Ranger because he immediately causes audio chaos. Matt. Earth's measured flat with a horizontal plane of reference that the observer is standing on for elevation angles.
Yeah, so those elevation angles are taken from a globe, right? So, yeah. You call it a horizontal plane because it looks pretty horizontal on its surface, but it's still a globe, right?
Could you get us a citation, please?
Citation for the Earth being a globe?
No, a citation for elevation angles specifically coming from the globe. While you're doing that, I'll just read out mine.
What they are.
While you're doing that, because you haven't obviously said yes, I'll read out my citation. It says, the altitude angle sometimes... It seems like Matt, who's now, chanting through me? That was the first attempt to read out a citation. He said, elevation angles come from a globe. Let's see what sustainable by design have to say about it. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation. Is that Matt interrupting me a second time? That's the second attempt, Matt. Are you scared of being proven wrong? Do I need to ask the mods to server mute you while I read out the citation, Matt?
Stop it. Yeah, stop stuttering.
Do I need to ask the server moderators to put you on mute while I make a third attempt to read out this citation? Seems the server moderators have chosen to put you on mute, Matthew. I'll read it out unimpeded.
I'm a retard.
Again, Huey?
Do you think these tactics, do you think you're clever? Retard.
Yeah, he does. Let's read it again. It was the third attempt. Matt couldn't tolerate it. He's a globe believer. He didn't address it, and he's tempted to obfuscate it 3 times. Then claimed I'm stuttering as he chants through me off mute, and has had to be put on mute like a little boy put in the dunce corner by the server operators while I read out the citation that he said he'd got when he said elevation angles came from a globe. Now, third attempt, we'll see what sustainable by design say. The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, close brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. It didn't say globe. What it did say was horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You're just wrong, Matt.
Yeah, that horizontal plane is curved. Yeah. Curved.
Horizontal's curved. You'd fail third grade intro to geometry.
It's curved.
Sorry, can we remove this idiot now? Can we? We're done with Matt.
He's mad.
Can we just
He's
remove
mad.
him?
It's curved.
Sorry,
Yeah.
while he chants through me.
Level.
Sorry, can we just remove the idiot chanting dick that's now chanting that horizontal is curved? No. He said globe. Citation says horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That makes it clear that it's a plane and that it's horizontal. He says, well, that means globe. Yeah, I put a zebra in front of him. He's suggesting we've got rats. He says, no, the zebra's a rat. Bye-bye.
So it also fell intro to third grade geometry. Hold on. The answer to his first question, he said water is always horizontal. Yeah, that's correct. At rest, water is horizontal. Yes. Because horizontal is level. Level is horizontal. Horizontal is flat. Do you need some citations for that, numpty?
No, because you'll read them out.
Hey,
and then when your citation says...
You want me to unmute him?
Well, no, because when you read out the citation to him and say, having no part higher or lower than the other, the response we'll get, we've already had. Horizontal plane, he says, means globe. Having no part higher or lower than the other, what do you think the response is going to be? That means globe.
So, AJ, there's citations in Master B. I don't know why we need them, but of course we need them for retards. Water's flat there, sunshine. From the physics hypertext book, water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. Isaac Asimov, Understanding Physics. This effect is part of folk knowledge, as it is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. From Engineering LibreText, since water pressure is independent of volume, the levels should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. From National Air and Space Museum, Science in Pre-Kindergarten. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind. End of citation and citations. You would fail third grade intro to geometry and pre-kindergarten understanding of water. Thanks.
I just heard globe after every sentence you said.
You just heard globe.
Just to expose like Nathan Oakley here, post your citation actually in the post a link in the chat so we can take a look at it. Just so I can
have
prove you
posted
wrong.
the links in the chat. I've got 3 of them, the 3 that QE just read out.
Which one is the one that talks about his horizontal plane that he takes
The
elevation?
Earth is triangle, mate.
Which one is that? Because that one refutes him as well.
When you're listening, I said sustainable by design.
Okay, let's check that. Let's check that link out. Because when they're talking about a horizontal plane and they're taking elevation angles, they are obviously not flat earthers, so they're talking about that on a globe. Globe.
Really,
not a plane.
globe. You'd fail third grade intro to geometry. We already dealt with you.
No worries. It's okay, fine.
And just to address
okay,
your water,
we heard
your water
you.
bullshit.
We heard. Can I respond,
like
or are
it
you going
either,
to keep talking indefinitely with you yammering and be server muted by one of the mods who
Oh,
sees it as
I wanna
unreasonable?
respond to
Yeah,
the
he's
water-
going to keep
the water
talking.
claim.
Definitely going to keep talking. So
I want to respond to the water.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you don't like it, huh? You don't like it.
What, you incessantly yammering? I heard what you said, and now I'm going to respond to it. You say elevation angles come from... Now I'm getting rumpus by my own bleeding panel as soon as I get the mic. Yeah, you said elevation angles measurements come from a globe. Now I'm going to ask you a question based on that statement. You haven't cited anything, by the way. We have. I say cited sustainable by design. So given that you suggest elevation angles come from a globe, how can you acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Yes, so you can take elevation angles from a curved baseline. Given that, I mean, when you're on the plane, right, when you're on the surface of the Earth, it's going to look pretty horizontal. So that's how you do it. Pretty simple.
So you're saying you measure it flat. So basically, you're saying you can get elevation angle measurements because we measure it flat.
Nope, we measure it to be curved.
51 minutes past the hour is the citation from SUS Design. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Yes. So that horizontal plane is curved.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's a plane. Do you not know what plane and horizontal mean? Clearly not.
I know, but when
you don't need to keep talking through the top of me when you hear something you dislike. Yeah, I haven't finished. It's just you don't like what I'm saying. You need to assert that a horizontal plane is curved. Yeah, we heard it the first 4 times. It's shocking. Then you had the load of citations read out to you by QE, which you've also now ignored, and rinsed and repeated the exact same baseless assertion. No. Then I asked you how you'd get a horizontal baseline. If you're going to be measuring an angle, you'd need one. If the surface was curved. And you said, in response, you can get an elevation angle from a globe. Because, let's have a look at these citations. That you didn't actually explain how you'd get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. You didn't explain that. You just said you could. This isn't a reasonable back and forth discussion with this Matt guy. It's either talking straight through the middle of what I'm saying or completely ignoring me, and there's a protracted silence. So you're obviously incommunicatable with Matt. Let's just give up on him.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me respond. Right. So when they're talking about the horizontal plane that you keep referencing and you think this is like the big W that you have, they're referencing a globe because they're globers. So you're wrong. There you have it. It's that simple.
Can I just summarize your argument? When we measure a horizontal plane, as on screen for my audience now, we've got a horizontal plane of reference, 90 degrees to the ground position of this light, presumably the sun, and then 2 angles, that's straight lines that cannot curve because they're angles, with respect to it. He says because these angles, here's an altitude angle for latitude of a flat baseline with a 90 degree below Polaris, with respect to the surface of the sea. Here's a example of it, pictorial example from my audience on screen right now, that shows a flat Earth being measured. It can only be flat because it's a straight line. But his response is to say this flat Earth can only be flat, is flat, it's a straight line angle measurement, isn't because it's being measured by people who believe the Earth is a sphere. That is his summary and response.
So the
now
straight line
he's talking through the top again of that which he finds painful. So in conclusion, before the chanting zealot decides that he's going to talk through the end of me concluding. No, an elevation angle is an angle. It's 2 straight lines. The baseline is not curved, in spite of you suggesting 3 times that you can get a straight line to be a bent line, and it still be an angle. It won't be. In response to me pointing that out to you 3 times, you've suggested because they are globe believers, it's not an angle, it's curving. No, that's idiotic. I don't care what they believe in when they measure an angle. An angle's 2 straight lines. The baseline is not curved. You cannot acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. It wouldn't be an angle anymore. It must be flat. It must be straight. It must meet the star at 90, as all the diagrams have just shown as I've been saying this. Because that's what it is. A straight line isn't a bent one. It wouldn't be an angle. If it was bent, your assertion has been refuted.
Do you know how they calculate elevation angles?
We're measuring them.
They measure them, right?
Of a flat Earth, yes. They measure. Yes, I'm responding to you. It doesn't require that you keep talking as I respond to you. Yes, we're not calculating, Jack. No, he's definitely going to talk through the painful response. Yeah, you asked me something. Now I'm responding. Maybe if you just chant through the response, it won't come. Yeah, we will be measuring them on screen for my audience now. Is someone acquiring a fix with 3 90-degree positions to their measurement location, with a sextant describing the angle measuring tool to acquire these 3 circles of equal elevation. They're all circles of equal altitude. They are all flat planes. The lines along the base are all straight and flat. We know because each of them is marked with a 90. This has come from a celestial navigation manual. We will and can only measure Earth flat. That will not be overcome by anything globe-shaped because it would stop being an angle. End of argument.
Nathan. Hello.
I had to close the line because I'm saying something and you're deciding that you're going to be saying something, Huey. So thank you. I've now opened the line. I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. He said, give me the equation for the elevation angle.
Yes, and I responded, it's a measurement.
Can you stress it for him?
It's a measurement. We measure it off a flat Earth, and then I gave an example that was rumpus by QE, but fortunately I can close that shit down.
He's freaking out, even with his own...
No, he's just chanting through me, so I'll close that line too. Like QE's just asked me to reiterate. Can I stress to him that it's not a calculation, it's a measurement off a flat Earth? Yeah, I'll reiterate it again. I gave an example from a navigation manual. The navigation manual showed why it would be a flat Earth 90 degrees to the GPs of each of the stars that were being measured on a flat plane with 3 circles of equal elevation. It's not a calculation, it is a measurement of a flat Earth.
Okay. Am I unmuted? Can I respond? Beautiful. So, let me just clear up the misconception here. So elevation angle definition, the elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane, the tangent, to the Earth at the observation point and aligned to a target point above the horizontal plane, right? So this would mean this measurement is entirely possible on a curved surface like the globe. This horizontal plane that you're referencing is just a common misconception. It's the curved surface of the Earth, which it's all...
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say the curved surface of the Earth in your citation or in my citation. What both of them say is the plane. You're substituting...
What do you think they mean by that?
Well, I'm saying it. You're just chanting through it. You're saying horizontal plane as per the citation and then saying what the citation doesn't understand, that when it says plane, it means globe. Yeah, your ham-handed attempt to order the words and their meanings that you've actually read off a different citation that also says horizontal plane. A horizontal plane is not a globe.
Also, this is another thing that you don't understand.
Not acknowledge the single word I've just said.
Surface,
also isn't acknowledging anything I've just said.
Let me respond. So local horizon. On a curved surface, each point has its own local horizon, a tangent plane. At that point, elevation angles are measured relative to this local horizon, not some like flat baseline extending over long distances that you're talking about. So you're an idiot, Nathan.
So don't ad hom me just because you're losing. Yeah. Sorry, was that a citation? So can I respond, or are you going to laugh through the top of me like you've had a victory when you haven't? Sorry, was that a citation that you just read out?
Yes. Would you like the citation?
Yes, please. Let's have a little look at it. And someone from Discord stick it in Skype for me.
Give me a second, because I'm on my phone.
And it's going to say that a horizontal plane's a globe, is it?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look.
Well, actually, the person...
Yeah, I mean, grown men having common misconceptions.
Stop him from ad-homming us. I don't want to hear about what he says we are as grown men and the misconceptions he ad-homs us with. I don't want to hear it. Right? I'm asking him to post his citation and we'll have a look at it. I don't need a string of barrage or ad-homs in the interim. Can you just stop him till he does what he said he'll do, which is get us that citation so we can read it and see what it actually says?
The person that wrote that citation is a banana earther, so it actually proves Earth is banana shaped. Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Evening.
Good to be here. Do my little disclaimers. Because we're in politics, as I just suggested. On a Friday, we typically, not always, but recently we have been, coming along to the politics server to spread the good word of Earth being measured flat. Now we're about 7 months into maybe a little over half a dozen concessions from globe believers who had actually taken a time to understand how Earth is being measured and listen to their disclaimers about how it's perfectly acceptable to measure Earth flat, because you'd have to. And then you can calculate it into a ball after the fact. But we can ignore that because the measurements are flat. And that's the drum we're banging. Although I didn't say it in the pre-show, I did say it in my intro. Please don't swear, those of you in the Discord server. I am your guest here, like most of the people in this Discord server currently. But I do run a live show from it at the very polite and kind behest of the moderators. So thank you very much for having us here, as always. But yeah, please don't swear if you do take part in any of the discussions.
Yeah, so I'm going to post 2 citations that exactly demonstrate what I was saying earlier. One is from the American Practical Navigator that says navigation techniques involve measuring elevation angles on the curved surface. The other one is going to be from Elementary Surveying, an introduction to geomatics, which will involve elevation angles are measured relative to the observer's local horizon, as I've said before. So both of those citations are going to be posted here in just a second, which prove my point. Nathan Oakley has been crushed today.
Did you copy and paste the equation? Remember you said the elevation angle was an equation? Put the equation down here,
I asked him the equation that he used for elevation angles. So that's something completely different. But go ahead and address the citation.
Okay, no worries. Okay,
yeah, you're geometrically illiterate.
Stop a second.
I cry.
Okay, gotcha. So we understand that you've asked of us for the elevation angle calculation. And what QE is saying is just be sure to post yours for us. Okay?
The equation,
so
please.
Go ahead and address the citation I just posted, Mr. Nathan Oakley.
I will when it comes my way. Once it comes through to me.
Oh, it's in the chat. It's in the chat. It's in the 24/7 Flutter chat.
For that, son. Yeah, once my people get it to me and it's been through a few hands and they've had a look at it and it comes via the
they got to get it to you. You're the big boss.
Just chant straight through the middle of me while I'm telling you how I'll get it and when I'll get it as I run a live show.
It's not a citation, Nathan.
It's not a citation.
No, it's not. It's a ChatGPT transcript that he's copied and pasted and taking geodetic surveying.
Can everybody else shut up? I want to hear AJ.
Manuals.
I want to get clarity on what this line glurf has done. Go ahead, AJ.
Okay. So it's
your name's not AJ. This is this dumb Matt guy think his name's bleeding AJ. You're not running the show, dickhead. AJ, the mod, not you.
Okay, so we have what appears to be some sort of ChatGPT transcript screenshot. So there is no page, no book, no link, no paragraph that we can look up to look for context. And the first one is on geodetic surveying that accounts for the Earth's curvature and explains elevation angles are consistently measured using a tangent plane, providing the Earth's shape does not interfere with the angle measurement. So I have actual citations from geodetic surveying that state that they measure linear angles and plane triangles and then account for the curvature after the fact with a calculation, if you'd like that, Matt.
Yeah, so although I recognize that you said it's a ChatGPT citation or transcript, the thing is ChatGPT can give you citations from actual manuals, and that's what it's done.
Then post where it came from, because that is not a citation, dude.
It is. It is.
Sorry,
no, it is not.
Guys, in the moderating team, can you just stop the guy who's just going to belligerently chant that it is a citation? He clearly doesn't even know what the word means. It isn't. Yeah.
Bare assertions, Nathan. They're nothing more but bare assertions, not backed up with, like AJ pointed out, no reference information, no source provided.
Which is now stated as ChatGPT. But what you'll find with ChatGPT, because I play with it a little bit, is that when you ask for the sources, the links you're given generally aren't relevant, do not work. So can you please post the links provided, Matt?
We'll just get
Matt, you didn't ask for citations or sources when you did that. I have the paid version. It'll give me the exact place on the page where the citation comes from. You're using
Go ahead and do that. I have GPT-4 as well.
I'm not doing your work for you.
Oh, yeah, so you just ran away too.
Sorry, no, he didn't run away.
Anyways, so
Can you stop this
GPT-4 also
Matt
does
guy?
the same
Stop this
thing.
Matt guy from talking.
which I
Sorry,
do
we just
have.
need to highlight the lies and deceit that's taken place. He says it is a
Stupidity.
citation, and because someone else can link to it with a paid version that would make it a citation, he's just demanded that someone else is pointed out that based on the fact that they could, if they were bothered to do it and they were making a claim, turn it into a citation. He's still talking while I'm talking, by the way, audience. Yeah, he's obviously scared. Can't mute. No, it just shows how deceitful you are. You didn't provide a citation. We didn't have a reference that we could go and look at what you put in quotes as a citation. We didn't have any of that. What you did was went to Chat GPT with a free version and then just boshed out what you screenshotted. And now he's laughing in the middle of us pointing out how deceitful he is. Define what a citation is. Define the word citation for us.
Yes. Thank you for letting me do that. So a citation, the quotation from a reference or a to a book, a paper, or author, which I actually did. Like ChatGPT is giving me a quote from the manual that says exactly what I wanted it to say. So it's a citation. You're just very uneducated, it seems like.
You're saying it
So, yeah,
cited
there you have
it cited
Matt
it
W.
to
again.
you. It cited it for you. You haven't done that for a... Yeah, I get it. If you keep talking, maybe it won't be so painful if you keep talking through the response. Yeah. Or eventually the server moderators will have to step in because I'm now talking and so are you, obviously. Yeah. It gave you a citation. Unfortunately, you broke and didn't pay for the paid version so that you could provide us with a reference and put quotes around it to make it a citation for us. You didn't do that. Now, you were duped into thinking that because you were provided as a poor man with a citation that you couldn't verify because you hadn't paid. Now, are we going to check the unpaid, non-verified bit that you gave us secondhand when you didn't get a paid citation from ChatGPT? No, it's not a citation. You are a Dumbo.
Okay, so first of all, it was GPT-4, which is the paid version. It is funny that you said, like, broke and got the broke citation. That was pretty funny, but no, it is. And what ChatGPT is giving me is a quote from the manual, which is a citation by definition, so keep coping, but that's pretty funny that you said that.
Where's the manual? I'd like to read it, yeah?
Yes, actually, I can give it to you. One of the manuals I can put in the chat, which would be from the... Elementary Surveying, an Introduction to Geomatics. I can give you that one. Just give me a second so I can find the exact...
Why are we getting citations for surveying? So hold on, everyone stop a second. I detailed on multiple occasions acquiring GPs of stars with areas of equal elevation. Now, it seems that this Matthew guy is hard of hearing, perhaps, because I made it explicit what my claim was. Really explicit. With detailed descriptions of 90s to stars, areas of equal elevation. That's celestial navigation. Why are you going to surveying for your citations when I'm specifically detailing what's done in celestial navigation? Do you need to go to a different area, different subject matter? Is it a subversion of the actual subject of celestial navigation? Would you prefer to be talking about something else?
It's interesting that you say that because as you asked me to back up my claims, I'm backing up my claims about the local horizon, and you didn't know that for some reason, right? And so I had to educate you on it by getting a citation that says exactly what I wanted it to say, and it is a citation by definition.
Well, no, you said you could acquire an elevation angle measurement from a globe Earth, and then what you cited was something to do with a tangent plane. Well, a tangent plane isn't a globe Earth. It would only meet the globe Earth at one point if you begged the question of the globe Earth. Whereas the line that you're measuring isn't a single point meeting a globe, it's a line. And in your own description, it said tangent plane. So it's not measuring a globe Earth, as you asserted. Even your own citation undermined your assertion that you would be measuring a globe Earth for an elevation angle. No, even by your own citation, tangent plane isn't a line measured for an angle, because a tangent only has a reference to a globe, but a single point. That's not a line. So no, you definitely aren't getting, as you were challenged to do, a citation for measuring a globe Earth for an elevation angle. It couldn't be measured off a globe because angles have straight lines, not curved lines. Well, that's the end of that then. So Earth is measured flat. if you're going to do celestial navigation, you're going to be referencing a baseline that's got a ground position at the end of it.
Like, can
if
I
you're going to suggest
respond
for a
and keep
second that
cooking
you've got
you,
a
or am
tangent
I going to
plane,
be
then
muted
you're going to
again?
get chanted through when you make your conclusion and victory dance, I guess. There was a long protracted silence. So now I'm going to make a conclusion. Hopefully without the point that I start making the conclusion after the protracted silence without you talking in it. Maybe this is your time to talk, not in the protracted silence. No, definitely not. Earth is measured flat. Ground positions must be on the end of the angle that you're measuring when you take elevation angles with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's how elevation angles, when detailed in celestial navigation, are described to be measured. They're not measuring single points that are tangent to a dangling ball that you're not measuring. As per his citation, that was somehow to do with surveying. Nevertheless, in celestial navigation, ground positions are on the end of the other end of the line, the flat baseline, that is not curved and cannot be measured on a globe. You measure it on a flat Earth, it's got ground positions at the end of it.
Wait, so am I? Are we done, or can I still talk to Nathan Oakley? I don't know
Post
what's
your
going on.
citation, Matt.
I already posted my citation.
No, we're not going to get a clip from ChatGPT. We want to read the book too.
Oh, you want to read the book?
By the way, so the source material must verbatim state what you posted in the chat.
It's a
verbatim.
Quote. So
Or
it's
it's
verbatim.
not a citation. Then show the source where it says that verbatim. Link us directly to that phrase, that paragraph.
No problem. Give me a second.
Well, while you're finding that, I have two for you, Matt, from civilengineering.com. Planar surveying or theodolite surveying employs theodolite, an advanced surveying instrument to measure horizontal and vertical angles accurately. And then a description which assumes the Earth's surface to be flat, disregarding its curvature. And then we have from Anthony Hock on geodetic surveying, which actually mentions the first part of what you've posted. Geodetic surveying is surveying in which the curvature of the Earth is taken into account at a high degree of accuracy. In linear and angular observations is achieved. So we've got linear and angular observations. Bit of a hint. The geodetic surveys send over large areas of lines connecting any 2 points on the surface of the Earth are treated as arcs, calculating their projected distances on the planes or maps. The correction for the Earth's curvature is applied to the measured distances. So the correction is made after the measured linear distances and angles.
Linear
the
means
angle
not.
between that is then treated as spherical angles and then used as spherical trigonometry. And there's three following ways that they do this. Triangulation, this type of surveying, a network of well-defined triangles, plane triangles, yeah? And then we have stadia, which is a surveying in which vertical and horizontal distances are computed from stadia readings. So where in this are they measuring the curvature of the Earth, as stated in what you've put?
False. So I never said that they're measuring drop over distance with this. I just explained what the local horizon was and how you guys are basically having a big misconception and thinking that this means that the plane is actually horizontal, which it's not. That's not what the surveyors think. That's not what the people that measure elevation angles think. That's just something that you guys put on there. And the local horizontal plane that you guys always talk about is just due to the Earth looking pretty horizontal on its surface, which is exactly what you'd expect given the geometry and the size of the Earth compared to your size, right? That's exactly what you'd expect. If you go on Desmos and you write an equation for a circle.
Can everyone stop rumpusing him? So, okay, so what you're saying is, is horizontal level or not?
It depends on what you mean by level on the globe. If you're talking about your sea level bullshit, then no. It's not
So
what level is.
I see. But why would you suggest that from our general perception it could be horizontal then? What do you mean by that? Do you mean from our general perception it's globe-shaped?
So we're talking about from a general perspective on the surface of the Earth, the ground should look pretty horizontal. That's what you'd expect.
I see. So we should expect the Earth to look pretty flat when we measure it, right?
No, false.
So you just said we should expect it to look pretty flat. Now you're saying we shouldn't.
We don't measure it to be flat, but it should appear pretty horizontal on its surface. Yeah?
So you're saying we don't measure it to be flat. Okay, can you present some curve measurements, please?
What would you take as curve measurements?
Measurements that are curved Earth based. Go ahead.
Because every single time you have like some geodetic surveying measurements that take this and take that and it proves that the Earth is a globe, you're always like, well, they're just putting that to be the Earth being a globe. It's not real measurements, right?
I didn't ask
so
for
if you're talking,
excuse me, can you just stop him a second? Can you present your globe Earth measurements? That was non-responsive. The question on the table is, can you present your globe measurements, please?
Yeah, I would love some clarification on what you take as a measurement.
Okay, so for example, if I was to measure the angle on screen for my audience now, this would be an elevation angle measurement to a lighthouse. It shows a flat baseline, 90 degrees to the lighthouse, and then the angle up to the top of the lighthouse. So this would be a measurement of an elevation angle. It's two straight lines. One of them is the flat Earth that you're measuring. Here's another one for my audience. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to a different lighthouse. It shows how you're using a flat Earth, labelled horizontal view, and then the altitude of the lighthouse as measured by the observer in orthographic view. It is requiring a flat plane because it's as per the definition I read out to you. The horizontal plane that the observer is standing on forms the horizontal view in this diagram. That's a measurement. This is detailing. Here's a different one. It's on a reel full of measurements of flat Earth. Here's another one from a boat of another lighthouse on a flat Earth. The flat Earth bit is the bit labelled from A to B. It's the measurement of the angle that he's making to this lighthouse. The angle is measured between the horizontal plane the observer is standing on and an imaginary line to the top of the lighthouse. Here's a measurement of a mountain off a flat plane. The labelled A to H line with 90 degrees between H and C is a flat baseline. It's a measurement of an elevation angle. Here's another one on screen for my audience. Am I ringing? I've just given 5 to my audience. Mountain and lighthouse measurements off a flat Earth that can only be flat, their angle measurements. Do you have a globe measurement, please? I've given 5 flat ones, now give me a globe one. Measurement.
Yeah, so you keep going off on a tangent, so you didn't really address my original question. My original question is, what would...
Yeah, he's just got server muted, I assume, because I asked him for a globe measurement, and now he's told me I'm not responding to his original question. He asserted that the globe is measured for elevation angles. He gave us a ChatGPT lie about some citation. It wasn't. Now he's being asked for his globe Earth measurements. Now, if you're on a ball, ladies and gentlemen, and you are asked for measurements, I'd expect the next thing out of your mouth would be, here are my measurements. Especially after a smug flat earther named Nathan Oakley has just made it abundantly clear that there's a string of flat Earth measurements going by on screen. Right, go ahead, Adam or Neil.
Again, so when you ask for...
Yeah, you were server muted because you offered a non sequitur rather than a measurement. So now I'm inviting other people to talk. This is kind of the end of your time here when you gave a non-responsive reply.
I think it's funny how you didn't need to ask him, Nathan.
How do you measure? Sorry, can we shut the White Knights up too? I just want my panel to interject. We're done with him.
Sorry,
he didn't offer a globe measurement. Go ahead, Adam.
Just whilst you're on that, I've just been listening. So I've just been to Bowditch, American Practical Navigator, and I've posted in Master B from the glossary definition of elevation angle, straight lines, no mention of a curved surface whatsoever in the definition. I'll read it if you wish. Navigator
with response in the glossary for elevation angle, yeah?
Yeah. So yes, angle of elevation, the angle in a vertical plane.
Hold on, AJ. Hold on, AJ. Go ahead, Adam.
Angle of elevation, the angle in a vertical plane between the horizontal and an ascending line, as from an observer to an object. A negative angle in elevation is called an angle of depression. I'll read it again. The angle in a vertical plane between the horizontal and an ascending line from an observer to an object. Bowditch.
For everyone in Discord, what Adam's reading, it's past the hour.
Can I propose an idea?
I don't know. Are you a new guy? New guy deciding to rumpus this conclusion that we're making after your Glurf zealot counterpart was lying about citations that came from ChatGPT? No, we got the practical navigator. I put it on screen for my audience. Adam read it out. There was no reference to globes. None. Glurf lies. That's what we're dealing with. Now, if you want to take the reign, appeal to one of the moderators, Infinite Zebra. Neil, go ahead.
I have a quick question. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? And how do you have a horizon on a ball? Answer me that.
You don't, in both regards. Did Infinite Zebra...
still waiting for
hold on, everyone else. Go ahead, Infinite Zebra.
Yeah. I feel like that just going down the details of this is kind of a fool's errand in terms of the specific technicalities that people are trying to challenge you on. Can I propose just like what I might call a functional epistemology?
Right, that was a load of
basically...
totally nonsensical word salad that meant absolutely nothing. Do you actually have a question or a claim?
I have a claim.
Just make your claim then, rather than telling me about your bleeding epistemology.
Well, if your rhetoric is just bluster and intimidation...
Do you have a claim? Yeah, you're not going to get this stupid word salad waffle, mate. Your word salad waffle's been undermined by me, making it sound really stupid. I've done that. I've undermined your garbage nonsense waffle that made you sound like an intellectual. Then I ask you again if you've got a claim or not. Then you started talking about me. Make your claim or shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Don't blaspheme either. How freaking dare you? How dare you? Don't take the Lord's name in vain with me. Don't blaspheme at me. Shut him up. Shut him up. I don't want to hear Jesus Christ as the opener. Why are you blaspheming?
On the subject for which you do not have specific knowledge, if you're looking at...
Now he's divining my thoughts. Now just shut him up. He's telling the audience what I think and feel. Just shut him up. Why is he telling this audience what I know? You haven't got a crystal ball. You don't know what I know. How dare you?
Am I
delusional?
Can I finish my point?
You made a point. You've just ad hom me and spewed your intellectual prowess by using words that were long. Word salad garbage. You haven't made a claim yet.
All you've done is...
Yeah, you haven't made a claim yet. One last chance. Make your claim.
Doesn't have
Do
one.
not
Nathan,
have
proceed with your
specific
show, mate.
knowledge.
It's all good.
On a subject for which you do not have knowledge, academically, professionally.
Just get his ass out of here. He's poisoning the freaking well. That's a poisoning the well fallacy, you stupid man. So, for the audience, I've now got to labour the fallacy he's just done. Before he's opened with his claim, he has told the audience that I don't have the intellectual prowess to deal with what he's saying, and I have no creditation for what he's saying. This man has never met me. It's a poisoning the well fallacy. You gotta do it, haven't you? You gotta employ your little tactics and your fallacies before you even make your claim. You pathetic little weasel. Is that all you can do? Poison the well?
Yep.
Fallacy. They didn't even get to make your claim.
It's just by screaming at people and abusing them.
That's another non sequitur ad hominem fallacy. No, pointing out that you have used a fallacy, poisoning the well. Now I'm being addressed. So I addressed that he's used a poisoning the well fallacy. What's the response? You're yelling. This is useless. These guys are absolutely useless. This guy's got nothing. Infinite Zebra's got nothing.
Can you just let me finish my fucking sentence?
Oh, swear at me, you little bitch. How do my nuts taste? Is it painful? Would you only have won if you told the audience how stupid I was before making the claim we asked 4 or 5 times? Maybe you can swear at me. Maybe you can share your pain straight through the top of me, taking the mickey out of you. Yeah, what you did is just ad hom me and then lost your temper and started swearing at me, didn't you, Infinite Zebra? Share your pain, you little bitch. You didn't make a claim. You had 5 opportunities to make a claim.
I'm pointing
now you're constantly and incessantly yammering. Every time the server operator takes this man off mute, he's still talking, which means he's not listening. He's ad hominem, he's poisoned the well, he's not responded to any of the highlighting of the fallacies he's using, and he can't stop talking now. Needs to swear and get angry, tell everyone he's being maltreated. Oh, being yelled at. No, we asked you to make your claim 5 times. You didn't make one. What you did do was poison the well, didn't you? Tell the audience how dumb I am. Oh, well done. That was a wasted opportunity.
I haven't even gotten a sentence. It's nonsense. I mean, it's just like, will you let me finish one sentence?
Make your claim.
Make the points.
Make your claim without talking about other people.
On a subject for which you do not
Stop
have
him. Stop him.
Specific.
Stop him. Stop him. Stop him. Stop him. Just kick him out. That's the last chance. He can only make his claim if he poisons the well first.
He doesn't have a claim.
He's only here to poison the well, and he'll drag that out as long as humanly possible.
Clown, carnival tent, globe tard.
Was that the best you could do, Globetards? Was that your representative?